What is up, everybody? Day 3 of the 2026 NFL Draft is here. Rounds 4 through 7. We will be live for all of it. You're going to have to let me get my bearings a little bit, but I did want to go live. I just want to set up a couple things on this screen, and I hope you guys got your coffee, okay? It's one of the few times you'll see me drink coffee because it's 11 in the morning, okay? But, dude, this is my first cup, and there's nothing better to me than some cold brew. Nothing better. Nothing better. But we've got FLDB in here. He's here. What up?
What's up? Hello, everybody.
Hello, hello. Good morning. Good morning. We've got the scoreboard that I'm going to fire up. Boom. We've got some people hanging out in chat. What's up, everybody? Good morning. What's up, Janae? Janae was laughing on Twitter with me last night because people were not happy about the idea of the Chiefs getting Justin Jefferson. I don't know what's wrong with people. Cranky. There's a linebacker named Justin Jefferson that could be a potential get for the Chiefs on day 3. I don't even know if he's good. I just said the Chiefs have a real chance of getting Justin Jefferson. This guy said, yeah, okay, you effing idiot. No, you guys haven't been right about a GD thing the Chiefs did in the draft. You are an effing moron. All right, Dwayne, let's relax, buddy. I was just joking that the Chiefs could have a chance to get this guy right here. Look at this guy. Justin Jefferson. Look, man, people need to learn how to take a joke. Like, it was a light joke. Anyway, I'm pulling up a couple draft trackers real quick here. And we're going to get things ready, get things rolling. 500 people in here. Good morning, everybody. I mean, unless you live in a different country, then good evening, perhaps. Happy tomorrow. Maybe if you're in Australia, I'm not sure. Let's see. Yeah. Is this what I want? NFL. Yeah, this is what I want. Okay. NFL draft. We do that. Tug with the 2. Any chance we go McCoy at 109 if he's still there? Possibly. People are falling. Hold on. He's falling. People are seemingly out. And there's a report that was talked about yesterday that this bone plug that needs removed and put back in, there's a chance that it could end his career if it goes wrong. So I think teams are a little stressed by that. But, yeah, it's still a possibility. Like, Jermod McCoy, a few years of Jermod McCoy is still great value because he's a really good corner. I'm looking up NFL Draft Tracker now. But, yeah, the assistant GM of the Chiefs last night, Mike Bradway, he spoke. And the Chiefs could be targeting corner. No, yeah, what do you say? Corner, wide receiver, running back, linebacker. I think he just kind of mentioned a bunch of stuff. Offensive tackle. They were kind of like, what else could you get on day 3? And he mentioned like every possible thing to not be specific. But, yeah. Dane, Brugler the Beast. Yeah, I think linebacker's a need, Joe. Not like a huge need, but you could justify a pick here somewhere if the right guy's there. Leo Chanel's gone. You don't know what you have in Bossa. I'm not saying Bossa will be nothing. It's just he had very limited usage last year, his rookie year. So it's just very, very tough to know. I will pull up. I mean, the draft is starting in a minute. I'm going to pull up the draft stream itself. And then we'll start checking Twitter because, I mean, there's going to be somebody on the clock here very soon. Okay, the NFL draft is here. I wonder which would be faster, ESPN or NFL Network? Like, I wonder which broadcast would be faster. I guess we could find out. Yeah, I guess we could find out. I want to do best players available because we could still talk about that. All right. So Best players available for the Chiefs or any team. Jermod McCoy has fallen, potentially a first-round pick until the reports came out before the draft that there were some concerns about his knee and he could fall. But this is crazy. Jermod McCoy is here in the 4th round. I don't think anybody really predicted that one. Wide receivers, Skylar Bell's available, Elijah Surratt, Deion Burks, Bryce Lance, Kevin Coleman Jr. I mentioned him in my video last night. He's 5'10", 180, out of Mizzou, so another smaller-bodied guy, but super quick off the line. He doesn't have elite top-end speed, but slot receiver. Here's the reality with him, though, would be if you could get him in like the 5th round, he would upgrade your punt and return game, or your punt return and your kickoff game quite a bit. So it's just an idea. It's an option. I understand that people wanted wide receiver 1, 2, or 3 in this draft class, so it's just not the reality right now. So in a perfect world for me, the Chiefs signed Juwan Jennings after the draft. I would love that. Will it happen? I don't know. I think the Chiefs might be fine with their wide receiver room to some extent. You still need some depth. That's why I think you draft somebody, because again, Juju's gone. Well, he's still a free agent, and Hollywood's with the Eagles. So we'll see. But let me do this. I want to do one more thing. Okay. Yeah, we can pull up the Chiefs draft so far, and we'll be able to look at these from time to time when people say, hey, who did the Chiefs draft? They've got the 9th pick in the 4th round, so 109. So they're picking in 9 picks, and I believe the Raiders, okay, they're not quite on the clock, are they? They've got to be close.
Yeah, it's got to be close. I know that this was the Bills. The Bills are up next. They did a trade. I don't know what the details are, though.
The Bills already traded up 1 spot?
Yes. I don't know what the details are, but
okay.
I'm looking, trying to find it.
All good. No worries. Yeah, here's actually a good graphic from the Chiefs. Yeah, here's actually a good graphic from the Chiefs. We got Brand in the house, too. What up, dude?
Good morning, everyone.
You got morning voice. Me, too.
I do.
Bro, I was doing vocal warm-ups before. FLDB can attest to it, because I'm about to be talking borderline for 6 hours. And my voice is already a little strained from talking for 4.5 hours last night, 2 hours, 3 hours the night before. I was legit doing vocal warm-ups upstairs. It sounds extremely annoying, so I'm not going to do it. But it's like the lip roll. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. But used to make music, so I at least know, hey, you need to warm up your vocal cords here. You can't just go ham. And thank God I don't yell. I mean, not really. Just talk to you guys in the mic. All right, let me see how everybody's doing. Okay, we got some super chats here. Steve, thanks for the membership. Kino upgraded to the Let's Freaking Go tier. Thank you so much. Tug, I answered that. Yeah, they could go McCoy, maybe. Thank you for the 2. Alex, thank you for the membership. Charles with the 2. Who we got in round 3? Nobody, Charles. The Chiefs gave up their 74th overall pick to move up from 9 to 6 for Mansour Delane, the cornerback out of LSU. So they didn't have a 3rd-round pick. They only had a 2nd, which was pick 40, and they got R. Mason Thomas, defensive end, a speed rusher, who models his game, per his own words, tries to model his game after Nick Benito. Xander, thank you for the 30 months. You turned 22 today? He said, shoot, I'm old. Stop that right now, dude. 20. I'm 35. That is not old either. But I felt so much better at 22. Dude, I could do backflips. I had no pain. Back pain wasn't a thing. No knee pain. I had no surgeries. Anyway, enjoy it, bro. Happy birthday. Have a beer for me. He said, so today I think we focus mainly defense focused, still maybe a wide receiver pick. Yeah, so the picks that I think the Chiefs could still look at getting, depending on how the board falls. The Raiders are on the clock, by the way. You could look at defensive back. So that could be corner, that could be safety, linebacker, wide receiver, offensive tackle. I'm trying to think of what else. something along those lines. And then I think they're going to add some veterans after the draft too. I'm not saying they could get all this, but man, Cam Jordan, defensive end, would be awesome. Sign him to a 1-year deal. Jawan Jennings, if you could figure that out. I think that's a bit of a pipe dream personally. Maybe a blocking tight end. I didn't mention that just now, but can you get a blocking tight end in the draft? That would be nice. The Raiders are officially on the clock. It's the Raiders, right? Or the Bills? You said the Bills traded up?
It's the Raiders. Yeah.
Oh.
It looks like it's just a pick swap.
Okay.
I don't see any details of this trade. So that means 101 and 102 swapped.
Let's see here. Kyle with the 5 said, odds are high. We draft Senior Bowl guys today. History says, hey, the Chiefs do their homework. The Chiefs do their homework for sure. Who are some of the guys you might want, Kyle? Terry with the 2. Let's go Chiefs. Thank you, guys. Percy with the 100 ARS. Mansoor, the Minister Delane. Peter Parker Woods. And Mason Thomas, the Tank Engine. Or if you like it more, Nick Mason Thomas. Nick Mason was Pink Floyd's drummer. Dude, this guy is a wealth of knowledge. Did they draft someone else? Not yet. Only 3. Alex with the gifted. Thank you, man. Let's go. All right, the draft is underway. Let's get it. Here's the picks that the Chiefs have today that we'll be looking out for. You got pick 109. So the Chiefs are up in 9 picks. You then wait 60 picks. And there's a flurry of picks here. Pick 169, pick 176, and then 1 6th rounder, 210. There is a chance the Chiefs could maybe trade back. I'm not saying with their 4th round pick, but if they want another player and just another dart throw, could you trade back one of your 5ths and get a 7th or something and just so you can secure another guy? I'm not saying they will. It could be a possibility just because you gave up 2 picks for Mansoor Delane. All right, so the Raiders, again, should be on the clock. The pick is in, says FLDB. Where are you getting that?
ESPN shows it, and the NFL draft tracker also shows the pick is in. We don't have who it is, but...
Oh, okay.
I think because you're really zoomed in, it doesn't show.
Huh. I'm looking again. It doesn't show for me at all. I'm broken, dude. That's okay. That's why I'm just looking at your scoreboard, so or the draft board. That's how I saw the pick was in. You know what? I want to look at... Yeah, the Raiders need everything. Quarterback, wide receiver, O-line, D-line, corner.
Jordan Schultz has it. You'll
All
be
right.
surprised at who, I think.
Okay. Well, here we go. With the 101st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select... cornerback Jermod McCoy. Oh, he fell until he didn't. No, dude. It's not necessarily that I cared that much that the Chiefs got him, but I don't want a dog going to the Raiders. The Raiders are taking a calculated risk on Jermod McCoy. Sorry for yelling in the mic. It's early. I'll do better. So Jermod McCoy was slated to be a first-round pick. Tore his ACL in January of 2025, missed all year, and he needs another surgery eventually. But I do not like that he's a Raider. Jermod McCoy. That was by far the best player on the board. Even if the Raiders like, well, we weren't necessarily planning on going corner in the 4th round. You know? It's just sometimes the value is too good to pass up. So there you go. Jermod McCoy. I need to send... Who have they drafted? The Raiders obviously got Fernando Mendoza, safety Traden Stukes, edge rusher Kieran Crawford, and then they got a center in the 3rd round, Trey Zune III. So with that, the Bills are on the clock and the Jets are next up. The Chiefs are a few picks away here. Let's see. Tug with the 5. I see people saying the trade up was unnecessary. I personally feel like the trade up was very necessary. What's your thoughts? Calculated risk. They really thought that the Saints had Delane really high up on the board, and with Tate off the board, it kind of threw things off, and they were a bit fearful that the Saints, who lost starting cornerbacks in back-to-back seasons, could have had Delane as the best player on their board right there and just taken him. So they leapfrogged over him to get the guy that they wanted. Yeah. All right, so again, Bills on the clock. The pick might even be in. Let's see what happens here. You just gotta, are you manually firing the pick is in?
Yeah.
I wonder if we just kind of wait till we know what it is. Because then when I can see the pick is in on the scoreboard, I'll just go to Twitter and look.
Well, it's just some of them show. I'm just going off what the tracker has, but I can do that.
I mean, it's fine. The pick is just in for a little bit here. That's not uncommon because once the pick is in, the Jets are on the clock now, essentially. So the pick is in for the Bills. The Jets are on the clock. You're probably doing it right. Don't mind me. I'm on no sleep. Actually, I think I got 6 hours last night, maybe 3:30 to 9:45. So I'm feeling better than yesterday. John with the 2 thoughts on wide receiver Deion Burks, another OU connection. Yeah, we could look at him in a second. Keno with the 5. I already fell in love with Delane. He's a dog. Can't wait. Let's go. Thanks, everybody. All right, again, pick is in for the Bills. The Jets are on the clock. The Chiefs are going to be selecting in just a handful of picks here, okay? All right, where are we at here? I want to go back to best player available. Where is that? Oh, I like that. All right, the pick is in for the Bills. What receiver? Deion Burks. Yeah, he's one of the... Now, let's get this pick first. We should have it now on Twitter. Actually, the broadcast has it. With the 102nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills are going to snag Jude Bowery, an offensive tackle out of Boston College, 6'5", 314 pounds. You can see him. He logged all but 2 of his 23 career starts at left tackle, so there you go. Left tackle for you. We'll see if he sticks, and or might just be like a backup swing tackle. But you can never have enough O-line depth. I do hope, part of me hopes the Chiefs can get an offensive tackle somewhere with these picks. For right tackle depth, I mean, just they had how many guys injured last year? You know, so it might be a good idea. Okay, so the Jets are on the clock. The Arizona Cardinals are up next. Sorry, I'm trying to get to the super chat question of Deion Burks. Yeah, he's one of the best wide receivers still available. 5'10", 180 pounds. Fluid route runner. Outstanding testing numbers at the combine. Really now, okay. Deion Burks. Let's look at his RAS, relative athletic score. Yeah, a 9.25 relative athletic score. Ran a 4.3 40, an elite explosive composite grade, a 42.5-inch vertical. I mean, the broad jump numbers are there. So there you go. I mean, that's an explosive, speedy, dynamic athlete that kind of has Andy Reid love. You know? If he could also help with the return game, I mean, that would be awesome. But, yeah, I mean, this is all basic math when you're talking about a wide receiver. Possibly a liability in the blocking game. But he has that top-end speed to take the top off the defense. So, yeah, he's certainly an option. But the pick is in for the New York Jets, by the way, who have the 103rd pick. And let me see if I can see it here. We're getting close. I do know that. Tug with the 2. Actually, I'll read that in a second. I think we got the pick of the Jets. With the 103rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Jets are taking Darrell Jackson Jr., defensive tackle out of Florida State. So there you go. 6'6", 350 pounds. 315 pounds, sorry. Defensive tackle off the board. I feel like the Saints and Commanders wanted him. Maybe, Tug. Veach said it's impossible to truly know, but their prediction models said they didn't like their chances, the percentage of chance that Delane would still be there at 9. Thank you for the 2, brother. Music with the 2, Bryce Lance, Keontae Scott, or Danny Dennis Sutton. Ooh, another pass rusher? Would be interesting. I mean, the more, the merrier at this point. Gucci with the 5, meet me at Wendy's after the draft, bro. We can digest the Chiefs draft and a Baconator at the same time. This sounds great to me. Let's go, dude. Wendy's. Bro, I haven't had Wendy's in years, but I do kind of like their Frosty, their burgers. Wendy's. Team Wendy's, let's go. All right, so the Cardinals are on the clock at 104. Again, this is who just kind of went off the board in the first few picks here. Meet me at Wendy's. Let's go. Yeah, dude, Baconator's good. Yep, Darrell Jackson Jr. out of Florida State with the Jets. I wish you could click the Jets. Can you click the Jets logo from here? I just want to be able to pull up how their draft has gone. All right, the pick is in for the Cardinals, though. We'll see what that is here soon. Brady with the 20. I get to watch the draft on my B-Day. Yo, happy birthday. You have the same birthday as Xander. After sleeping on it, I really like the process for the Chiefs. Addressed the biggest needs, just not the expected order, especially since McCoy fell so much. Yeah, hope we can get Cam and or Jawan. I'm kind of right there with you. I mean, defensive tackle was a need. Defensive end, need. Cornerback, need. Some people don't like the process of how they got there, but they addressed clear areas of need here. The pick should be in here very soon for the Arizona Cardinals. It's not on Twitter yet. But, Brady, thanks so much for the 20 bomb, man. Happy freaking birthday, brother. That's awesome.
I'm not seeing on Twitter at all, so I think we're just running off of the NFL draft tracker, which is quicker than ESPN's.
The NFL draft tracker?
Yeah.
Okay. Take a look at that. I mean, this is the... Is it this? You talking about this?
Yes. The pick's not in yet.
Yeah, that's fine.
But
the pick is in for the Cardinals. The Chargers are on the clock. And this is kind of fancy. Who would you prefer with 109, said Hayden with the 5. There's just so many directions that the Chiefs could go. Could you go... Yeah, could you go blocking tight end? Could you go wide receiver? I mean, we can look at some best available options, especially here in just a second since the Chiefs are almost up. But pick is in with the Cardinals. Pick 104, the 104th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. They are selecting defensive tackle out of Southeast Louisiana, Caleb Proctor. Is there not another Caleb Proctor? 6'2", 291 pounds, defensive tackle for the Cardinals. The Chargers are on the clock. The Texans are up next, then the Niners, then the Broncos, then the Chiefs. So we're just a few picks away. The best available, just overall, is like, here's some guys that the Chiefs could be looking at. You got corners, defensive tackle, there's running backs here. I mean, there's wide receivers. If they are very high on, or high enough to get one of these guys in the 4th round, Elijah Surratt is here, Skylar Bell, Deion Burks, we just talked about him, super speedy. I mean, very athletic guy. But yes, you are looking at potential just role players at this point. You could go offensive tackle. Justin Jolly, tight end. If you want to go that route, could you go linebacker? I don't have any strong, to answer your question, I don't have any strong like, oh, they have to get this guy. We're in the 4th round. But there's some guys that are definitely going to be available. So again, the Chargers are on the clock with 105. The Texans are up next at 106. Trevor Ross with the 5. We should do a hangout somewhere in KC before the season starts. Maybe everyone that has a membership is invited. That would be fun. I mean, there's a lot of guys with memberships, but I would want to open it up probably to public in general if we did that. We did that a few years ago. Could definitely consider it again. Fun idea, yes, sir. I think the pick is in for the Chargers, but I don't know if I see it. I feel like, yeah, you're moving so fast in these rounds that you might not be getting ahead of it on Twitter. But the pick is in for the Chargers. The Texans are on the clock. We are now behind. Or the sites are now behind. They push to commercial breaks. I feel like they just push to commercial breaks and they just delay they delay it. Well, Surratt or Scott. Surratt. Scott is a no-brainer. How big is Skylar Bell? I could tell you. So Skylar Bell is 6 foot, 192 pounds. He can line up in the slot or on the outside. Savvy as a route runner. Short area quickness. He hauled in 12 contested catches in 2025. He can be deadly after the catch by changing speeds or making defenders miss in the open field. Huh. He could be a fun choice too. I mean, at this point, you're just like, who could you use in the offense? That would be a little fun. You got to think life after Rice too, if they don't extend him, but I'm not saying any of these guys are just going to replace that, you know. But heck yeah. We're getting close. Again, the Chiefs just picking a few picks here, ladies and gentlemen. American 1020 in the house with the 10 bomb. Thank you, man. We're thinking of making a trip to KC to watch a game this year. Definitely want to hook up with y'all. Hopefully we can all meet up. Great idea. We should do one. We're overdue for another one. Thank you. Doc Holliday with the 10. From the looks of our roster, it seems like we are moving to a 4-down lineman. Wait. 4-down lineman, 3 linebacker defense, otherwise known as a 4-3. I would be down to snag up another DT in the 4th. I am intrigued with Harris at Doc Holliday. I feel like the Chiefs run a 4-3. They've ran a 4-3 for a long time. But I will say there's been a change in philosophy with Spags getting a speed rusher. Like, that's fun. That's different. They're investing heavily into the D-line. Yeah, they've ran a 4-3 for quite a while, which is like their base package being 4 defensive linemen, 3 linebackers. Maybe you're thinking of a 3-4, like the Chiefs could be going 3 linemen, 4 linebackers with 2 outside guys, but I don't think that big of a switch up is going to happen, but I am intrigued by all the picks that they've made. All right, we got the pick for the Chargers with the 105th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. The Chargers are going to be taking a wide receiver, Brennan Thompson, out of Mississippi State. He is a Charger, 5'9", 164 pounds. Holy smokes, he is small. But he ran the fastest overall 40 at the Combine, 4.26 seconds. So you're looking at, again, not a direct comparison, but a guy that is similar weight-ish to Worthy. I mean, how much does Worthy weigh? 170? So he's a couple inches shorter than Worthy, a little bit lighter, but he can fly. That's what you have to have if you're going to be that small and make it at the NFL level. For the most part. There's obviously exceptions to that. Doc, thanks again for the 10 bomb, man. You're intrigued with Harris? You're talking about... Who are you talking about? Harris? Is this one of the players still on the board? Oh, Xavier Harris, defensive tackle out of Ole Miss, maybe? Yeah, heck yeah. We'll see where they go. There's got to be some offensive addition they make, right? All right, so the pick is in for the Texans, and the 49ers are now on the clock. So the Chiefs are picking in just a couple of picks here. Code name with the 3 months. I think they should get wide receiver or O-line. Yeah, definitely both needs, I think, when just looking at the roster. Yeah. Mike Washington, please. You want a running back? I don't think that's happening. Now, crazier things have happened, so I'm not going to put money down on that. Yep, McCoy is gone. Jermod McCoy is a Raider. You can see it here. Jermod McCoy was the first guy off the board today. Should we get QB Taylor Green? We have his former wide receiver 1 back in 2024, Andrew Armstrong, so the Kim is there. What are your thoughts? I don't know if you're trolling or not, but I feel like they're good on quarterbacks, and they just have a lot of needs on the roster. So there's a lot going on, a lot of needs. I would not like to see a quarterback drafted personally. All right, we have the pick for the Texans, by the way, with the 106th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. Oh, God bless America. All right, I'm going to pull up his name on screen. The Texans select an offensive guard, an O-lineman out of Oklahoma that goes by the name Fabechi Nwanyu. All right. I'm not going to try again, but shout out to him. I wish I was better. I'm sorry, guys. I need to do better. The day 3 guys are going to be difficult sometimes, especially if it's multi-syllables. Okay. My name is Cole. It's 1 syllable. Okay. Once we get past 1 syllable, I'm going to struggle. So the 49ers pick is in at 107. The Denver Broncos are on the clock at 108, and the Chiefs are next up here. They said it's fine. It's fine. Okay. Tug with the 2. Would love it. Overton or Damani Jackson later. Yeah, Overton is a tackle. Yeah, I have looked at. He's been available to the Chiefs in some of the later rounds, I believe. Overton is a tackle. I actually am not liking me saying that. I think I'm wrong. Never mind. I don't know who that is. All right, the pick is in for the 49ers. The Broncos are on the clock. The Chiefs are up next. They've got some needs. You could go wide receiver, offensive tackle. Maybe they're super high on another defensive back. They still could do that. You could go linebacker, blocking, tight end. There's a few different directions you could go here, and I'm intrigued to see what the Chiefs end up doing. Les won with the 7 months. I used to work at Wendy's, but I'm salivating the concept of meeting you in person, not going to lie. My favorite item from Wendy's currently is the tender meal. We might need to make a trip at Wendy's. Maybe we should rent out a Wendy's. That's what we should do. Rent out a Wendy's. Xander with the 5, because my brother's going to University of Miami in the fall. I wouldn't mind us taking Miami cornerback Keontae Scott. He's one of the guys still available. Right here, one of the top guys still available. Just from ESPN's board. Are we getting this pick in?
Not seeing it yet. Brand put in chat, that person's name is pronounced Fabechi Wiwu, according to Soonersports.com.
Fabechi Wiwu?
Yeah.
Fabechi Wiwu. Yeah, I was way off. Fabechi Wiwu. Nice. Let's go. I got the... Wait. Are you guys checking Twitter?
I see it too.
How do we have pick 108?
Because they have sources, I think.
I see pick 108, but where's the 49ers pick? I'm just going to wait. I don't know why. Like, I saw 108, but I haven't seen 107, so that's weird. That's a very weird. Overton is an edge and Jackson is a corner. Ah, thank you, Tug. Man, and they could go D-line again, potentially. They're just going to do D-line or bust, I guess. Defensive back definitely could be a consideration. All right, are we going to get this pick or what, dude? It's so confusing if you were just following this on Twitter. You know pick 105 and then you know pick 108. Like, okay. You need to hire Keegan Mitchell Key for those names. He's the one who does the player introductions with the weird names. Yeah. Let's go. Thank you, Cat Servant. Alan in the house with the 10 bomb. I know exactly who you're referring to. Alex with the 10. Proud of you, Cole. Much love to you and the family. Hope you're doing well. Thanks, man. No draft is going to be perfect, but people should be excited about our move so far. Elite corner, steal of a defensive tackle, and a speed rusher of an edge. Heck yeah. No, I'm excited and appreciate the kind words, and thank you for the 10 bomb. Rachel with the 38 months. How's it going, Chiefs Kingdom? Have I missed anything interesting today? Not yet, but the Chiefs are very close to being on the clock here. I would like to know the pick. That would be awesome. We're getting close. The 49ers pick has been in for an hour, apparently. Maybe they lost their card. I'm not sure. Lost power. That substation by their draft war room shut off the power. All right, they're finally coming out to announce it. They're finally coming out to announce it. Gucci with the 2. How dope would a Hard Knocks draft edition be? That'd be kind of fun. Jason with the 2. I hope the Chiefs will get Skylar Bell. Certainly an option, one of the best remaining wide receivers on the board. We're getting very close to knowing this pick. The Broncos, I already know their pick. And then the Chiefs are next. All right, this guy is yelling on the mic about the 49ers. Just, come on. Do you think Jalen Daniels, the quarterback out of KU, will go undrafted? Not really sure. But I know he had a meeting with the Chiefs. Could be an option to bring him in. All right, so with the 107th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers have selected Grayson Halton, a defensive tackle out of Oklahoma. Now, I also just happen to know the Broncos pick. If Underdog is right. Because they said here the Broncos selected running back Jonah Coleman with the 108th overall pick. So if we know that, the Chiefs, we just are now waiting on the Chiefs pick. So Jonah Coleman is a Bronco. And then the Chiefs are on the clock. I mean, we're a little bit ahead. Oh, actually, there it is. Yeah, the Chiefs are on the clock. I think we found out a little bit in advance, so we might have to wait a few minutes to see who the Chiefs actually get. But best guys available here. It just kind of depends on what you're looking for. There's a couple of corners if they want to go defensive back. There's obviously wide receivers, Skylar Bell, Elijah Surratt, Deion Burks. If there's an offensive tackle they're high enough on, Crown over. That's who I was thinking when you said Overton. I was thinking of Crown over. Overton, Crown over. I don't know, close. So there you go. Jonah Coleman, running back out of Washington, 5'8", 220 pounds. Dude, that is a beast. 5'8", 220? Oh my gosh. This guy's going to be a problem. He's only had 3 fumbles in 4 seasons, too. All right. Well, the Chiefs are on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Who is this 4th round pick going to be? We are getting very close. Thanks for everybody hanging out. 3,600 in chat right now. Appreciate the mods kind of holding it down, too. Alex is around, Brand, just so you know. You might already know that. Alex with the 5. It's always exciting to see the stars the Jets pick who will someday find team success elsewhere. They're kind of like a transition between college to NFL. Hey, man, they have gotten some good players. Just got to be able to put it together. All right, the pick is in. I got you.
Well, no, the NFL says the Jets are the pick is in, which means I think we traded out.
No. He's on stage right now. Have you seen it on Twitter? All right, here we go.
Oh, never mind. It glitched. It had the Jets there for a second on the NFL draft tracker.
They might have it on Twitter. I might react to it live on the broadcast. Do you know the pick?
No.
All right, with the 109th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs are selecting Jaden Kennedy, defensive back out of Oregon. They went safety. They went defensive back. It's still a need because of all the guys you lost. I mean, you lost how many corners? And again, he's a safety too, but I'm just saying, like, you've lost Brian Cook. Safety is still kind of an underrated need. So that's what you got. He's 5'11", 180. He projects best at nickelback because of his size. So we'll have to see what the Chiefs' plans are with him. This could be another attempt to answer slot corner, just nickelback. You want to keep Chamari Connor out of the slot. He's fine at safety. You did sign Kader Kohu as your potential slot option, but we'll see what ends up happening here. But yeah, he plays fast, high energy, stickiness to stay in phase. Burst allows him to close on quick crossers and other short breaking routes. So he can get too handsy at the top of the routes, which means there could be some penalties at time. Against the run, he can fight through blocks and is a good form tackler. So sometimes over pursues his angles. But man, you're getting a guy that's going to be able to fly around, probably special teams value for sure, but with the 4th round pick, you want him to be able to contribute. It's just a question of, do they want him in the slot? Where do they actually see him translating at the NFL level in their scheme? Remember, the Chiefs drafted Najee Johnson, who was a safety in college. He ended up playing corner. So if he translates more at the nickel slot inside, I mean, that is another option. It's just, when you look at like the biggest areas of weakness on the Chiefs defense, there was 2 things. D-line unable to get home, and then opposing teams able to feast in the middle of the field. Part of the reason is just that is not Nick Bolton's strength in coverage. Okay, we know that. That's not his strength, but he has a lot of other strengths. And then Chamari Connor in the slot. I mean, they were getting absolutely abused in the middle of the field. So do what you can to address that. I know there will be some people disappointed because they were maybe hoping receiver or something else, but they've gone 4 straight defensive picks here. Defense, 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 defense. Mansour Delane, Peter Woods, Mason Thomas, Jaden Kennedy. And I do want to pull up his name on Dane Brugler's draft guide and just process through a couple things. While I do that, can one of you tell me, do we have the next pick in for anybody or anything like that? I just want to make sure we're still giving those out.
We have the next pick, yes.
Go ahead.
Give me a second. So with the 110th pick, there was a trade. The Jets traded with the Bengals, which is why it said the Jets originally. They took Cade Klubnik, quarterback from Clemson.
And I'm just trying to find this guy. Here he is. So he's not a safety to Brugler, that's for sure. He was a 1-year starter at Oregon. All right, let's break some of this down. He was a 1-year starter at Oregon. He played nickel. After playing mostly nickel as a true freshman, he did move outside for a few seasons before returning inside. So this is another versatile piece. Every single player that the Chiefs have talked about that they've drafted, one of the words that they have given or just used to describe these players is versatility. They talked about that with Mansour Delane, able to kick inside or out. They think Peter Woods is versatile against the run or getting after the passer. They even said, use that word with the speed rusher, R. Mason Thomas. They think he can play the run a little bit too. They've used versatility for all of these guys. So they just drafted a safety, but he can play. He played corner as well. So he can play nickel. He can play a little bit on the outside. You are getting another guy that you can use all over the secondary. I don't want to sleep on the fact that they've lost a lot of guys. Brian Cook, Josh Williams. I don't know if Nazee's coming back. Jalen Watson, Trent McDuffie. I mean, you needed to retool this defense. I understand there's still some questions on offense. And I would have loved a wide receiver there. This says he was viewed by NFL teams over the summer as a potential undrafted free agent, but his standout 2025 season forced scouts to keep an open mind with his evaluation. Dane Brugler of The Athletic said, he's undersized and underpowered, which shows in both phases, but his urgent athleticism and decisive reactions help ease those question marks. He can prove immediate depth at nickel for an NFL team. Immediate depth. That could be your slot corner immediately. 5'10", 182 pounds, quick feet. He's got acceleration. I do want to look at what his standout 2025 season was. He didn't allow a completion of more than 11 yards in 2025. Not afraid to compete as a tackler. Yeah, versatility inside and outside. I think we have another couple picks. We'll announce those in a second. He had a torn ACL and meniscus in October of 2022, but he's been inside healthy outside of that, I believe. But let's look at this breakout season. I don't know what I'm looking at. I mean, he's had just back-to-back seasons. 11 passes defensed in 2024, 8 in 2025, 2 INTs. Played all 15 games. Honorable mention, all Big Ten in 2025. What was his... He's 23 years old, so a little bit older. Can we find his RAS? While I do that, there's more picks if you guys want to announce them.
I'm just seeing the pick is in with the Broncos.
Okay, so there's no new pick. I just assumed there was because I've been talking. Three things to know about Jaden Kennedy. He established himself as a top cornerback with the Ducks. Spent his first 2 seasons here before transferring there. Cool. Give me something else. Yeah, position versatility. He mainly played nickel, but can play outside. Has moved around in the secondary. And a lot of experience just from moving all around and 5 years in college. So he's been around for a bit. Played against high-level competition in 3 different Division I conferences. Let's go. A little bit, it's not like hugely surprising because it was on the list of needs for the Chiefs. I said I would not be surprised if they got another defensive back, and there you go. You are getting Jaden. How do you pronounce his name? I want to say it right. I would love to get a pronunciation. I mean, I think it's Jaden Kennedy, but I would like to be right here. But yeah, the Chiefs with their 4th round pick, they drafted a defensive back, Jaden Kennedy. This guy played safety. He's played nickel corner. He's played on the outside. He can move all around. He's a bit undersized, and that's why some think he might kick into nickel. So he's a bit undersized, and that's why some think he could play in the slot. 5'11", 180, a willing tackler. He's got burst. He's got speed. So the Chiefs are just getting another guy that can kind of move all around. They believe Mansour Delane can play inside, outside. So there you go. Spags gets another playmaker for his defense. don't know how you guys feel about that. But let's see what you guys think about it here. Looks like Veach is saying F the offense, said Dub Freak with the 35 months, Proctologist with the 6 months. I'm 100% in support of a defensive draft. Durrell with the 2. We need D-line. Dang. Well, I mean, they've drafted 2. They signed Kairos Tonga. FAU's coming back. You have Gelati, George Karlaftis. You can still bring in Cam Jordan after the draft on a vet, 1-year mercenary deal. Edgar with the 32 months. Hey, Cole, when was the last time the Chiefs consecutively selected 4 defensive players in the draft? I imagine it's rare. Maybe 2022? I wonder if they got 4 defensive players in a row in 2022. I don't know, though. Percy with the 100. ARS, welcome to KC. Jaden Sancho Panza Kennedy. Context, there's an English player named Jaden Sancho, and the other is because of Sancho Panza. Nice, dude. Let's go. John with the 5. Chiefs confident in Rice, Worthy, and Thornton. Also think this means Kenneth Walker and D. Mercado will get a big workload. Hopefully 1,600 yards combined. That would be awesome. Lean heavily on the run game. Let's go. Beasley with the 2. Only 3 safeties on the roster. This is a good pick. Yeah, Brian Cook was gone. You brought in Alohi Gilman. But, I mean, who else do you really have? You have Jaden Hicks. You have Chamari Connor. Outside of that, I don't really know. So it was still a need. I think Andy himself was pounding the table last night, maybe for a safety. I think there are fans. Yeah, that's fine. 1 second. I think there are fans disappointed because they want some offensive additions. I get it, but they still have a couple of 5ths or and a 6th. They still have 3 more picks. We'll see what happens. You want to get the next pick here? I'll be right back.
Yes.
Let me do this. I'm going to get both of you on the screen. Brand, you're live.
All right.
I'll be right back, guys.
With the
Yes, sir.
100...
How's it going, everyone?
Hey, Brand. With the 111th pick of the NFL draft, the Broncos select Cage Casey, who is a lineman out of Boise State. And then we also have the Cowboys pick.
Oh, that was quick.
And they have taken, let me get it real quick. The Dallas Cowboys, with the 112th pick, have taken Drew Shelton, who is also an offensive lineman out of Penn State. So now the Colts are on the clock.
Jordan Schultz has a different pick than that.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh. That's odd.
According to Jordan Schultz, the Cowboys are picking Florida cornerback Devin Moore.
Maybe he has, because the Cowboys are up next. He must have their next pick.
Oh, I see. They're way ahead.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused on how this all works, because they're getting picks ahead of the picks we're currently on. And we don't have the sources from anybody showing the other picks. Let's see.
Dallas, Indy. Yeah, it's Dallas, Indy, Dallas. They're just ahead. And on Twitter, at least, they are not necessarily announcing the pick number with what they're posting at this point.
Well, we can go here and answer some of that. Jaden Kennedy, safety, really just defensive back out of Oregon as a Chief. Cade Klubnik, quarterback out of Clemson, is a New York Jet. Cage Casey is an offensive tackle out of Boise State, went 111th overall to the Broncos. And I just want to say, Casey, I will never cage you, buddy. I'll never cage Casey. That was a horrible joke, but I literally thought about it when I heard that name. And then Drew Shelton, offensive tackle, out of Penn State, went 112th overall to the Dallas Cowboys. The Colts pick is in. The Cowboys are now on the clock again at 114. And for those of you wondering, hey, when do the Chiefs pick again? It's a great question. I could get you that answer in a second, I think. If I do this, teams, Chiefs, here we go. They pick at the back half of the 5th round. We're still in the front half of the 4th round, but it's going to come in a flurry. You'll have 2 picks here, 5th, and then 2 6th. 2 5ths and a 6th. And if you don't move, that's all you got. But hey, how are you guys feeling about this pick? Chiefs are going to suck this season. All right, Q7 is out on the Chiefs. Yep, he's a 5'10 nickel back. Slot corner. Who's going to protect Mahomes? I think national media has extremely overblown the O-line concerns for the Kansas City Chiefs. And I mean extremely. You could still get an offensive tackle, but at this point, I mean, don't get me wrong. I said, hey, if the Chiefs could get like Blake Miller at the end of the 1st round, he would be a great get. But they can still get a veteran offensive tackle if they're not super high on Jalen Moore as the right tackle this year. You do need some depth. But there's 4 out of the 5 guys that are solidified on the O-line, plus Jalen Moore getting paid $12 million to be the right tackle if needs be. So when you say who's going to protect Mahomes, I mean, they have 80% of their line, 100% of their line if you want to go with Jalen Moore, even though, no, he's not proven. I would have potentially liked to see them get an offensive lineman earlier, but look how the board fell. Look at the biggest areas of need. What was the weak link between the offense and the defense? I said before the draft, and a lot of people, this isn't rocket science, just said, hey, the defense needs so much infused to it compared to the offense. And I think people are underestimating the difference that upgrading this running back room is going to make, upgrading the position coaches are going to make, bringing EB back, hard-nosed guy, also former NFL running back and running backs coach. DeMarco Murray is your running backs coach. Chad O'Shea is your wide receivers coach. 2 decades of experience coaching wide receivers at the NFL level, worked with the previous dynasty. And then you brought Kelsey back. You've got Thornton. You've got Worthy, who will be healthy. You have Rice, who's not going to be suspended. Upgraded the run game. You still need to add. I think you got to add a wide receiver and maybe an offensive tackle after the draft, like a veteran if you can't get a guy here in the draft. But that's kind of where we're at with it. Have we missed any picks, by the way,
We have
since
the
I've been
next
talking?
3.
Yeah, go ahead.
So with the 113th pick, the Colts have selected an offensive lineman. So 3 straight offensive linemen, Jalen Farmer.
You have more than that?
Yes. And then
You're
for the, let's see, the Cowboys, they have selected cornerback Devin Moore out of Florida.
Okay, I saw that pop up.
Then the Ravens, they have selected out of Indiana wide receiver Elijah Surratt.
Surratt is gone, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, the Chiefs don't pick for quite a while, so there's going to be a lot of guys that we were hoping they could get at this 4th round pick that are probably going to be gone. Now, could they trade up? Possibly. You would have to use some future picks, late round picks to do it, but that's still a possibility.
Then we have the Buccaneers.
The Bucks pick is in already?
Yep. They have
Starting to
taken
fly.
Keontae Scott out of Miami, defensive back.
Nice. That was one of the best
Yep.
guys on the board for a little while there.
That's where we're at right now.
Is McCoy still there? No, he got drafted by the Raiders. Bucks are having a good draft. Who did they just take? All right, let's see here. John Doe. Yeah. John Doe with the 5 said Chiefs confident in Rice, Worthy, and Thornton. Also think this means Kenneth Walker and DeMarcado will get a big workload, hopefully. Yeah, hopefully they do kind of surprise us and go a little bit more run heavy with Mahomes coming off the injury. You pound the rock a bit more. play action off of that. It's going to open up guys. I understand people talk about like the wide receivers' inability to get open and separate, and it has been a big point of frustration for sure. I still think you need a guy that can thrive in man coverage, but when you upgrade the run game and defenses actually fear running backs in the backfield because somebody like Kenneth Walker can break off a home run at any given down, any play, he could take that to the house. It changes the way that defenses have to play you. They have to respect play action. They have to actually glance at an RPO wondering if Kenneth Walker is going to get the football, where last year they didn't. They did not give a about the run game. They did not care. They didn't care about play action. They didn't care about the RPOs. It was really pass only. This is what RPOs meant for the Chiefs last year. They played for the pass. That's it. So it's going to help. I'm not sitting here saying the offense doesn't need any additional players because I think they could benefit from that. Beasley with the 2. Yeah, appreciate that. Graydon with the 5 bomb. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it. All right, do we have the Bucks pick?
The Bucks, they picked Keontae Scott, and then the Chargers traded with the Texans for 117, so the Chargers are now on the clock.
I guess I should retweet who the Chiefs drafted. I got so excited that I never did. I should do that. Okay, Chiefs. Okay, so they're already meeting about this pick. Chiefs West Regional Scout Greg Castillo describes Jaden Kennedy as a nickel corner who can focus on slot and help out at safety as well. He's scrappy and excels on special teams, especially as a gunner. So there you go. From the Chiefs themselves, they view him as a nickel corner who can focus on slot and help out at safety as well, more versatility, and he's scrappy and excels on special teams, especially as a gunner. Does he have a relative athletic score? Or like a 40 time? Like, what does his speed look like? He ran a 4.47 at his pro day, a 1.67, 10-yard split. Whoa, what the heck? Jennifer with the 50 bomb in the house. Mitzel with the 5. Hey, Cole became a dual Chiefs Saints fan after Devin Neal got drafted by them last year. Happy with the Saints draft so far. What do you think? I would need to go look at their picks, but I could get back with you. I know they got Jordan Tyson 8th overall. Somebody remind me. I will get back to that. I need a text. Actually, Brand, can you text Alex? Because that piece that I just added is probably worth it. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. If there's any more picks, FLDB, you want to name them? If they're just going to start moving so quickly here that we're going to have to kind of batch some of these selections. Here's like the most recent picks. The Chargers are on the clock at 117. The Lions are up next at 118. Here's the last couple of selections. Jennifer, thanks again for the 50 bomb. Holy smokes. Mitzel, I will get to the... I'll just get to the Saints pick now before I forget about it, to be honest with you. I need to just look up a couple of their other picks. Okay, so you got Jordan Tyson, 8th overall, like that. Christian Miller, defensive tackle out of Georgia in the 2nd. And Oscar Delp. Yeah. They're not up yet in the 4th. They got several more picks, but yeah. I mean, Jordan Tyson is awesome. You have Chris Olave as well. Oscar Delp can help in the blocking aspect of things, but he can be a short to intermediate target as well. He's got speed, can play vertically, but yeah, doesn't excel in any one aspect, but could be a well-rounded depth player in the NFL. And then Christian Miller, obviously, power and strength as a run defender. They lost several guys along the D line, so definitely some good picks there. The Chiefs, meanwhile, have gone defense. Cornerback, defensive tackle, edge, safety, a.k.a. defensive back, slot corner. Dude, I mean, they're really trying to go hard and address the slot issues here. I don't think we're going to see Chamari Connor in it. You already got Kader Kohu who can do that. He's coming off of an ACL. We don't know if he's going to make the roster. But then they got Kennedy as well, who can play slot. The experiment with Chamari Connor in the slot should be over. Yeah, the experiment with Chamari Connor in the slot should be over. If we have more picks, feel free to say them, guys.
I'm still not
real
seeing
quick.
the pick.
Terry just dropped a 50 bomb. Oh my gosh, you guys are going crazy. Kyle with the 5 super sleepers. Defensive tackle Jordan Van Den Berg, Georgia Tech. RAS score of 10. Wide receiver Tyron Montgomery lit up the Senior Bowl from a small school. Dude, Kyle, I appreciate these nuggets. Rev Fryer Martin with the 5. Draft all D and try to sign Jennings on a 1 year with big incentive for wide receiver options. Sign me up. Maybe get an offensive tackle too, if you can, for depth purposes. But heck yeah. Terry, thanks again for the 50. Fryer with the 5. Appreciate you guys. Graydon with the 5. What would you think about Jeff Caldwell later in the draft and a project? Love the draft so far. We hit our needs. While I look up Jeff Caldwell, if there's more picks, FLDB, let's get those read off here.
Yeah, Jordan Schultz has the Chargers pick at 1. Oh, there it is right there. At 117, the Chargers are taking offensive tackle Travis Burke.
The Lions are on the clock, or their pick is in.
The Jaguars are next. They traded with the Panthers.
Jeff Caldwell is a wide receiver out of Cincinnati, by the way. 6'5", 215. Had 1,000 yards in 2024. A bit of a down year in comparison in 2025. Maybe there's some injuries there that hampered that. But 6'5", 200 pounds, can go up and get it. Yeah, he would certainly be an option. Like a red zone target. Heck yeah. Jeremy with the 20 bomb. Man, you guys are being extremely generous. Appreciate you. I also think KC should add wide receiver post-draft. Yeah, Jennings or even Ayuk if healthy. I think I'm out on Ayuk. That guy might be insane. He quit on his team after getting paid. I just think I'm all the way out. And the 49ers still retain his rights, so I think you'd have to trade for him. Cam Jordan, that's plugs most of the remaining holes. Pole did okay for depth on the limited snaps we've seen. Yeah, Pole's just never played right tackle at college or the NFL level. I'm not saying he couldn't do it, and he will work on both sides, because if you want to be on the Chiefs roster, you need to be able to, in case of emergency, play either side. But I would still like some sort of right tackle depth, considering Wanya's coming off the ACL or the season-ending knee injury. You lost Jawan Taylor, and Jalen Moore is not a proven right tackle, even though he might very well be the right tackle for the Kansas City Chiefs. So that's just kind of where I'm at with the O-line. I don't think it's in an awful place by any means, but maybe an addition there. But agree with you. Get a veteran wide receiver, a veteran defensive end, and maybe a veteran offensive lineman, and you're kind of cooking with gas. You might be cooking with gas here.
Lions pick is in.
Okay.
At 118, the Lions are taking Michigan linebacker Jimmy Rolder.
Boom. 6'3", 240, well, 238. My daughters don't like when I round up. I have a 9-year-old and a 6-year-old, and every time I say it's 9:15, we have 15 minutes before we have to leave, they'll literally look at the clock and they'll say, "No, Dad, it's 9:13. Why are you telling us the wrong time?" I'm like, "All right, listen, Linda." No, it's not my daughter's name, but just trying to. I just round up. That's what I do. Sorry about that. Create vertical with the 5. Thank you, brother. Do you think Royals number 11 has potential to be a Juju-type player, physical run blocking and routes across the middle? His 10-second split was elite. Yeah, he had the fastest 10-yard split in the wide receiver class last year. I have no idea what to make of Jalen Royals, to be honest with you, because he didn't play. So I don't mean that in a bad way, but I think with guys like that just were here, they didn't play a lot, I'm just rooting for them. You hope they take the next step and they get used more than they were their rookie year. So I'm rooting for guys like Jeffrey Bossa, Jalen Royals, just anybody who didn't really play last year, even when the Chiefs were eliminated from the playoffs. They're a bit of a wild card. But hopefully they just keep growing. Like, you can't be fully out on a draft pick after 1 year. They need 3 years. In my opinion, you need through 3 years to really be able to say, okay, this guy is onto something here, or we don't really know. Especially like a little bit in the later rounds here, talking day 3. Jalen Royals was a 4th round pick. In a perfect world, they all hit. But Hero with the 2. Hope the next picks are wide receiver, tight end, and the Navy fullback, running back. Yeah, he's like, I have been yelled at by people, which I appreciate it because I've just been wrong. They're like, yeah, he's not really a fullback. Even though he's listed as one, he's like a Taysom Hill kind of a guy. That'd be fun. Swiss Army knife. Diddy Dan with the 5. A lot of fans mad at the defensive draft, but we saw the offense cook midseason 2025 without coaching or a run game. K9 EB will do a lot. Trust the draft. Yeah, they put significant resources into the offense when they signed Kenneth Walker to a massive contract. And then Imari DiMercado. Don't sleep on him as RB2 and your 3rd down back. That running back room is a lot better. Brashard Smith, we'll see. Maybe he could have a bigger role in the offense this year. I don't know. I think he's a niche guy on offense and maybe your punt returner. But I would have liked to see some offensive additions by now, but when you look at who they drafted and the roles that they could potentially fill, I mean, there's some W's there.
The Jags pick is in per Jordan Schultz.
Yeah, go ahead.
At pick 119, the Jags are taking Duke's edge Wesley Williams.
Is that the only pick in?
We have the Packers and the Steelers as well.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the Packers have taken Penn State defensive end Danny Dennis Sutton. Who played at Penn State. And then the Steelers, they have taken wide receiver / returner Caden Wetjen. And that is out of Iowa.
Here, I'll pull that up. So we're a little bit ahead, it looks like, of the ESPN draft tracker.
Yep, from Jordan Schultz.
Jeremy Jones with the 21 bomb. I like the specific 21. Nice. Unfortunately, post-draft signings would probably mean having to touch Chris Jones's contract for the Capitol. I think you could restructure George Karlaftis. You could do the same with somebody like Creed Humphrey. I'm trying to think. There are some other players you could. Trey Smith. There are some other ways you could go about it than Chris Jones. Although if they want to do a slight restructure of Chris Jones and add a void year, I would not complain about it. I know they add a couple void years, like they don't normally do that. But Chris Jones's cap hit this year is $45 million. It's not my first. It's not like the thing I like the idea of the most, because it pushes that down the road a little, but it's a possibility. You're going to have to. I think you're going to have to free up a little bit of money here. Mr. Stang with the 5. I feel like 75% of the time that Brashard Smith touched the ball, something big happened. Am I the only one who thinks that? Something big happened? I mean, there were times, but the problem is when Brashard Smith was out on the field, they knew it was going to be a pitch to the right or a quick pass to the right. Or if he was on the left side, a pitch to the left or a quick pass to the left. So there was a lot of tells when Brashard Smith was out on the field. If Kareem Hunt was out there, that was a lot of short yardage. He was your 3rd down back too, but they weren't worried about his burst and explosion. When Brashard Smith was out there, you were worried about his speed and explosion for sure, but they knew it was going to be something to the outside. They did not want to run this guy between the tackles at all. So hopefully his usage and just like the ways that they use him is more diversified this year as he has a year under his belt. Remember, he was a late transition from wide receiver to running back in college. So we'll give him more time, but I'm still rooting for him. We have the next. Did you already say this pick here? How far are we? Danny Dennis Sutton is an edge that some Chiefs fans were saying, hey, that would be nice in like the 5th round, 4th round if you could get him. But yeah, we've got
We are up to the Raiders, which is in.
And the Raiders
Yeah.
traded with the Falcons to get this pick.
So with the 121st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Steelers are taking Caden Wetjen, wide receiver out of Iowa, a gadget player who served as a wide receiver and return specialist in college, 5'9", 193 pounds, but he ran a 4.47 40. Primarily used on jet sweeps, misdirection plays, and underneath routes. I'm surprised the Chiefs didn't take this guy. Jokes. Undersized gadget guy on offense, they like those. I mean, that could really be Brashard Smith. So I'm not saying you need that, but that's like Andy Reid like salivates at that stuff. But with the 122nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select
Running back Mike Washington Jr. out of Arkansas.
Mike Washington Jr. off the board. I know some of you guys in chat today wanted to potentially see him become a Chief. I feel like running back right now at this point is a luxury need. You still could look at wide receiver, tight end. Like there's a couple different directions you could go. Offensive tackle here. Mr. Stang with the 5. Yeah, I read that. Boom. Thank you guys. Appreciate you. Danny said our scouting department sucks. Put it in an application, brother. You can put it in an app, dude. Help them out. Now, they do need to nail this draft. I know I was kind of being trolling a little bit there, but they need to nail this draft. The 2023 draft was not a great one. 2022 was fire, but you've lost everybody from 2022 aside from George Karlaftis. This has to be a home run draft. And then you really hope that like Omar Norman Lott comes on strong, even though I just don't know right now how he's going to look initially coming off the torn ACL. And some of these draft picks from last year take a step up. I'm not out on any of the draft picks from last year. I'm not necessarily out on everybody from 2024 either. So you got to have some of these guys step up, and then we'll have to wait and see about. I'm really curious if the Chiefs come out and just try to impose their will in the run game way more than we expect out the gate with Mahomes coming off of the ACL. But the Texans are on the clock at 123. The Bears are up next, I believe, if that's all right.
Yep, Bears traded with the Panthers to get that pick for 124.
Yeah, all I can do is try to be optimistic about what the Chiefs have been doing and trust the vision. I mean, again, it would have been nice to see an offensive player by now, but man, when you look at who they got, a lot of versatility added to the definite weakest side of the ball. We can't ignore the fact that they lost 3 legitimate starters in the secondary. Brian Cook, Trent McDuffie, Jalen Watson, and you need to take multiple dart throws to try to figure out what you have, how you could kind of move on and absorb those losses. You do have Noel Williams, so that's helpful in year 2. You will have instant starter in Mansour Delane. That's helpful. If you could upgrade the slot with either Kader Kohu or Jaden Kennedy and keep Jamari Connor out of it, like that helps as well. You upgraded the D-line, Peter Woods. You added Kairos Tonga. You then got R. Mason Thomas. Like the defense is in a much better place, but you also lost so much on that side of the ball. Magic with the 2. Taylon Green, 6'6", 4'3", learn behind 15, play some wide receiver. Taylon Green, I'll have to look him up. 6'6", 4'3"? Oh, QB. Dude, he is. Oh, yeah, the super athletic QB. That would be kind of crazy. Learn behind 15, play some wide receiver. Do we have more picks?
The Texans pick is
Yep.
in. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
So with 123, the Texans are selecting Clemson linebacker Wade Woodaz.
Woodaz!
Woodaz. I checked his pronunciation before I said that.
Woodaz. Oh. Let's go. Magic, thanks again for the 2, brother. We'll keep it going here. Price Carter of Arrowhead Addict will be in sometime soon, too. We'll talk some. He's the lead draft analyst of Arrowhead Addict. He'll talk some draft with us.
Yeah, this is flying. It's going by quick.
Just some flurry of picks. And then these trades, I have to dig for the trades because they're not any beat reporters. I have to search for it on Twitter to find some team-specific reporters who are reporting it.
I am here, but give me a second. I just sat, so I'm
all good.
Adjusting camera angles for a sec here.
Falconer 58 can't wait for QBs to throw away from Delane, only to get picked by Noel Williams. I'll take it.
I'm just excited to see our new D linemen. You look at the college film, and our Mason was getting double teamed, but that won't happen when Chris Jones is on the field. Chris Jones is going to be doubled.
Okay. I think we're good.
Yeah, I'm certainly excited to see the defensive line take shape here.
Okay, I get it. All right. Did we announce all these picks? Are we all caught up?
We look
We
to
are
be
at
caught
the
up
Bears.
to the Bears, yeah.
Okay. Awesome. CB Casey with the 2 bomb said, can't wait to hear Mitch say pick 6 from pick 6. I don't get it. Who's pick 6? Somebody explain the joke. I feel left out. Mitch say pick 6 from pick 6? Oh, Mansour Delane was the 6th overall pick. Okay, I'm an idiot. Pick 6 from pick 6. Sorry, it took a minute. Yeah, sorry, it took a minute. I was like, pick 6 from pick 6? What does that even mean? I was like, what does that even mean? I don't know. Yeah, I know. It took me a second, guys. We're on day 3, little sleep, back-to-back days. My body clock is absolutely shot. Like, I'm normally have already eaten by now or close to it. I'm still on my first cup of coffee. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a little slow on that one, on that joke. My bad. So the Chiefs, let's see here. Just keep me in the loop on these picks, guys. I saw that Wade Woodaz, linebacker out of Clemson, is with the Texans. We already announced that. Price Carter is here. We'll bring him in a second. You know, who we got in chat? 20. Okay, so 2,600 people. I bet a lot of you know who Price Carter is, but he's the lead draft analyst of Arrowhead Addict. And this is what I respect about somebody like Price. You can tell somebody that puts in the work. You don't always have to agree with somebody's draft opinions, but you have to respect draft opinions from somebody who really grinds the tape, puts in the work. He's looked at over 100 prospects, but has published articles and looked at film on 100 published on Arrowhead Addict. And I was like, bro, do you want to come in and talk some Chiefs and draft picks here for day 3? And he said he would be happy to. So Price is in the green room. I'm going to pull him in here. Let me see if I go... Which way do I want to do this? If I switch to the main, see if we could bring in here. What up? How's it going, man?
Hey, man, how you doing? I'm
Good.
doing all right. How about yourself?
Yeah, not bad at all, brother. How's the draft been going for you with the Chiefs?
It's been good. You know, we did a stream through like the beginning of the second round through the Chiefs pick. Talked a little R. Mason Thomas. Did the whole first round. Cinema, just absolute blast. This is my favorite weekend of the year. Not just because of the Chiefs, but seeing all sorts of different fan bases engage with my tweets about other players. Like Saints fans are full sin on Oscar Delp, finding the cut ups on him and stuff. So it's been a lot of fun. And you know, for the Chiefs, I think it's been an interesting draft.
What did you think, real quick, of the most recent selection that they just made in the 4th round?
Yeah, I think that there's probably a few people who are probably frustrated that it wasn't an offensive player. I get that a little bit. I do think that Andy Reid and the staff is telling you that they're betting on themselves a little bit offensively here, that they the changes that they've made in-house will, raise the floor of it. I've kind of been a proponent that I think the Chiefs will wait until day 3 for wide receivers. So it didn't surprise me. Kind of surprised me that they didn't take one at 109. But for Jaden Kennedy, I mean, this is a guy who's a slot corner who loves to support the run. This is very much a Steve Spagnuolo type of player. He honestly, he's not the same type of player. He's a little bit slighter, but he has a lot of what Shamari Connor did. He's a better cover corner than that, but this is kind of in that bucket of that slot nickel guy who can flex out to safety as well too. Not overly big, 5'10", 181 pounds, but a guy who really stepped up this year for Oregon. And I saw a stat somewhere, I don't have it off the top of my head, but basically the only player to allow fewer receptions and coverage this year than Mansour Delane was Jaden Kennedy. So he was a big part of that. Yeah,
that's a hilarious stat.
Yeah, so he's very much a Chiefs type of player. And look, I know some people are clamoring for Keontae Scott. He was one of my guys. I think there's been a couple of fun ones here. R. Mason Thomas and Cassius Howell goes right after. We'll have to track Jaden Kennedy and Keontae Scott, who went a few picks later to the Bucks, because I think the reason that they probably went Kennedy is the youth. Keontae Scott's basically put together one incredible year. Oh, they got Skylar Bell. Hate that. Great player. I think he'll be useful there. The Bills, that is. But Kennedy's younger, a little bit better track record overall versus Keontae Scott. He's 25 and has basically put together a phenomenal season at Miami. And that's about it versus his time at Ole Miss and some of the other stops he had weren't as impressive. So, but yeah, I get what they're going for with Kennedy there. Cater Coe, who's only on a 1-year deal, coming off an ACL. Christian Fulton's on a 1-year deal. And Noah Williams, I know all of us in our head, we've already just penciled him in as a star and a stud, but player progression isn't always linear. We were saying those type of things about Jaden Hicks this time last year, and we saw how that went. So they needed depth there, and they had a guy who can do a couple of different things for them.
Yeah, I'm going to get back to that, but I do want to go real quick. There's been a couple picks. Malik Muhammad, cornerback out of Texas, is now with the Bears, 124th overall. He was a guy that I was at least intrigued about if the Chiefs were going to take like a later flyer on a corner. He was Marcus Whitman, that franchise guy. He made his top 10 cornerback list. I think he was like CB9. But with the 125th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills got Skylar Bell, 6 foot, 192 pounds. He could play inside, outside, got the vertical speed. And then how much further ahead are we than that, Brand and FLDB? Have they announced any of these other ones for 126? Maybe not yet.
Not yet. No.
So the Bills are on the clock here with back-to-back picks.
Yeah, they love stockpiling these picks. I don't know about that strategy in this particular draft. I mean, I don't have a problem with them jumping in a couple, right? Like jumping back a couple of rounds, but they've really been in on the trade down. So, but hey, Skylar Bell was a Blitz finalist. Mekhi Lemon ended up winning that, but he's a highly productive guy. He's another older guy. Like he's going to be like 24, 25 his rookie year. But I I think like they'll be able to mix and match him and Khalil Shakir in the slot. And then they got DJ Moore. So he's a good yak.
They got their next pick. So I was like, if you have any thoughts on this guy, but yeah, they just got with the 126th pick, they got linebacker out of TCU, Caleb Elarms or not sure, but
yeah, Elarms or he's kind of a rangy guy who could do some Sam stuff for you. He also kind of the Big 12 does a lot of this. You saw with Jake Golday too. Like they do this overhang defender where it's like he's kind of like lining up in the slot. He's kind of an interesting player, a really strong tester. Really did well at the combine. Was a big part of that TCU defense, which wasn't particularly great. But yeah, he's kind of a guy that I think you bring in. You plan on being special teams and can maybe mix into that rotation a little bit too. So they're switching defenses over there with Jim Leonard now. So I think it'll be an interesting pick. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to put him on ball a little bit too.
So a couple things real quick. Jeremy with the 1234 said, I low-key hope Royals and Bossa ball out this preseason, earning more meaningful snaps. Thanks for putting in the work for us. How about those Chiefs? Jeremy, let's go, man. I appreciate you guys. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. I was saying earlier before Price came in here, between the addition of Cater Kohu, again, that's like we'll see kind of a thing because he's coming off the torn ACL, but he's a slot corner. And then the addition of Kennedy, the defensive back that the Chiefs just drafted in the 4th round. I tweeted this out earlier because here's kind of my mindset with it. I basically said, hey, They got Kohu in free agency. Kennedy just drafted him. Both can play in the slot. Chamari Connor should, in theory, stay out of it. If so, big W. Like, fans are down on Connor. It's because they keep putting him where he struggles. And I think he's fine as a safety. What are your thoughts on that, Price? Just how Connor is at safety. Just, I feel like fans are down on him a bit because of the slot play.
Yeah, I totally agree. They were overexposing him, and I mean, this probably goes back to the Trent McDuffie conversation a little bit too. We'll never really know if McDuffie didn't want to play in the slot or if they didn't want to play him in the slot. But Trent McDuffie got top cornerback money, so now it'll be interesting to see if he's in the slot covering JSN from Seattle. But Shamari Connor, right? Like, he's best when he's going downhill. He's a solid tackler. No one played more defensive snaps this year for the Chiefs than Shamari Connor, the leading defensive snap getter. Him and Nick Bolton. So they love him, and they love him. And hey, I do think that it's valuable to have some consistency in the safety room. Obviously, right now they don't have full trust in Jaden Hicks, and they bring in Alohi Gilman, a veteran that they value.
He's new to the system.
They need that. See, so I think Shamari Connor will be. He's one of those guys that can do a little bit of everything. He can play deep. He can play in the box. Don't think you want him in the slot. And hopefully, like, I think the Chiefs are telling us that they're okay with taking this type of slot predominant defender here with Kennedy and Kohu.
Heck yeah. Yeah, it's been defense in this draft so far. We might have a couple more picks. At 127, the 49ers, well, the pick is in. The Bengals are on the clock. We are getting near the end of the fourth round, sorry. The Chiefs have a couple picks in the fifth. I think they're near the end of the fifth round. So we've got a little bit of time here. 29. So the 29th pick in the fifth round, the 36th. 36th. Is that like a comp pick, I guess? Maybe. And then a 6th-rounder. So we've got a little bit of time here still processing through it. We'll keep announcing the picks. We'll keep chatting, talking some Chiefs with Price. And did we miss anything else, Brand or FLDB, on picks? Are we good?
The 49ers pick is in.
You want to say it?
Yep. With the 127th pick, the 49ers are selecting Washington offensive tackle Carver Willis.
Carver Willis. All I thought was immediately is what you talk about, Willis. That's all I got for you.
I don't have any Carver Willis takes either. The 49ers have kind of had a wild draft, man. Taking Kalen Black in the top 100. I thought that the Dejon Stribling was pretty rich there at 33 where they got him. They've had an interesting draft. They did say that they were going to have Grok or ChatGPT do their draft, so maybe this is what the chatbot told them to do.
Yeah, there's been a couple of just interesting things. I can't believe Jermod McCoy. Like, I understand the injury concerns, but he fell all the way to the 4th. He's a Raider. Didn't love seeing that. And then the Raiders also got Mike Washington Jr. out of Arkansas just a few picks ago. So we got a few super chats.
Okay, I didn't see that one.
We got a few super chats. Colleen with the 10 bomb. Thank you so much. JPAP with the 2. Josh Cameron, Jeff Caldwell, or Chase Roberts at 169. Those are a few options. We talked about Jeff Caldwell a little bit earlier, too. Jason with the 5. Rats. I was hoping we got Skylar Bell, but the Bills got him. Yeah, we're going to be waiting a little while.
Jeff Caldwell's really interesting because he's like the ultimate go home to your wife type of player. Like, you see him across the bar. He's 6'4", 6'5", and runs a 4.3 40, like a elite relative athletic score. The only problem is he's never been good at anywhere besides Inland, and has a 10.1% drop rate. So he's an enigma there a little bit, but you can talk yourself into the tools there. Has Bryce Lance come off the board yet? I'm shocked if he's still available.
I'm processing many things at once here. So we just getting no offensive weapons this year? I don't know. I mean, the biggest offensive weapon upgrade that the Chiefs have made is getting Kenneth Walker. But yes, they still, there's still a need a little bit here at wide receiver, even if it's depth. And you could go vet after the draft. I'm sure there's other options than Jawan Jennings. He's just my favorite. I don't know how realistic it is. You could still go defensive end vet after the draft. Cam Jordan, There's other options as well. I mean, the Chiefs will look to add. It's pretty common to sign a few players after. We'll look at the UDFAs as well. The hit rate's really low there, but it's still a possibility that they could work into a contributing role on the 53-man roster. We've seen that happen. I mean, that's not extremely uncommon. It's just a low hit rate. But we've got the Bengals on the clock at 128. We've got the Panthers. Well, the pick is in for the Bengals, actually. Yeah, I've got pick 128 for them. It's Connor Liu, center or interior offensive lineman out of Auburn. And you have the pick already for the Panthers, back-to-back?
Yes, sir. With pick 129, the Panthers will be taking Texas A&M cornerback Will Lee III.
Willie do it. I feel like some guys were talking about him.
Oh, hey, sorry. Yeah, nicknamed the Blanket at Texas A&M. Will Lee. He's one of the guys that I wrote up. Was a pretty Chiefsy guy, nice physical guy. Not a ton of ball production though, but they're kind of hoping that they can make over that secondary here with him and some of the other guys that they've taken. It'll be interesting to see how they end up doing because that secondary still needs a lot of help.
2 quick questions for you. One, this is just audio. Can you get a little closer to your mic for me if possible? And then 2,
yeah,
I gotta run and grab more coffee, so I would love to give you the floor for a second here, and I would just love to hear your thoughts on with the picks that the Chiefs have left, and is there any like my guys for you that are still on the board that you think are still positions of need for the Kansas City Chiefs that they could look at drafting in the 5th or the 6th?
Absolutely, yeah, sure. I would be honored to. So I do think that the offense. One of the things that I've been big about is them trying to address a blocking tight end, a wide tight end, a guy who can put his hand in the dirt and really dig out defensive ends and improve the run game. You're hearing all this about Kenneth Walker and how the run game is going to get better. That's definitely a place I would like them to go. There's not a lot of those guys left. Dallin Bentley out of Utah is a guy that would make some sense. Had a really good Pro bowl game against my Huskers, unfortunately. But he's a guy that makes some sense. And I mentioned him earlier, Bryce Lance out of North Dakota State. I'm really surprised that he's still there. He's a 6'3" guy who turned in a 4.3 40. Had 21 touchdowns a year ago for North Dakota State. Was like their go-to guy, brother of NFL quarterback Trey Lance. I'm shocked that he's still on the board. He's a guy that you can talk yourself into shades of Christian Watson, obviously from the similar school. So that'd be one of my favorite picks. There's still some really good running backs on the. I shouldn't say really good. There's not a ton of great running backs in this class, but I will pub for Emmett Johnson because I think he's a great player, and at this point, you're getting a really good value with that player as well too. Kenneth Walker, he's a guy who's never played 50% of the snaps in his career. He's also a guy who has been best when he's fresh. You've got Emari Demercado, who I think he's a good guy. But you want someone who can raise the floor of that room. And I know some people are really bullish on Rashard Smith. I do think there's a chance that the Chiefs can carry 4 running backs during the season. Maybe like Emmett Johnson is a healthy scratch or Rashard Smith is a healthy scratch. But you could even probably keep all 4 with what Rashard Smith brings in special teams in the sweet game. Cody here in the chat's bringing up Damon Claiborne. He's a guy who's on Bruce Feldman's Freaks list. He's out of Wake Forest. He reminds me a little bit of R.J. Harvey, who the Broncos drafted. R.J. Harvey came from Purdue. Damon Claiborne's from Wake Forest. He was on Bruce Feldman's Freaks list, like I mentioned. Ryan Fowler, formerly of the Draft Network, he reported that the Chiefs were very interested in Damon Claiborne at the East-West Shrine Bowl. So that'd be another name. But yeah, I definitely think this would be the time that I would be sniffing around offense, particularly wide receiver, running back, or tight end. I don't know that there's many names that I love left at the offensive line. Demetrius Crownover, I've not seen his name called. He's just a really big physical presence at right tackle. He'd be a good project tackle. He's like that massive, like 6'7" frame. Reuben Dane gave him a lot of trouble in the bowl game, but he's a guy who's got tools, and that's a guy that you can come in and just compete at right tackle and raise the floor of that position overall. One of the things that I wondered about this class is if the Chiefs would be interested in linebacker. Look, a lot of time on day 3, you're talking about getting a guy who's going to be able to contribute in special teams. It's not sexy, it's not fun, but I do think that is valuable, and we know that they need those type of players too. You need ditch diggers on a roster, and linebackers are usually one of those type of players, whether it be Jaden Kennedy will certainly play special teams. And I think linebacker good too. Aiden Fisher out of Indiana. He was kind of the captain of a very good Indiana defense. Obviously, D'Angelo Pons gets a lot of the credit there. Michael Kamara is an edge rusher from that team as well too. I see someone here in the chat talking about Justin Jolie. He'd be another one. And this has been kind of unusual this year. We normally see the Chiefs draft at least one or two guys that they haven't on a 30 visit. Sounds like they did Zoom only with Mansour Delane to try to keep their desire for him on the down low. We've not got a Chiefs player this year that they met with for a 30 visit. So Justin Jolie is one of those guys. At this point, it was great value for Jolie. I was out on him at like pick 70 in the third round when they had a third round pick or fourth round pick. But this is definitely his area. Jolie's really good after the catch. Has a really funny rep on tape, by the way, that I clipped. That famous Madden clip. I can't remember what it is where the tight end, like he breaks his leg and he like runs in the ball. Jolie has one of those reps where he like pulls his hamstring and is like nursing it all the way to the end zone, but it does score. So Justin Jolie would be another good name here. And Jack Kelly in the chat as well too. Someone brings that up. He's another guy that might be able to do some Leo Chanel things. A bigger guy, best downhill. Looks like the Chargers here take Genesis Smith, the other safety from Arizona. A lot of missed tackles for him. That was one of the things, but pretty good in coverage, rangy. So they add another body to their secondary as well too, as they traded away Alohi Gilman.
Did we miss any picks in between that, guys? I don't even know. Did we talk Trey Moore, or just at least mention it?
I did not bring it up, but Trey Moore
good.
from Texas. I did not get a look at him.
You're good. Okay, so the Dolphins added edge. I mean, they need everything anyway. The Chargers get Genesis Smith. What a kind of a fire first name there. Genesis.
They were making the joke that a team needs, whoever drafts Genesis Smith needs to get Ephesians. Songs.
Yep.
Get the whole biblical team going.
Just start collecting books of the Bible on your roster, collecting them like infinity stones.
Yes.
Let's see. Let's look at chat for a second here. Jolly is decent. Rather get Koizal. Cole, could you share your thoughts on Damani Jackson? I don't have a bunch of thoughts on that off the top of my head, but that's why Price is here. If you have anything on him, we could look into him though.
Damani Jackson. Hold on. I think I know what we're talking about.
Once we get into day 3, man, we are, even the guys who study the draft forever, like we're digging into the well a bit here.
Yeah, this is the Alabama guy. Really nice straight line speed. He turned in a 4.40. Track background for him. Good run defender. Just the coverage for him is not as polished. Only one career interception for him as well too. So not a ton of ball production, but he's kind of like, to me, it'd be kind of like a Najee Johnson type of bet where we're like taking some tools and hoping that you can maybe get some reps out of him as a contributor. But he'd be another name that would make some sense. I mean, at this point, are they just going to do all defense? I don't know. It's kind of feeling like that for sure.
All defense. Somebody said, I don't remember who said it. Maybe it was FLDB even today. Did you say that?
Yeah.
Did you mention that the Chiefs,
stream.
the funny idea of the Chiefs going all defense?
Yeah. It just wouldn't surprise me because
I hope not.
It seems the Chiefs think that the offense is more coaching related problems. And I think, they got Royals, who I think will play a lot more this year.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple needs on the offense. I mean, you could have argued wide receiver at 9 if you really wanted to, but look, it wasn't close to me, like the needs on defense compared to the offense because of everybody that you lost. We have a couple other picks I think that's worth talking about. The Saints pick is in. Do we have that actually?
We do. Per Jordan Schultz at 132, the Saints are drafting Georgia tight end Oscar Delp.
Oh. No,
that was yesterday. That was different.
What is Jordan Schultz doing over there? It's Jeremiah Wright, offensive guard out of Auburn. His Twitter's broken, dude.
I was going to say,
You're
I know
good.
they took Delp, but I thought it was way earlier.
I know. I was like, Delp? I was like, oh. But yeah,
I think
Jeremiah
he
Wright
retweeted
out of Auburn.
he retweeted a reaction to him getting picked.
Okay,
Looking here,
gotcha.
Jeremiah Wright from Auburn is who the Saints have taken
Yeah.
at 132.
Oh, that was just bad timing then.
All good. We got the let's see, what do we got here? We've got the Ravens on the clock. Or their pick might be, well, who's on the clock? 49ers?
Nope, there's a
Did
trade.
They,
The
they traded
Ravens.
up? Oh, the Ravens traded up. Load with the 5-bomb. Just got on to see that the Chiefs got a safety. I'm giving Chiefs draft so far an A. You think the Chiefs will draft a wide receiver in the 5th? Good job on the coverage. Thank you, Load. Yeah, so he's a defensive back, played in the slot last year, and hopefully it just helps keep Chamari Connor out of the slot. I mean, between Kader Kohu and Kennedy, who the Chiefs just drafted, he's got versatility there. And we'll play some special teams too, quite possibly. You needed an upgrade, or not even just an upgrade. You just needed more depth in the safety room. Yeah, you lost Brian Cook, which was a massive loss. You brought in Alohi Gilman. You got Jaden Hicks. You got Chamari Connor. But man, one of those guys, like, you need depth. Just think of any of these position groups. You lose a guy to injury. It's next man up always, but the more depth, the merrier, especially defensive backs, trenches, I mean, even wide receiver. I think when it comes to injuries, like wide receiver, corners, which is why hopefully somebody was asking, do you think the Chiefs could get a wide receiver? I mean, I kind of hope so. What was your thoughts, Price, real quick here on the Chiefs trading up for Delane? How surprised were you? Because I haven't talked with you at all about any of the draft picks, but when they traded up, who did you think it was gonna be for, and what was your initial reaction to them trading up for a cornerback? I fell on the floor. Just so you know, I fell on the floor back here.
I thought it was going to be Tyson Urbane, like looking at who they were jumping ahead of. They did a very good job of keeping, and I think this whole draft has really kind of told us that maybe you need to forget, especially for people like me who follow the Chiefs draft very closely, maybe we need to forget some of the things that we've told ourselves, whether it be that the Chiefs don't draft corners very high. Coming into this draft, the Chiefs had spent 11 picks on cornerbacks. 9 of those had been on day 3. Obviously, the best one being Trent McDuffie, who they traded up for, but that was in the 20s. They kept their love for Delane on the down low. I think the board told you a little bit that he was by far and away the cornerback number 1. The next one goes like 20 picks later, into the 30s in the draft. And yeah. I think what they did is that they gave themselves a real good chance to just like, this is a pick that we should have to worry about. That this is a guy who's going to come in and contribute right away, like just be a starting corner day 1.
Yeah.
I kind of disagree with some of the notion, and I've heard this from a number of people, that like, okay, well, you spent these picks on him. He needs to be a perennial All-Pro and needs to be a top 3 or 4 corner in the league. Would I love to see that? Absolutely. But I think like that's kind of a simplistic way of looking at it. I certainly would say that he does probably need to be a Pro Bowl player in his career, but if he is just a set it and forget it outside corner that's very good and reliable for them, I'm okay with doing that in this class. You know, also we get the hindsight of like what other, like Bain falls to 15. It's clear that some teams had concerns around the arm length. And, you know, I also think that maybe the Chiefs didn't want to, maybe they're trying to shift the culture a little bit. And I think that there were some concerns there probably too. But to me, it was an aggressive move, but we know that they like to get their guy. I would have loved to see them maybe trade back at some point to maybe recoup some of those picks, because I do think that they have a lot of holes. But overall, love the player, was excellent in coverage, a very Spags-like player. And it sounds like they were super high on him in the building. So they went up and got their guy, and I definitely think there was a chance the Saints were going to get him.
Yeah, when it comes to this draft class, it's just a weird class, man. I hope Mansour Delane is just first team All-Pro out the gate. I mean, but I don't know if he will be, right? You know, I think he'll be a day 1 starter for sure. You kind of need him to be. He's the best corner in the draft. It's not even close. High character guy. I love his confidence. Can play, I mean, primarily outside, but they believe he can kick inside if needed. No touchdowns allowed last year, no penalties. I mean, he is going to massively help this defense Was I a little surprised they moved up to get him? Yes, but Veach said, hey, we were not sure if we were not confident based on our prediction models that he would make it past the Saints at 8. We wanted to trade up and get our guy. He was a top 5 guy on our board. And I think especially once like Arvell Reese, like I think they were pretty high on Bailey Reese. They said a top 5 guy on their board, so I don't know who else. Maybe Tate. I think it's safe to say Bailey, Reese, Tate. Those were 3. I would have to go back and look at the picks to see who else went before 6. But yeah, you got one of your top guys, made sure you solidified it, and Bane fell to top 15. I mean, he fell to 15. We have a few more draft picks that I do want to announce. 133rd overall is Matthew Hibner, tight end out of SMU, went to the Ravens. They don't have Likely. I feel like they've made more moves at tight end than that, but they did get a guy here in the 4th round. Kendall Daniels, linebacker out of Oklahoma, is going to the Atlanta Falcons. I believe now the Colts are on the clock. We're getting closer to the end of round 4, and the Chiefs are going to be selecting. If anybody is wondering, hey, when the heck are the Chiefs up next? They're in the 5th round, but they're not until, in theory, later. Like near the end of the 5th round, they have 2 picks. Doesn't mean they couldn't move up. I'm not expecting a lot of moves. Maybe they trade back and try to get one more. But I would be surprised if they move up. For sure, not aggressively. You might see a micro, like a small move up or something, but they only have 3 picks left. And, I mean, I think they need some more darts to throw at the old board. What about...
Yeah.
Price, what about Peter Woods? What are your thoughts on Peter Woods, getting him at 29, and how you think he could help out the interior of that defense?
Yeah, this one surprised me a little bit. Not necessarily because of, like, I thought it was a reach. I mean, it would kind of always seem like he was the back end of the 1st round type of guy. Just their interest. I wasn't surprised that they took this type of player because he was kind of one of the few in the buckets of a penetrating 3 tech. The only problem with that is that it's really hard to project him, or I should say it's hard to project him. It's hard to envision him in that role because he played in such a wide variety of roles for Clemson. I watched his 2025 tape for my formal eval of him. The day after, I went back and watched 2024. 2024, he's used as a stand-up edge a lot. Now, his best reps certainly come at 3 tech, and I think that is where his upside is. This guy who was 5th on the Freaks list, the only player higher in the class on the Freaks list was Caden Proctor, who was at number 2. But he is very twitchy. I mean, you can see him getting off the plane, the pictures that they put on social media. I mean, this guy's just built like a tank. And I think his explosiveness is really exciting, what he can do. I mean, I think right now he's a better run defender than he is a pass rusher, but he has that upside. And I think you're looking at, like, his ability to not only pair with Chris Jones, but Omar Norman Lott. Like, one of the things I've said is you can make Chris Jones and George Karlaftis better players by not playing them 75% of the snaps like they do.
80.
So
even.
Geez. Yeah. So I think it's okay for there to be a rep where it's Peter Woods next to Kairos Tonga. It's okay for it to be Omar Norman Lott and Kairos Tonga. And I think something else too is, like, I wouldn't read into this what it means for Omar Norman Lott, because a lot of these best defensive lines, they rotate in a lot. I would still like to see Norman Lott be closer to the player he was at Tennessee as far as a quicker twitched up guy. And, you know, Peter Woods, he's another guy that he came into this year as a consensus top 10 pick. A lot of people had him near the top of their board because he just seemed like an ascending player, highly recruited, all those things. Obviously, Clemson had a really rough year. The whole team struggled. But you look at the difference between him and TJ Parker, who ironically he went ahead, but TJ Parker had a much cleaner process. Peter Wood shows up to the combine sub 300 pounds, doesn't test. And it's like, okay, well, you came here sub 300 pounds, you're this freakslets guy, and you're not going to do anything. And he goes to his pro day, gets injured at his pro day, not able to complete it. But I think they're betting on the upside here, and there's a ton of it there with him. And I think that this is a good fit for him. I think it's a good infrastructure for him. And ultimately, I was surprised it wasn't edge, but seeing what they did with pick 40, they're definitely getting some explosive defensive line picks here. And I think overall, they're just trying to add more speed to the defense.
Yeah, and then when you look at, I'm going to go over a couple more picks here, but when you look at the board when they got Peter Woods at 29, there was a big pocket of defensive ends still available, and only 2 went off the board between 29 and 40. It was TJ Parker. He went to the Bills, and then Keldrick Falk went somewhere, maybe the Titans, but those are the only 2.
Yeah, Titans.
Yeah, those are the only 2, and I will ask you your opinion and just thoughts on the pretty surprising pick at 40. We'll get there in a second, but there's been a few more draft picks, and then want to hang out with chat for a minute here. We'll bring Price right back in. Let's see. I don't know how far we have gone. I think there's only a couple guys here. At 134, the Falcons selected Kendall Daniels, linebacker out of Oklahoma. I think we touched on, or we mentioned that. At 135, the Colts got Bryce Botcher. I'm not sure. Maybe Price knows, but linebacker out of Oregon. I'm not great at last names.
I think
sometimes, but Betcher. Okay, maybe not. Maybe I shouldn't read the O and the E. Biatcher, that's insane. But let's see. How are you guys feeling? Cole, what are your thoughts on Deontay Lawson? Would he be worth drafting? Maybe we could get Price's thoughts if he has anything there. Eric Berry was better than Cook. What are we arguing about in chat? Eric Berry was awesome. Do you think the Chiefs still pick Delane if Arvell Reese was available? No. Well, I don't want to say it definitively, but I think if Arvell Reese is there at 6, I think the Chiefs get him. I could be completely wrong, but
my antenna kind of went up during the press conference a little bit where they talked about the board, and he mentioned Bailey and Reese, and he did not mention Bain.
He didn't mention Bain.
That might have just been a subtle slip, but there's a chance he just wasn't on their board, period. Spagnuolo's had guys like this.
They're talking about Reese, though. I don't know. Maybe did you hear who he asked about? He asked about
Reese.
Yeah,
okay. But I think
sure.
I think that they probably had Bailey and Reese as their top 2 guys, and then Bain on down the board a little bit, or maybe he wasn't on the board entirely. So I've heard the conspiracy theory that the Chiefs traded up to 6, thinking there's no way the Giants take Reese because they have Abdul Carter, because they have Thibodeau, because they have Burns. Which, I mean, it's not invalid theory, but I just think that they'd probably wait for that pick to come in first before.
Yeah, I'm over here. I heard that too, but I'm like, how can you not hit confirm on the trade up before? Like, surely you don't have to hit confirm on a trade up before you know what that team is picking at 5. So hopefully not.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, if we're talking about like what player do I feel more confident laying my head on the pillow at night as far as what their fit is in Kansas City, it would certainly be Delane. Like I feel very good. There goes Bryce Lance. Hate to see it.
Yeah, so wide receiver out of North Dakota State, Bryce Lance is a New Orleans Saint at 136. Cowboys on the clock. Dolphins, 49ers, and Bengals to follow. Here's the last few picks if you wanted to look at them. The Chiefs are going to be picking at near the end of round 5. We're at the end of round 4. So I'm not really sure how long that'll take, but just a FYI for anybody wondering when the Chiefs pick next.
Saints are putting together a pretty good draft here, in my opinion. Bryce Lance, Christian Miller, Oscar Delp, Jordan Tyson. Like I like that stack.
Got some guys for Tyler Shuck to throw the ball to. I mean, you still have some guys on that roster too. Obviously, Olave. Trying to think. They got a tight end over there.
Juwan Johnson.
Yeah, I was like, it's not Juwan. I think it's not Juwan Jennings. Juwan Johnson. Thank you. Their running back room. They got somebody in free agency. They
Travis
also
Etienne.
Obviously have Alvin Kamara. Who did they get?
Travis Etienne.
Yeah.
The Jags running back. Yeah, it was kind of like, were the Chiefs going to do Kenneth Walker or Travis Etienne? They ended up taking Travis Etienne. But yeah, they're building that infrastructure for Shuck, which is nice. And I love the Christian Miller pick, and I love the Delp pick too. Like they're getting a guy who's going to be able to come in there and block, and has a lot of athletic upside too. So they've done a pretty good job in this draft. That's always one of my favorite things, to go through and pick out my favorite classes, which is also like total idiot test. Like I really recommend, chat, if you do this, if you've got strong draft opinions, when the Chiefs are on the clock, write down who you would have picked, not who they take, not afterwards. Write down who you would have taken, right? Because that's you go revisit that in a couple of years, and sometimes you're going to feel like a genius, and sometimes you're going to feel really stupid. Like one time I wrote down Puka Nacua, felt like a genius. I was a huge Puka Nacua guy because of him training with Cooper Kupp's wide receiver coach, the background that he had there, and loved him after the catch, which is obviously translated. But then a lot of times you feel like an idiot, you know. So it's a great exercise to do. And same thing with like picking out teams that you love their draft. Like, you know, a team that I've loved their last couple of drafts is the Steelers. Like, I've really loved the players that they brought in, and it's not really amounted to a whole lot. So what do I know?
Heck yeah. Yeah. Write down who you think they should have drafted and then revisit it in a couple of years is a pretty good idea. Dallas Cowboys pick is in at 137. Looking at the Chiefs roster, maybe they could get a wide receiver, maybe an offensive tackle, linebacker, can't rule that out either. Not really sure. Like, you lost Leo Chanel, just Jeffrey Bossa is a bit unproven, but he's also not really, I don't think, the Leo Chanel replacement either. I view Bossa more as kind of life after Drew Tranquil, but he's still a bit unknown, a bit unproven. I hit the wrong button, but hi, FLDB. Hi, Brand. How's it going?
Yeah, I would love for them to integrate Bossa more. I really liked what I saw from him in the preseason. He's a hammer looking for a nail, really explosive, had some really nice pop plays. And obviously, you know, as him being a converted safety, that he has coverage ability. So he's a guy that I would love to see be integrated more. And, you know, I do think the skill set with Tranquil and Bolton, I mean, you have a chance where all three of those guys can be on the field. If Bolton's playing more of a downhill role, Tranquil can obviously mix into the mic as well too. And, you know, anything I could do to keep Cole Christensen off the field, I'm going to do it.
Have we missed any other picks? Are we pretty caught up here?
I have the next two. I have the Cowboys and the Dolphins. So the Cowboys have taken defensive lineman from Alabama, L.T. Overton, at pick 137. Yep. And then Overton the Dolphins have selected Kyle Lewis, linebacker from Pitt.
Two interesting guys. You know, Overton, he's a guy who was a top 5-star recruit, really high recruit, never really achieved what people wanted him to. He's a guy who's a total tweener. Like, he's probably closer to like 270, 280. He's a guy who could, you know, play outside on early down, solid run defense, kick inside. The sack protection has never really lived up to the hype. He's a guy that for a couple of years was thought that could, if he took that next step, be a potential first-round pick. But a really good guy. Also, really interesting story. His mom was the assistant athletic coordinator at Alabama when he was a kid, and she's kind of traveled around the country doing that job in various roles for universities and stuff. So he grew up watching Crimson Tide football practices as a kid, grew up in Atlanta. And then Kyle Lewis, he's a very interesting, he's a hybrid player. Like, he's a big nickel is kind of what he is. He's a very athletic linebacker, very twitched up, good in coverage, just not a guy that you're going to want to keep on the field for rundowns. So, but he's an interesting role player. You figure he can come in and play some snaps for you and do some interesting things.
Somebody in chat yelling Duval. Yeah, Price was just talking about the Dolphins pick. He just saw it pop up down below.
Yeah, the Jags, on the other hand, their draft has been befuddling. I think you're seeing a very green, very new GM there who, you know, paid a very expensive price to go up and get Travis Hunter. They take a couple of guys who were like Nate Borketcher, who was the tight end that they took with their first pick, was like a consensus 200 player. Like, he was like in the 200s. And then the next guy that they take, I can't remember who it is, was another one of those players who was like on the consensus board, like in the 230s, and they take him in the top 100. So they appeared to be drafting players that they love and not really worried about what the outside noise is for that. So interesting. Who knows? You know, maybe it's smart, but young GM there.
Do you have any thoughts on Isaiah World? Do you know anything about him? Offensive tackle, 6'8".
Yeah. So World was a guy that, you know, this time last year, like when those 2027 early mocks come out, he was a guy that was on that list. Has a lot of tools. Oregon's got a pretty good track record of drafting and developing offensive tackles. Tore his ACL very late in the playoff game against Texas Tech, I believe, and he's a guy who hasn't been able to go through the process. But lots of tools. had a rough year in pass protection, just really inconsistent. Needs to clean up his technique a lot, but I like him. He went to the 49ers, you said?
No, somebody was just asking in chat about him. I
Oh,
think he's
okay.
still available.
Yeah, so I mean, he'd be. I mean, quite frankly, I think you might be able to get him as a PFA, like a preferred free
Okay.
agent, because of his process and stuff like that. Tools for days, needs development. Like I said, there was some pedigree there for him. Had some moments, but just really got to clean up the footwork and penalties as well too. David Bailey ate his lunch all game in that game.
Yeah, we got a $2 super chat saying, "Hey Cole, opinion on 6'8" tackle Isaiah World." So I just like having the draft encyclopedia Price Carter here on stream because I just be like, "Hey, what about this guy?" You know?
Yeah, I wish, if you really want to watch someone cook, it's watching Dane Brugler on day 3. Just whenever they do the recap, because his goal is to have someone in the beast, have every player who's drafted be in the beast. And just listening to, because like whatever I'm doing, he's like quadruple it. And then he's also like,
he's
and by the way,
insane.
this kid went to all-state choir as a tenor. He sang Pietà Signore, and his mom is a beautiful Italian woman who cooks pasta every night. And he just like has all of this off the cuff. I mean, it's incredible. Cannot shout that out.
Dude, Dane Brugler is the GOAT, man. I mean, you just want to talk about somebody who I feel like he just really owns the space, not like in a prideful way, but just if you say, hey, who's one of the top draft guys that you would go to? I mean, everybody's going to have Dane Brugler in there. Some of their top. Maybe they won't have him as number 1, but he'll be in everybody's top 3 for sure. Thoughts on Delane? Yeah, man, I'm happy with the pick. Obviously, a little surprised they moved up to get him, but like I understand it. And it's a big area of need. You lost McDuffie, you lost Jalen Watson. You have Noel Williams, but Christian Fulton, who looked better at the end of the year, spent most of last year injured. So you need depth at the position. Big area of need. And with that, I would love to get your thoughts. I'm going to announce a couple more picks here, but Price, I would love to hear thoughts on the speed rusher that the Chiefs got at 40. That's the only pick that the Chiefs have selected that we haven't discussed. Just love to get your thoughts there in a second here. Harry with the 2. Glad I chose when I work today so I can tune in. Let's go, Harry. Good to see you in here, man. The fact that the Raiders got Fernando Mendoza is insane. I don't know. Is it? I mean, it's not insanely surprising. But shoot, I feel like the Raiders, the AFC West is not getting any easier. The Raiders have slowly but surely been making some moves. Obviously, we know the Chargers, we know the Broncos. I mean, the Broncos had a really good year last year. Bo Nix will come back healthy. It's not getting any easier in the AFC West, that is for sure. But let's look at these next couple of picks and see how far off we are if we need to announce a couple more. But we're getting near the end of the 4th round. The Dolphins selected linebacker Kyle Lewis out of Pittsburgh at 138. The pick is in for the 49ers at 139. Bengals will be on the clock, or they're on the clock now at 140, which is the last pick of the draft. And we might have a couple of these picks already. Brand or FLDB. Actually, here we go. Ephesians Prysock, cornerback out of Washington, goes to the 49ers. Price, that was your 100th guy, I think, that you said you studied, right?
Yep. He was the last one. I was kind of fishing around the cornerback room, trying to guess at what the Chiefs is. He's got length. He's very solid in coverage, sticky, pretty good long speed. He had a really good combine. Shout out to Craig Stout over at KCSN. He has this algorithm that he's built that's called CBAT that combines length, athletic testing, and production. He was one of his tier 1 CBAT guys, which I think it's got something like a 40 or 50% correlation to being a average NFL starter and like a 30 to 20% correlation of being a Pro Bowl or an All-Pro. So really cool formula that he's created. Ephesians Prysock was one of those guys. So I was like, all right, well, and the Chiefs have really liked their tier 1 CBAT guys. So he's one of the guys I went and looked at, as well as Malik Muhammad, both of those guys who have just kind of went off the board here. But yeah, he's interesting. He played with Tacario Davis, which at one point, another guy who was I did him in my way too early 2026 mock draft for the Chiefs in the 1st round because 6'3", nice and long. But Prysock's actually the guy who held up better against Jeremiah Smith this year at Ohio State. So interesting player. I feel like this is right in his range, and I think he can do some things for a defense. I think he can find his way into starting role.
Somebody just said, hey, what picks do the Chiefs have left? I'll pull that up real quick here. Here's who the Chiefs have drafted. Obviously, Delane, Peter Woods, Mason Thomas, Jaden Kennedy. And then they've got 3 picks left. You've got 2 near the end of the 5th and then a 6th. Price, would love to get your thoughts on speed rusher. R. Mason Thomas at 40. How surprised were you with that based on his size and Spags typically not opting for that? I am intrigued by it. I think it's a cool little change up, especially if you could sprinkle him in, at least to start on like definite passing downs to go around the edge. Said it'll open some things up in theory for the interior guys too. So what was your reaction and what are your thoughts on R. Mason Thomas?
I was very surprised. You know, when that was the pick, I will say I was pretty lukewarm on it at first, but upon further evaluation, I think my concern is more with the coaching staff than it is the player himself. I felt that was right in his range. I never thought he was a first rounder, but didn't think it was a reach at all as far as value goes. My concern was just like the Chiefs historically haven't played these type of players, and they did take him. Now, something that's a little unique about him as far as a speed rusher goes is that like he does hold up against the run adequately. I'm not going to call him a plus run defender, but he stands in there and fights, and he's a good speed to power guy. I think one thing that may be under discussed about him is just the injury history. He has sprained both ankles in his college career. He also had a quad injury this year and a hamstring injury. So the injury history with him, it's not nothing. And he's a guy that the tools are like, when you watch him on tape, you're like, okay, this guy's going to test really well. But then the testing was all right. It wasn't great. And he lacks length. 6'2", 241 pounds. It's in like the 4th percentile of weight for edge rushers. And I believe 5th percentile arms. So not a really long guy, but you watch his game and you can see the vision of what they're wanting. And look, if you're going to spend the 40th pick on this guy, he's got to find the field. I'm totally on board for the Chiefs trying to get here. Like something I've got to kind of take out of my brain is the notion of like, okay, this isn't a good player because the Chiefs wouldn't draft him. Because in the past, like Cassius Howell, R. Mason Thomas, those just aren't those type of guys that they've taken. That doesn't mean that they're not good players. And I think the Chiefs are looking for someone who can win in 3 seconds or less. So he's a dog. I love his play style. Has some really fun reps. Called game against Auburn this year. Like got a safety to seal the game for Auburn or for Oklahoma. I know the Chiefs. They really love their Sooners, man. They've got a ton of They've had a ton of Sooners and continue to have with Creed Humphrey, Wanya Morris. They had Orlando Brown, Hollywood Brown. They bring in DeMarco Murray, and hey, I think Deion Burks is still on the board too, who is another guy that's pretty Chiefsy as far as a separating wide receiver who runs out of the slot. So maybe they bring in another Sooner. But I was surprised. I went back and looked at his 2024 and 2025 tape the other day. Has a great rep against Trevor Gooseby, who's going to be a top 10 pick next year in the 2027 draft, the left tackle for Texas. Great. And I mean, he's got some bend too. So I was surprised. I really hope it works, man, because like I would really love to see this type of player in the defense.
Yeah, it's at least intriguing to see them deviating slightly, just trying to mix it up. You've got Karlaftis. Gelati is kind of in that same mold. So why not try something a little bit different here and get a speed rusher? He said he models his game after Nick Benito. Real quick here, Colby Young, wide receiver out of Georgia, is a Bengal. That was the last pick of the 4th round. We are into the 5th round. Dude, what the heck? Another Kamari is going to the Texans. Kamari Lassiter and now Kamari Ramsey. Safety out of USC. That was pick 141. The Titans are on the clock. We are in the 5th round. And I have seen some people in chat talking about Mike Pennell. They said, what the heck is going on with Mike Pennell news? Well, Mike Pennell Jr. is a person of interest in a Dominican Republican death. A 21-year-old woman went missing in the DR in 2021 and was discovered earlier this year on a property owned by NFL veteran Mike Pennell Jr. at the time she disappeared. I have no idea what's going to come from this, but if anybody's wondering why Mike Pennell Jr. is being talked about in chat, this is what's going on. We shall see. there's been a little bit of news also this week that don't love to hear, see, deal with during the draft. I know that defensive backs coach Dave Merritt was arrested, and he's out on bond dealing with some, I think the initial charge is like DV related. His daughter, I don't know any details. We'll just kind of wait. Andy Reid basically said, hey, we're aware of the situation. We're in communication. We're letting it all play out, and we'll see. He has no criminal history. This is very random, unexpected. Again, when it comes to this stuff, you want to take the initial stuff serious, but also let the situation play out, and we'll kind of go from there. I don't know if that changes his status for anything with the Chiefs, but it was just one of those things where he was arrested like that night, right before night one of the draft. And yeah, we'll just kind of have to wait and see. But there's a couple things just kind of going on there. Fernando Carmona, offensive guard, offensive lineman out of Arkansas, is a Tennessee Titan at 142. The Cardinals are now on the clock. We're getting a little bit closer to the Chiefs' next picks, but we're at the beginning of round 5, and the Chiefs are still quite a ways down. They're pick 29 in the 5th round, and we are on pick 2. Well, pick 3 now, because the Cardinals, their pick is in. The Panthers are on the clock. And, yeah, there we go. I'm always running on fumes on day 3, but I'm always happy to be here and to hang out with you guys. Hopefully, you guys are doing well in chat. When did the Chiefs pick? Yeah, I just brought that up. Cole Mahomes' injury thoughts? I mean, he's rehabbing well. He's on pace, on track to hopefully be back sometime in training camp, and maybe even doing a little bit more later on in OTAs. It's just one of those things where it's a wait and see. But for now, I mean, when it comes to Mahomes and that injury, no news is kind of good news. He's just progressing in his rehab, and that's kind of it right now. I mean, he's in the meetings at OTAs, or yeah, phase 1 is here for the Chiefs. I know that Justin Fields is kind of heading things up a little bit with the guy that is the interim QB1 or QB2 if Mahomes is ready week 1. We've got Magic with the 2-bomb. Adam Randall, Red Murdoch, Mike Trigg, Taylon Green, all caps. Those are some guys that he just mentioned. I'm assuming as options here for the Chiefs in the 5th and the 6th round. You like any of those guys, Price? Adam Randall?
Yeah, I like Randall. He's a converted wide receiver running back, but he was really explosive at Clemson, and he's bigger than Brashard Smith. I watched a lot of Clemson tape, obviously, this year with all the guys that they had. And he's one of those names I didn't get to like formally, but he was one of the guys that I kind of liked, and I think he could be on the board for them on into day 3. Taylon Green, did he just go to the Steelers? It's someone in the chat said that, but he's like he's got some reps from Arkansas that's just like, brother, what are we seeing? But he is very, very twitchy, kind of similar to the Alabama quarterback that got drafted last year, whose name is escaping me. But the Seahawks took him, like tons of tools. Long way to go as a passer, but love him as a runner. Red Murdoch, he played at Buffalo in the MAC. He's a downhill linebacker, a lethal peanut punch, a lot of forced fumbles for him. He'd be a fun guy, a Shrine Bowl guy as well too. Michael Trigg, I've seen people talk about him in the chat. Look, Michael Trigg, he's one of the guys that I evaluated. If you watch Michael Trigg's highlights, you're going to be like, how's this not a top 32 pick? He has some of the best highlight reel catches you're going to see. Plays the game like a basketball player. Watching a full game of Michael Trigg, you kind of see why he's not drafted yet. Not a blocker, period. The hands are inconsistent. Like, that's the thing. Like, he really wins to the catch point, but then is inconsistent there. So, like, he has some highlight catches, but then he also has some layups that he drops. He's an interesting body type. I've also, Brugler has mentioned before that there's some motivation issues, some character questions there. Nothing criminal or anything, but just like, how much does this guy want to focus? How much does this guy want to play ball? I saw someone here in the chat talking about Jeff Caldwell. Certainly understand why you'd want to. He played at Cincinnati this year after 4 years at Lindenwood, which is a very small school. This is a freaks list guy, 6'5", turned in a 4.3 140-yard dash, 42 in the vertical jump, almost nearly perfect relative athletic score. The only problem is he's only ever been good at Lindenwood. He was very average with the quarterback that could be a top 5 pick in Brendan Swordsby now for Texas Tech, was at Cincinnati this past year. and a 10.1% drop rate for Caldwell. So there's some things to get excited there. I think like if you're hoping for him, it's like special teams, and then like, hey, maybe can he grow and develop into a role like MVS, where we're going to line you up as a sacrificial X and stretch the field. But yeah, I mean, you would bet on those tools for sure for him.
Bryce Carter, lead draft analyst of Arrowhead Addict, a encyclopedia of draft knowledge. It's actually insane. I have a couple questions for you about how much draft prep you've done, but a couple things. We'll go over a couple picks. Shannon with the 2 said, rather have Jennings or Brian Thomas Jr. Well, the fact that he wasn't traded by now, I think that means he's probably not being traded, because I would think if the Jags were wanting to trade Brian Thomas Jr., they would have wanted a pick to use to try to get an impact player. So for now, for the answer to that question right now at this point in time, definitely Juwan Jennings. He's a willing blocker. He was in Shanahan's system as a 49er. So, I mean, maybe it's not as like high of a ceiling as a blocker as Juju, but he's still going to be a quality blocker in the run game. And then he's more of a receiving threat than Juju has been the past couple of years. So that would be like a dream signing for me after the draft. I don't know how realistic it is. I don't know what he's going to cost. And yeah, the Chiefs don't have a ton of money. So we'll see about that. 143rd overall, the Cardinals are going to be selecting Reggie Virgil, a wide receiver out of Texas Tech, 6'3", 187 pounds. That means the Panthers are either on the clock or their pick is in, and the Chargers are next up.
Yeah, Virgil was the guy that I put in my final predictive mock to the Chiefs in this realm, because again, I always thought that they were waiting for wide receiver. I wondered if the Chiefs would come out of this with a Texas Tech player, just because of what Mahomes is doing there with NIL, which, by the way, as a Chiefs fan, I love what he is doing at Texas Tech. Like, I'm not sure there's any player that's embracing their alma mater quite like him as far as what he's doing for that program. Him and Cody Campbell, the Texas oil billionaire tycoon who's done a lot to make that program what it is. Virgil is very similar to Tyquan Thornton, a field stretcher, a guy who wins in the vertical plane, explosive, adequate at the catch point, similar body type as well too. But he's got some real big boom plays for him. It's just the consistency and like, is he going to be able to beat more physical press coverage? But this feels like the right range for him. And again, another guy that I think is going to help you open up the field. I had wondered if the Chiefs would take that type of player. They sniffed around that with having a 30 visit with Carnell Tate, Ted Hurst. They had a 30 visit. They also had a 30 visit with, there's one other kind of like field stretching wide receiver. I was like, okay, well, are they thinking about adding this type of player? And the answer is no, apparently, because they're just going to keep drafting defense.
I've seen some comments in chat. It's pretty hit or miss on reactions right now with the Chiefs only going defense. I saw somebody recently say it's the Chiefs' worst draft I've ever seen. I think that might be a bit of an overreaction, considering none of these guys have played a single snap in the NFL. But as fans, we have the right to feel kind of however we want. If you wanted the Chiefs to go a bunch of different routes and you disagree, totally fine. We'll have to just trust the process, man. I mean, this is what they've done. So you just kind of roll with it. You root for the guys, and we just look at the pieces of the puzzle being put together. Part A in free agency, B is now 1B via the draft. They'll add some after the draft, a couple vets at some point. UDFAs will come in. You'll have the 90-man roster fill pretty much fully out, and then you'll start getting ready. I mean, training camp will be in a couple months. You obviously have rookie minicamp, mandatory minicamp, some OTAs. I think phase 3 will be after that, and then it'll get a little quiet until third week of July. Training camp. We have a couple more picks, I think, that have gone off the board, or at least one for sure. Pick 144. Sam Hecht,
yeah. Center
out of
from
K-State.
One of the few true centers in this class. I mean, Kansas State's reputation with offensive line on the league is really high. He had a great Senior Bowl. He was kind of consensus corner 2 or 3. Connor Lew from Auburn went a little bit earlier. Connor Lew tore his ACL pretty late in the going, but still, like, he's going to be ready to go for camp. So he was kind of one of those consensus like top 2 or 3 corners in the class. So interesting player there, good fit for them just to build that offensive line around Bryce Young.
Heck yeah, man. We've got a couple super chats. Crimson, thanks so much for the 18 months. Huge thanks to Price for joining HBTC today. Love all the insight. Yeah, man. Me and Price talked some draft stuff before the draft. We we put it on out there on the channel like the week before the draft, and I was like, I always think of ideas last minute. So I think I hit Price. I think I hit you up like the day before the draft or something, or maybe the morning of day one, the night one. I was like, hey, what is your schedule? Do you want to get on here at some point and talk some draft picks? Because, man, you know your stuff. Greg with the 2 said Kennedy and Delane. Pro comps are McDuffie. I don't know.
I could see the McDuffie comps for Kennedy as well too.
Okay.
I think physically Delane matches up a little bit closer to McDuffie.
Yes.
As far as the length and stuff goes, which also, I mean, the Chiefs seem to like love short arms this year. I don't know how they're like almost all short arm team here because Peter Woods is in that bucket. R. Mason Thomas is in that bucket as well too. And I can see it as far as like what he does in run support. And Kennedy also 8% arm length. So far, I don't think they've taken a player that's in the 10th percentile of arm length for their position. So all T-Rex team here.
Oh, dude, if they would have got Bane, I mean, you just would have kept going on the same exact mindset there. So we got 2 super chats. I'm going to answer them in reverse order because Jay with the 10 bomb said, I can see why people are disappointed, but defense was a huge issue last year, and so were the play calls on offense. We have the offensive players. We need defensive guys who can quickly end drives. Yeah, I mean, you got to remember, even with all the guys they had on defense last year, there were some issues. 4th worst on 3rd downs, bottom 8 in sacks. You're trying to address that in the trenches. And then hopefully you can get some guys that can blitz at a bit higher of a level too. Their rankings when sending pressure, I mean, it just dropped dramatically in 25 compared to 2024. Some of that's D-line related. I think you missed losing out Justin Reed as well. But hopefully you can get a couple guys that can blitz at a pretty high level. And then just you're bringing in or you're developing talent from last year too. Noel Williams. I mean, you've got guys back there. But then the reason why I answer these in reverse order is because the Breeze, thank you guys for all the super chats and hanging out. Appreciate everybody being here. Said with the 10 bomb, assuming the Chiefs go wide receiver next, who do you think they go with? And he mentioned somebody that Price may be able to speak on. And then I would love to hear your thoughts, Price, on some wide receivers in this range. He said Caldwell is 6'5", with a 4.3 140. McAllister is 6'3", but more of a contested catch guy. McCauley is 6'5", QB to wide receiver conversion with good hands. Before we get to that, we have another couple of picks. I'll bring them up. Then what I'm going to do is throw this to Price if he has a few minutes. I just want to run upstairs and heat up my food before the Chiefs get within striking distance. I just haven't eaten today. But obviously, Price, I don't know when you need to leave. Just let me know. I can also throw anytime to Brand and FLDB who are in here too. But real quick, Nick Barrett, defensive tackle out of South Carolina, is with the Chargers. Parker Brailsford, interior O-lineman center is what he's listed as out of Alabama, is with the Browns. We've got the Commanders pick in. The Seahawks are on the clock. With that, I am just going to run up, eat food real quick, throw it to Price, but obviously we can throw to Brand or FLDB as well anytime that's needed.
Yeah, for sure. So wide receiver-wise, I think definitely that my top available wide receiver would be Deion Burks, the wide receiver from Oklahoma, ironically. If you see a picture of Deion Burks, it's a great one. He was pretty highly ranked on the Freaks list last year. He's really twitched up. The injuries are a bit of a concern for him. But that Oklahoma offense looked its best when they had him as the centerpiece of that offense. Also brings some special teams ability too. He's going to be a slot-only guy, a little bit smaller, but he's not slight of build like Xavier Worthy. Like he's really dense, really twitched up, pretty explosive after the catch, a separator. He's a guy I could see them being in on. And another local guy, Kevin Coleman Jr., the slot wide receiver again from Missouri. He's a guy that the Chiefs had a 30 visit with. Look, I watched a lot of Mizzou. Been to a couple of their games this year with Christian, who I podcast with. He's a Mizzou. He's in grad school at Mizzou right now. So we went out to a game. I'm never going to say that I sit and watch Kevin Coleman and be like, there's a NFL wide receiver. But I do think that he can be useful for you. I think, he could be a guy who just separates, is able to bring some speed to the field. Again, another smaller bodied guy, but not super slight of build. The chat's been talking about Jeff Caldwell a lot too. We mentioned him. He's a size speed combo. Drops have been an issue for him, and then just level of competition. Took a big step back in production when he stepped up to Cincinnati with the guy Brendan Sorsby at quarterback, who figures to might be a top 10 pick next year. So some questions asked there. He's very good at Lindenwood, but also it's Lindenwood. I think if you just want to go offense in general here, there are some names here on the board. Another guy that the Chiefs had a 30 visit with, Justin Jolie, who's a move tight end, really good yak. He played at NC State. He's not going to be a blocker for you. He's not a nothing as a blocker. I would probably liken him to what Kelsey is, where like he can do it, but it's not his strength. Emmett Johnson is still on the board as well too. Running back who was one of the most productive running backs in college football this year, led the nation in missed tackles forced per PFF. Also second in the league in total yards, or second in all of FBS in total yards receiving. He's a great fit. Like if you're telling me you're getting Emmett Johnson here, I know that a lot of people might not want a running back, but at this range and his fit, like the Dana Holgorsen offense for Nebraska, it's a very air raid blend. So there are a lot of times that he's flexed out as a wide receiver and asked to run real routes. As for blocking tight ends, I saw someone bring that up in the chat. Dallin Bentley is probably my favorite blocking tight end that's still on the board. He's from Utah, a little bit older prospect. I'm not sure we've seen the players draft a player as old as him. I believe he was a LDS mission guy who came back to school after his mission. So a little bit older too. Wow, I did not realize Chandler Rivers from Duke is still on the board. That shocks me. I would have loved for them to get Chandler Rivers. They went with Jaden Candy, a very similar player, a slot cornerback. Katron Allen and Nick Singleton, both running back. There's some great running back value here on the board. Katron Allen, nicknamed the Fat Man at Penn State, took Nick Singleton's job. Nick Singleton was a five-star recruit from Penn State, broke some of Saquon's rushing touchdown records and some of his weightlifting records. He's a freaks list guy as well, too. He was the consensus number one running back recruit in his class, and Katron Allen kind of took his job. Katron Allen, there's a reason why he didn't run a 40-yard dash. There's a nickname why his nickname is the Fat Man. But I will say this: guy gets north and south, good contact balance. He's a guy that would pair nicely with Kenneth Walker. A little bit of thunder to Kenneth Walker's lightning. So I like the running back board here, particularly just purely on value. We talked about Michael Trigg a little bit. A guy who's got some really great highlights, just not very consistent. Sounds like there's maybe some motivation issues for him too. Roman Hemby, the running back from Indiana, he's another guy that I like. Pretty good pass protection. He was kind of the lead back for Indiana, and then Kalen Black kind of became more and more a part of that offense as the season went on. But another guy who can just come in, be a ditch digger, get north and south, eat reps as Kenneth Walker gets spelled, or if the Chiefs aren't getting what they want out of Imari DiMercado. One other name I'll throw here, John Michael Gillenborg from Wyoming. He's another guy who I think has some nice separation and down speed ability. He is a better blocker in space than he is in the box, but he's another guy that I think you could bring in and possibly be a kind of flex tight end. I think he's more than what you're looking for from Jared Wiley as a blocker, so that would interest me as well too. So offensively, I think overall I really like the running back board. There's still quite a few guys that I like. Yeah.
I'm upstairs with FLDB, but can you guys go over the most recent picks?
Absolutely.
I can share the screen if it's helpful.
Yeah, so we'll run over the last couple of picks here. We're on into the fifth round. I believe the last one we covered was Nick Barrett, the defensive interior lineman from South Carolina. The Browns, they take Parker Brailsford, the center from Alabama. He's got good quickness, pretty solid technique, just a little bit smaller body type. So they take him, and then with the 147th pick, the Commanders, they take Joshua Josephs, who was a pretty Spagsy type defensive end. Honestly, I was worried that they were going to take him at 40 because he is so Spags coded. But nice long length for him, pretty explosive, but not a ton of technique and not overly productive for Tennessee. So that is what we have. The Seahawks are on the board with the 148th pick right now. That puts the Chiefs, who are at 169, getting close. They're about 15 to 20 picks away. So
we also had a trade. The Raiders traded Tyree Wilson and a 7th round pick for number 150 with the Saints.
Oh, okay. Well, Tyree Wilson, I was in the building for Tyree Wilson being drafted. I shouldn't say in the building. I was on the lawn when he was the number 6 or 7 overall pick by the Las Vegas Raiders. Guy from Texas Tech, ton of tools, has never really lived up to all the potential that he had. I had wondered if they would trade him. He's just a guy that's like, all right, he needs to change his scenery. He's just never really been able to put it all together. Tools for days, not a lot of production. Kind of in that Shamar Stewart bucket of like, how do we translate these tools into a good football player? But that's interesting. I mean, I think that makes all the sense for the Saints. They like those type of long power edge rushers. They're kind of similar to the Chiefs in that way too. So interesting trade there.
We also have the Seahawks pick. With the 148th pick in the draft, they take Bo Stevens, lineman from Iowa.
Yeah, he's another guy that I know a lot of people really liked as far as a interior offensive lineman prospect. He's a center. Some people had him as their number 1 center. I know earlier Jennings Dunker, his teammate, went. Kind of a fan favorite, the redheaded mustached mullet guy who does hay bale throwing competitions and stuff. A real character. But building up that interior offensive line, I believe the center for the Seahawks is a guy like so. 2 years ago, or last year, the Seahawks center just retired like mid-season very suddenly, and then the backup stepped up and played pretty well and was the guy that ultimately they won the Super Bowl with this past year. But obviously they've got Grace Abel in there, Anthony Bradford from LSU. He's a guy that I think that they've looked to replace as well too. So we'll see what they end up doing there. So I am going to real quick. I am wifeless today, not because she left me because I cover the draft too much, but she is out of town and my kids are taking a nap right here and I keep looking over at the baby monitor. I'm going to talk to my son, who is of course not napping but playing and is yelling my name. So I'm going to talk to him for a second if you guys want to take it away.
All right, no problem. You'll just hear me in the background, so I'm just going to say the next pick for the Browns, we have that as well. And they're taking Cole's guy, Justin Jefferson.
No! Justin Jefferson! Not Justin Jefferson. Justin Jefferson, the linebacker?
Yes, sir.
I'm still eating, but I wanted to check in real quick. We've had some super chats. The Leafy Green with the 5 coming from a Husker fan. I think Emmett Johnson is a value here and would be a solid 2 behind Kenneth Walker. Also has solid hands. You certainly can't rule a running back out, especially if you're just looking for more offensive pieces this late in the round, or this late in the draft. You gotta, you could be creative. It could be wide receiver. It could be tight end. And we have back-to-back 50 bombs from Nefarious. Considering we traded just about all of our 2022 defensive draft, the need to replace that was dire. I like our selections, upping our speed to get at the quarterback versus trying to chase down wide receivers en route or after the catch, which is how the last 2 years have felt like. Thank you for the back-to-back 50 bombs, brother, because another 50 bomb, he said, I can see the design of the D, and I'm loving it. There's plenty of lower-cost offensive guys for us to fill out our roster. Might drive some fans nuts, but our offensive line has been addressed. The D-line is what hurt us, or the defense is what hurt us more. Loving the coverage this weekend. Well, thank you, Nefarious. Appreciate all the kind words. Appreciate all the support. We got a couple thousand in chat hanging out. 2,300 of you on a Saturday. I think it's a nice day outside. I stepped outside for a minute earlier. I went to bed at like 3:30 a.m., woke up at 9:45, and then I was like, okay, I need to sprint, sprint to the shower essentially, and then get ready to go live. So we've been doing that. The Chiefs are getting a little closer here. We probably have another couple picks worth announcing. And do we have those? FLDB? Do we have those?
Well, it was Justin Jefferson, and then we just had the Raiders, who took Dalton Johnson, a defensive back from Arizona. And we have a trade. The Panthers traded 151 with the Dolphins, and we have that pick. That pick is Zakee Wheatley out of Penn State. Safety.
Yeah, so
I made a joke earlier that the Chiefs had a chance to get Justin Jefferson, and he's a linebacker out of Alabama. Was drafted by the Browns. Dalton Johnson, safety out of Arizona, went 150. 150th overall to the Raiders. And then is this Zaki Wheatley? Safety out of Penn State just went 151st overall to the Panthers.
And then the Broncos just traded with the Browns for pick 152.
Broncos are on the clock. Packers up next.
Yep. So 2 picks back to back that were traded. So I have to find those details.
Price, you back? You back in the saddle?
Yep, I'm back. I'm back. Sorry,
You're good, man.
Getting frustrated that he couldn't get his Spider-Man book to work. He's at the age now where he doesn't really nap, but we say you're going to go rest, and he reads books, listens to Tony Box, and chills out. So he's all good now.
No worries, man. I was
What's for lunch?
Dude, I'm kind of weird. I eat the same thing every single day. Bacon, sausage, eggs. That's what I eat every single day for lunch. I do intermittent fasting, so I don't eat breakfast. I break it with bacon, eggs, and sausage. And I'm just weird, dude. I can eat the same thing every day and it doesn't bother me at all.
I can too, actually. I'm like almost every single morning, like they make the like pre-cooked bacon where it's like frozen, you can heat it up in the microwave and eat it. So you don't actually have to cook bacon. I usually do a few slices of that for breakfast. And then I'll do like honey sriracha chicken and rice, which is delicious, by the way. I do that for lunch a ton, and then I'll eat whatever my family's eating for dinner. But it doesn't bother me. Simplify things, right? Streamline things.
Yep, exactly. I'm just gonna
Looks
finish
like the
eating, and
Broncos
I'll.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Looks like the Broncos
I'm just gonna finish eating. I need like 2 or 3 more minutes, and I'll be back. But yeah, tied into the Broncos.
How dare you?
I'm sorry.
Your own life. How dare you take care of your body's needs? Yeah, so this is kind of a bucket that the Broncos have been sniffing around consistently. He's kind of, honestly, Evan Ingram's not a bad comp to Justin Jolie, a guy that they brought onto the roster a year or two ago. But he's a movable guy. I could see the vision for him in that offense. They've got their tight ends who are going to block there, and then they've got their tight ends that they can move in space. So makes sense there. That was a guy that I had mentioned that they liked and had in on a 30 visit. He's a move guy, so we'll get a good look at Justin Jolie and see what his impact is as far as that goes. Looking over here, more love in the chat for Michael Trigg. We kind of talked about him a little bit. Kind of an interesting player as far as what he is and what he isn't. Love the body, love the highlight reel, just inconsistent. But some skill sets here. So we're at 153. Packers are on the clock. That puts the Chiefs about 15 picks away. These picks are coming fast and furious. Looking at the board here, some of my favorite names. Deion Burks, Keith Abney, the cornerback from Arizona State. We talked about Deion Burks, the slot wide receiver, freaksless guy. I would have loved Chandler Rivers here. I'm shocked that he is still on the board. Ton of passes defense. He's a dog. Undersized guy from Duke. But I don't think that's on the board now with Jaden Kennedy. I also bring up Rayshon Benny, who's a guy that the Chiefs met with at the Shrine Bowl as well. Another interior defensive lineman. Moves pretty well in space. He's a guy that I came away really liking. Let's see here. On down the board, Demetrius Crownover, another name that makes sense. Big guy. Length and strength for days. 6'7", 336 pounds. Some people think they could kick inside. Started at right tackle almost his entire career at Texas A&M. Had some trouble with Ruben Bain in that playoff game, but bet on the tools, bet on the development, could come in and compete at right tackle. That's something I like about him, is that he's a pure right tackle. So that gives you an option there. You got Issa Pole on the left side to back up Josh Simmons. You got Jalen Moore and Demetrius Crownover on the right side. So there's definitely some interesting names still on the board here. Looking on down here, Jalen Kilgore is a guy that I'm shocked is still on the board. But again, he falls in the same bucket as Kennedy as a slot/safety. Okay, here's a guy. I love this player. He's a person that I will go to bat for, though he may not deserve it. And I don't know this person, so I can't say it. But you can't watch Eric McAllister's tape from TCU, the wide receiver, and tell me that he's not a top 100 player in this class. Explosive after the catch. A demon with the ball in his hands. Great at the catch point. Insanely productive this year. He is someone who has had a really rough draft process and has not made it easier on himself. I'll also point out, I love this guy, and Dane Brugler has him as his wide receiver 44. So, what do I know? But here's the thing. he was couple of issues, right? He was arrested and charged with an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and a misdemeanor as well too for a THC violation of his parole. So there is some off the field issues. Also had an injury during his combine or during his pro day. I can't remember if it was at his pro day or before his pro day, but regardless, was injured during the draft process. However, you go look at some of those spreadsheets that people make, those graphs of like the best wide receivers in college football separating from man and zone. Eric McAllister is amongst the top of those. He was an analytics darling, had 1,190 yards and 10 touchdowns this year for TCU. The year prior, 762 and 5 for TCU, and then had 873 at Boise State. Has been highly productive. Look, he's a Chiefs type of player, and I don't just mean the off the field issues, but the way he plays the game, it reminds me of early career Juju. That's really what I see him as. I'd take the swing on day 3. I would. He's going to be my guy, a person you got to keep an eye on because of the off the field issues. But I really liked Eric McAllister, and I do think like for a day 3 wide receiver, he could be someone who actually moves the needle a little bit. Let's see here if we got any more picks coming through here.
We had the Packers. They took Jaeger Burton, lineman out of Kentucky.
Love a good Jaeger bomb.
And then the 49ers took Jaden Duggar, linebacker out of Louisiana.
Yep, and this is kind of how this goes now. Like, this is where teams really start following their board and are just going to take players that match what they want to do scheme-wise and stuff. So both those guys, I think, fall in that bucket. Jaeger Burns is going to be a guy who can be a depth center, kind of like a Hunter Norzad was for the Chiefs. And, same with Duggar. It's just going to be a rotational linebacker that with some special teams upside.
Yep, and we have the pick for the Bucks. They took DeMonte Capehart.
Yeah, he's a guy that's been kicking around for quite some time with Clemson. He's been one of those guys that for a couple of years. Is he coming out? Is he not coming out? Is he coming out? Is he not coming out? He's a 2-gapper. I know stuffer, that sort of thing. He's going to mix in and stop the run. You're not going to ask for much of him as a pass rusher, but has shown flashes. And at one time was thought to be a fringe day 2 prospect.
All right, the Colts the pick is in. These things are moving really quickly.
Love to see it.
I'm back.
Not sure who it is yet, but
I'll be back soon.
All good. Oh, there it is. We have the player out of Florida, George Gums Jr.
Wow, we're really starting to get into some names here because, that we're down the draft board. If I've not heard of this, because I've got nothing about this guy.
Yeah, if you haven't heard, then it's a lost cause because I haven't either. So,
I wish him the best though. Get your money, get that bread, man.
Let's go. Price, what time did you say you had to go? I can't remember. Just want to make sure we honor that for you.
Yeah, I'm still good. I'll let you know when I'm not.
Sure.
My daughter is the one who we're waiting on, so we'll see. We went on a walk, we went on a bike ride, so hopefully she's nice and worn out. And we've got friends coming over tonight to wear the kids out. So that's what we do. Like me and my buddies whose wives travel together, we get together and just hang out and let the kids go bonkers together. So it's nice, and pizza for dinner. So living the good life.
Let's go. Heck yeah, man. Yeah, draft weekend is a little nuts. Nefarious with the 10 gifted after the back-to-back 50 bombs. What a machine. I'm moving down. The Chiefs are getting closer. I mean, we are not too far off. The Detroit Lions pick is in. It's Keith Abney, cornerback out of Arizona State, which means the Dolphins are on the clock. This is the 18th pick of the 5th round. So that's 158. The Chiefs, in case you're waiting and wondering, that's the 29th pick of the 5th round, 169. So you're roughly 12 picks away from the Chiefs not only picking once, but then shortly after. I mean, within 7-8 picks here. I'm just ballparking, okay? So please don't be mad if my math is wrong. They pick again. Pick 176. That's in the 5th round. After that, they will have one more pick in the 6th, again, unless they trade back to try to get something else in the 7th round or something. They'll pick near the end of the 6th round. So we'll have a couple guys to process through, a little bit of a gap, then that 6th round pick. But we're getting a little closer here. And
Love that
Price,
the Lions there, Keith Abney.
Yeah, you like that?
I mean, he's a guy. Yeah, I mean he's a guy who played some on the outside, played on the inside, but he's got some great coverage ability, pretty sticky, willing tackler in the run game. He's a guy that I think a lot of people thought was going to go way earlier than he did. So not sure why the fall for him, but I really like that pick. That's a good pick for them. I know Brian Branch mixes in the slot there. That gives him a little bit more versatility, but good player. I like that one.
Yeah, Keith Abney. When I'm looking at position groups for this year's draft, I looked a lot at corners just because the Chiefs needed them. So with me not watching college ball, I just try to do my best to play catch up after the season. But I just like, okay, what are the Chiefs' biggest needs? Let's try to go more in depth with those position groups. So cornerback is one that I definitely at least did the most study on probably. And Keith Abney, he was a fun guy to consider for the Chiefs somewhere in this range. But again, you just don't know where they're going to go. I saw somebody recently say that people that do mock drafts like don't know what they're talking about. The thing about mock drafts, it's like you're just looking at scenarios. You're looking at ranges players can go. Of course, you're never going to be completely right. Even the big national guys, Mel Kiper, like there are players that fall, the board gets messed up with a team zigging when you think they're going to zag. Like Carnell Tate at 4 was a little surprising. Yeah. I think Bailey over Reese at 2, like just those stuff kind of threw off the board a little bit. Not that it's a good or a bad thing. It's just the reality of boards won't always go the way that you think. Teams will always make surprising moves, surprising picks, and that's just the way that the draft goes. It's still a lot of fun to imagine, hey, the Chiefs could potentially get this guy here, this guy there. Like you're just looking at approximate ranges for players. And we are getting a little bit closer here to the Chiefs picking. The pick is in for the Dolphins. Do we have that yet, FLDB?
Yeah, I have it.
Go ahead.
They have selected defensive back Michael Taffy.
Michael Taffy?
Safety out of Texas.
Yep.
Is that how you say it? Taffy? Taff?
Taffy, I'm not sure.
Lappy Taffy. That's a bad song, dude. But that's part of my childhood or like upbringing. Dun, dun, dun. I'm a broken jukebox. I just think of like random songs that play. The Vikings are on the clock. Troy's team over here. Let's see. How are you guys doing in chat? What up, everybody? Usability in here. Harry, Bo. 100% believe we traded up to get Reese, but the Giants drafted after we traded, so we had to go plan B and panicked. I don't even know how that's possible. How can you pull the trigger on a trade without knowing who drafted the pick before?
Even if that is true, I think what would be the much more likely thing is like we're going to trade into this spot, and if it's Reese, it's Reese, and if it's not, we love Delane there too, right? Like okay. I don't think it's true, but even if it is, I think that would probably be the thought process there is like, this is a spot of the players we like.
Like, hey, we're moving up to 6. If Reese is there, great. If not, we're taking Delane kind of a thing.
Yeah.
I mean, Veach said he spoke with, is it Andrew Berry? The GM? Who's the GM of the Browns?
Yeah, Andrew Berry for the Browns.
Yeah. He said they spoke at the league meetings. And basically they were like, hey, we're open to trading out of number 6. And so I think there's been somewhat of a potential plan in place for the Chiefs to move up to 6. And maybe that was always a thought on their mind. Hey, if there's a guy or two left on our board by 5, we're going to move up and get that guy. New Punk in the house with the 29 months. I'm not mad at all defense draft. Upset we didn't get Bain, but we got 3 starters at minimum and depth where needed. Just wide receiver is really left.
Looks like the Chiefs have made a trade here. The Chiefs are sending pick 169 and pick 210 to the Steelers for pick 161 and pick 249. So Chiefs will be on the clock even sooner here.
Whoa, okay. The Chiefs are moving up to get someone, ladies and gentlemen. They just moved up What pick did they give up?
They give up 169 and 210 for 161 and 249. So they kick back in the 7th, kick up in the 5th here.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, so the Chiefs are going to move here pretty quickly. Let me double check that again. I just like to see this. Yeah. I like to see it with my eyes and like process this. So Chiefs are sending pick 169 and 210 to the Steelers for 61 and 249. So you're moving back from 210 to 249, but you're moving up from 169 to 161. The Chiefs they got somebody. They got somebody that they like here, so we're going to get that soon. Basically what'll happen is we'll get the announcement and we'll kind of process through that pick, but then really they're going 161, and then that does kind of it spaces these two picks out a little bit here. 21 and 36. So the picks as of right now will be 15 apart, but it's day 3. It's going to move quickly here. So we'll see ultimately what ends up happening, but the Chiefs right now are on the clock, I believe, because the pick is in for the Bucks, and they are taking Billy Schroth, offensive lineman out of Notre Dame, and the Chiefs are up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Nefarious with the 10. I know I'm late on this, playing catch-up, so we drafted Kennedy. We seriously drafted Canada Dry. We are thirsty. Am I the only one that saw this instantly? I didn't think about that, no. But yeah, you get a defensive back that can play in the slot, has some versatility back there. I'm definitely intrigued by it, especially if you can keep Chamari Connor out of the slot. Now, we're getting ready to react to the Chiefs pick here. 161. The pick is in. Does anybody have it? If so, can you read it in its proper format? And we'll just kind of react to it from there and go.
I have it, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. With the 161st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select
Nebraska running back Emmett Johnson.
No
Oh
way!
my God!
Oh, let's go!
Let's go, baby! I love that. I could not be happier. I am. First off, I'm going to have to eat 10 ears of corn on my podcast, because I said I would eat 10 ears of corn if the Chiefs draft Emmett Johnson. But I love this. Like, I was talking about him. Emmett Johnson was the catalyst for the Cornhuskers offense. One of the true bell cows in college football this year. Led the FBS in missed tackles forced more than Jeremiah Love. One of the second in all of FBS in total yardage. Had 100 yards rushing, 100 yards receiving in a game this year for UCLA. I'm ecstatic. I could not be happier. Hang it all up. I'm great.
Yo, that's actually kind of insane. Like, I was processing through positions of need earlier, and I was kind of like, I don't know where running back is at on the list, but when you start getting this far down in the draft, like, you want to just go get somebody to help out the offense. Chiefs fans have been asking, hey, where's the offense? And you got one. Emmett Johnson out of Nebraska. We've been talking about in the last couple of days. 5'11", 200 pounds. He's from Minnesota area, played college, obviously, with the Cornhuskers. If you look at some of his stats, I mean, in 2025, this man had 1,400 rushing yards and 12 touchdowns, and he caught 46 receptions for 370 yards and 3 touchdowns as well. You heard Price mention it. This dude can force missed tackles. He can make plays happen, and the running back room of the Kansas City Chiefs just got even better, more depth. We'll see about Brashard Smith and how you can use him, but this is a proven running back that, I mean, you just look at what the Chiefs did. They're showing you, hey, man, Mahomes is coming off the ACL. We upgraded to Kenneth Walker. We got Amari DiMercado. We now have Emmett Johnson. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Chiefs coming out. Again, we shall see, but I wouldn't be surprised to see the Chiefs coming out to start the season running that football, pounding the rock, just making sure Mahomes, like, he won't be playing unless he's fully cleared, right? But you just want to make sure Mahomes gets in those games, fully starts trusting that knee in these real game situations, and taking a lot of pressure off of him and all the receiving options in general, including Travis Kelce. How do you do that? You upgrade the run game. You be physical in the run game. Just start handing the ball off to guys who can make plays happen, and you just added to the depth, and Emmett Johnson could be a future of the Chiefs running back room, whether or not he's a starter, not sure. It could be a backup guy, but man, this was an exciting pick. I did not think it would happen. Emmett Johnson is a Kansas City Chief.
More rushing yards than Jeremiah Love, more receiving yards than Jeremiah Love, more receptions, a 100-yard rushing and receiving game, 1,821 total yards with 15 touchdowns this season for the Cornhuskers. I mean, I love this not only because of the player and being a Nebraska guy myself, but I love the fact that this is a guy who really can carry a workload. Like, he can certainly take a big part of the Chiefs' running load off of Kenneth Walker's play. I mean, this is a guy, if Kenneth Walker goes down, you feel good about plugging into that role. He concerns for him, right? Like, I've been sitting here gassing it up this whole time. Concerns for him, long speed is average, right? Like, he doesn't have a top gear that's going to break away. And I think the other thing for him is just like pass protection is okay. Like, it's not a strength, but I really love this. And like, literally, if I could pick any player that I want the Chiefs to draft, it'd be Emmett Johnson. Yeah, people are going to put this up here. Here's what I'll say about Emmett Johnson's testing. Look at all the boxes that are filled. He was he didn't do the bench, but pretty much every other test he did. Not many players at the combine go and do that. He went and competed. Yeah, he's a kid from Minnesota who grew up and really took over that job at Nebraska. So I am elated.
Dane Brugler has him as RB4 on his board. I know this running back class is a little bit different, but his main takeaway, Johnson's quick and balanced between the tackles to stack cuts, and his pass-catching savvy will be an asset at the next level, ideally for a zone scheme. He is an intriguing change of pace back who will bring versatility to an NFL backfield. And, I mean, the Chiefs have completely revamped this running back room in one offseason. We've been saying for how long, hey, the Chiefs need to do something to the running back room, make some investments into the running back room more so than one-year flyers on somebody like Elijah Mitchell, who's coming off a season-ending injury, or a 7th-round draft pick, right? Isaiah Pacheco, Rashard Smith, which Isaiah Pacheco had great value for a 7th-round pick, but they have completely revamped this running back room. I have a couple super chats I'm going to look at. We've got...
Hey, Cole, I'm going to hop off here as my daughter's letting me know that it is time to get her up. But I just want to say, I'm so glad that I got to share this moment. I'm so glad it was Emmett Johnson. This was a blast. You have been really good to me. Like, every time I go on your show, I just get like 100 new followers on X. So thanks so much. It was awesome to do this. And I'm so glad we got to share the Emmett Johnson moment because like, I got to get a jersey and I got to eat 10 ears of corn, which is, I don't know if anyone actually wants to watch that, but they're going to.
Well, dude, thanks so much. You're a wealth of knowledge. I don't know why I'm losing my voice. I'm getting so choked up that the Chiefs drafted a running back not in the 7th. Just kidding, but I appreciate it. I know you are wifeless this weekend. She didn't leave you. She's doing her own thing. You're holding it down with the kids. No, it's not happening. But, dude, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. I'm very excited about this pick. And we've got another pick coming up here for the Chiefs. But, Price, appreciate your time as always, and have a great day, and we'll chat soon.
See you, Mike.
Take care, brother. Man, let's go. The Chiefs got a running back. That is a lot of fun. And the Ravens pick is in. I do want to process through this pick a bit more with you guys. But the Ravens pick is in. The Vikings are now on the clock. The Chiefs pick again at 176, and we're on 162. So we have a little bit of time to process this pick together, which I'm pretty excited about. But let's see where we're at. American 1020, Cole, Laffy Taffy, I'm dead. Spit some bars. That Laffy Taffy. No, that's a crazy song, but appreciate you. Beasley with the 2, moving up for Emmett Johnson. I hope you spoke it into existence, you crazy man. Nefarious with the 10. I know I'm late on this. Playing catch up. Okay, I read that. I missed Andy's super chat from earlier, but he said, I win. Harry with the 2. I will take it. Huck with the 2. So we're actually going to run the ball this year. Heck yeah. The Leafy Green with the 10. I'm so happy right now. Go Big Red. Thank you so much, man. Doc Holiday with the 5. Check out the Chiefs' latest tweet of Delane's jersey getting put together. Video's 1 minute long. It fires me up. Let's freaking go Chiefs. Heck yeah, I'll do that here soon. American 1020 with the 20 bomb. Let's go. He said, we be running. Let's freaking go. How about those Chiefs? What a pick. Love it. Franco with the 100 ARS. Let's freaking go. They did it. Very good. Welcome to the Chiefs, Dr. Emmett Johnson. I call him that because of Emmett Brown, Back to the Future. This is a really good pick. Falconer with the 10. Hot take. Chiefs are building a copy of the Eagles team that starched us in Super Bowl 59. Run first offense, crush the pocket defense with dogs in the secondary. Man, I'm really hyped about just getting a playmaker for the offense, and the fact that they went with running back depth and a guy that can still play a role this year. That's exciting to me, just because people say, well, what happens if one of the primary guys gets banged up and has to miss a few games? Like, you're a Kenneth Walker, who knows, groin tweak, he has to miss a couple weeks. I'm just knocking on wood, saying something minor. From the running back room, still needing help. Well, you definitely got some help here. Emmett Johnson, very experienced running back, is a Kansas City Chief. We've got some picks coming in, and we'll talk about those, man. But yeah, big hands, muscular build, average testing numbers, yes, but he's averaged 5.8 yards per carry, 15 total touchdowns. He can accelerate, stay decisive with his cuts, so make multiple players miss in the open field. He's tough to bring down. Great with ball security, only 1 fumble in 2025. He can be as effective as a receiver. But yeah, he's not like a burner or anything like that, but he's an effective, decisive guy with good hands. I mean, it's a change of pace back if you need somebody like Emmett Johnson out on the field when Kenneth Walker needs a break, or I don't know how they want to look at this running back room with Amari DiMercado in the mix as well as Brashard Smith. But one of the best things you can do for an offense is have a great run game that you can cycle through players. I mean, think of any NFL team that has just like a really nice 1-2 punch combo as far as running backs are concerned. It takes pressure off the quarterback. It opens up other guys running routes out there, and it'll just make, in theory, the offense easier as a whole, because defenses are now going to have to respect the run game. On top of that, EB is back as the OC. You upgraded the running backs coach to DeMarco Murray. Like, the pieces are coming together for this offense, and they could still draft a wide receiver here soon, maybe a blocking tight end, an offensive tackle. There are still some ways, some directions this could go, but I am very happy about this pick. Emmett Johnson to the Kansas City Chiefs. Let's go. Do you want to catch us up on some picks, Brand or FLDB? Sure. And I've got some super chats I'll answer in a second here.
So with the 162nd pick, the Ravens took Chandler Rivers, a corner out of Duke. And then the Vikings at pick 163 have selected Charles Demings out of Stephen F. Austin, a corner as well.
All right.
And the Jaguars pick is in, but we don't have it yet.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much. We've got some more super chats reacting to this pick, so let me see what we got going on here. Jacob with the 5, just joining in. CB at 109 was interesting. I feel like tight end or wide receiver would have been a pick there. Yeah, he's a defensive back, nickel, can play some safety for the Chiefs. You're talking about Kennedy. Yeah, I mean, you're just trying to keep Chamari Connor out of the slot there. You lost a lot of defensive backs. He can do a couple different things there potentially. Xander, thanks so much for the 5. Oh, we got an A+ running back room now. Woo! Welcome to the Chiefs. Emmett, what is his 40 time? Yeah, he's not a burner. I pulled up his RAS earlier. Not like elite long speed or anything like that, but that's not everything. And they have burners. They have Kenneth Walker. You have Brashard Smith. I think Amari DiMercado has some good burst and speed too. Like, Emmett Johnson will be a guy. He's a change of pace back. You could bring him in. Maybe he's a bit of a short yardage guy. He had, I think Price said he had either the most missed tackles forced in the FBS last year, or he was up there with all these running backs among the top of running backs that could force some missed tackles. So could that be your short yardage guy at times? He's also a depth guy in case you need it. I mean, you're completely revamping the running back room, and I am 100% on board with that. Joe Woodring with the 5 as a Nebraskan and Cornhusker fan. Emmett is a beast and an insane value. Glad he's going to my pro team too. Go Big Red. And how about those? Say it with me. Chiefs. Come on now. When is the Chiefs' next pick? We're getting close. We are getting close. I could tell you. I think we've had another pick maybe because the Jags have drafted tight end Tanner Kozoil out of Houston at 164. The Titans probably have their pick in. Yes, the Bears are on the clock. The Bills have back-to-back picks at 167 and 168. The Steelers, Browns, Patriots going all the way down to 176 is where the Chiefs are at, which is not that far away. The Chiefs are picking again in about, whatever that is, 13 picks. Nefarious said, Emmett has to be a Bieniemy pick. The man definitely has a voice this year. I love our running back room. Now we have depth. Good to be back to Chiefs football. Solid running back room and tough defense. Thank you so much for the 20 bomb. Let's go. American 1020 with the 2. We got EB and Murray. Yeah, it's cooking in KC. When is the Bucks next pick? The Bucks pick... Jeez, I don't think they're picking... They're not picking until the 6th round. Oh, here we go. We're at pick what? 165. They don't pick again until 195 and 220. Dude, this scoreboard is awesome. Thanks, FLDB. I'm like, I don't know when they pick, and then it's just like magic. Voila! Nefarious with another 10 bomb. This is setting up Pat to do magic without having to be Superman. We gonna cook. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Heck yeah, man. Thank you so much. David with the 5. With this pick and the addition of the new wide receivers coach, I wonder if we could see Brashard Smith take on more of a role at the wide receiver position. Not gonna rule it out completely. He's a former wide receiver. I still think, I wonder about him being a gadget guy on offense, but part of him being a gadget guy means you could use him in some receiving roles for sure. I don't see why not. Jeff Caldwell with next pick. Maybe we should look at some of the best players still available and kind of go from there. But yeah, I mean, they could certainly go wide receiver here. And we talked about Jeff Caldwell earlier, a big-bodied guy, 6'5", 215 pounds. Bit of a down year in 25 compared to 24. In 24, he had 1,000 yards, 10 touchdowns. In 2025, he had about half that, 500 yards, 6 touchdowns. I don't know if he was injured. I'm going to assume he was banged up in some capacity, missed some time. But yeah, if the Chiefs go wide receiver or tight end next, they might be cooking. When you're this late in the draft, like, I don't want to have too many lofty expectations here for some of these picks, but man, I really liked the Emmett Johnson pick just because it gives you another guy that has a bunch of running back experience and just raises the floor and the depth of that room. Let's see, the Bears pick is in. I'm going to share the screen here again, move back up. Crownover needs to be next. Yeah, you could go offensive tackle here for some depth, some tackle depth. Thoughts on getting some O-line depth? Yeah, Lane. Yeah, that has always been the problem with losses. Mahomes, ACL, Super Bowl losses as well. Yeah, I agree with you. I was like one of the guys that said if you can get one of the top right tackles at the end of round 1, I'm all for it. You would have had to trade up from 29 to do it, but once you traded up for Delane, I mean, that you voided out that option. Right, but you don't have Jawan Taylor. Wanya Morris is coming off the season-ending injury. Jalen Moore is not necessarily proven as a long-term right tackle. Like, he doesn't have very much experience at the NFL level playing right tackle, to be honest with you, but he's looking to be the guy unless you draft a guy here and can compete. But when you're this late, who knows what'll really happen? He could just be a depth piece. So we'll see. We need wide receiver. I mean, if you just keep upgrading the running back room, the wide receiver room is going to look better. What I would love to see is there any blocking tight end available? Like, if you just want to go all in on the idea if you just want to go all in on the idea of the Chiefs being a run-first team, they never will fully be, but just switching up their identity a little bit, can you get a guy that can block a little bit here? I mean, Michael Trigg is an option. He's not going to be probably like a blocking first tight end, but he's a receiving option. Second for Baylor in receiving yards last year. Fluidity of a receiver, brings a vertical presence to the position, athletic route runner. I mean, I'll be very curious to see what they ultimately end up doing here. You have some wide receivers. You still have Deion Burks on the board. We were talking about him as a potential 4th-round pick. Kevin Coleman Jr. is here if you wanted to upgrade your returner option and get another speedy guy on offense. But of course, you could go offensive tackle as well. Crownover is available. We talked about Isaiah World, 6'8", 320 pounds. So yeah, certainly several different ways the Chiefs could go here, and you could not rule out defense either. They could go linebacker. They people might riot if they go defense again, but I'm just saying it is certainly a possibility. We have another couple of picks. I think if I didn't say, the Titans selected running back Nicholas Singleton out of Penn State with the 165th pick in the draft, and then at 166, Keyshawn Elliott, linebacker out of Arizona State, is now with the Bears. The Bills are on the clock. The Lions are next, and the Chiefs are picking here somewhat soon.
And that next pick, 168, it was back-to-back Bills, but the Bills just traded it to the Lions.
How far back did they go? All the way to the end of the 5th? 181?
I'm not sure. I'm looking for details.
The Bills have traded back 4 times or 5 times in this draft now. Yeah, somebody said, can't believe Burks is still on the board. So Burks is super interesting. 5'10", 180. But man, this guy can fly. He finished in the top percentile of every drill for wide receivers. Fluid route runner who has the ability to break down defenders on double moves before bursting out of his breaks. He's got top speed. I think he ran like a 4.2, 840. It was something like that. I could look it up. But yeah, Kevin Coleman Jr. out of Mizzou could certainly be an option as well. I've talked about him a few different times. But we are getting ever so close to the Chiefs picking again. The Bills pick is in, I believe. We'll wait to see what ends up happening here.
Back to 181 and 213. They got out of this 168.
All right. His comp is Kareem Hunt as a rookie. Who? Are you talking about Emmett Johnson? Are you talking about one of the recent running backs that have been like Nicholas Singleton? I'm assuming Emmett Johnson, maybe, but we might be able to get Kelly as a UDFA. Not sure if he's on many teams' radar, but he'd be a great fit. Can't believe Burks is still on the board. Yeah, I read that. Emmett Johnson had 12 touchdowns just last year. Yep. He's a productive guy. Man, that's exciting. Are we good at right tackle? I mean, no. I don't know, to be honest with you. But you know what? You could still find a veteran option after the draft. I wouldn't even be surprised if they did that. Even if they draft an offensive tackle here, based on the way that the board has fallen, I kind of half expect them to sign a veteran wide receiver, offensive tackle, and maybe even a defensive end. Let's see if we got Carrington Harrison of 610 Sports. The Chiefs are evolving into a run the ball and play defense type of team. With him coming off of the ACL and there needing to be more emphasis on the run game to help open up the pass game, like it's only a win here for me. Now, will they run more from under center and do some heavy play action? I mean, you just watch all these quarterbacks that, no offense to them, are they're not even close to the level of Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes has been playing on hard mode in recent years, just with the lack of a dynamic run game. Well, hopefully you can get some easy mode plays going if you can get opposing defenses to bite on play action and get some effective runs going. Who cares at some point here if Mahomes isn't throwing the ball every single play and having to run around like a maniac. Like, you could argue it's probably a better idea, but like, to not have him do that coming off of the injury. Absolute with the 5. Definitely need a blocking tight end or a big body possession receiver. Both of those would be awesome. I mean, a blocking tight end would really signify, oh my gosh, the Chiefs are going to run the ball 35 times a game. I mean, maybe not. They're typically is this new? Or is this the pick that they initially made? Yeah, they traded up for Emmett Johnson here, the Chiefs did. Man, I did not expect them to trade up for a running back, but that is a lot of fun. A couple of pick swaps there to get it done. So you don't lose a pick, but you did kind of maneuver the board a little bit. If we look at some of these picks, Jalen Kilgore, safety out of South Carolina, was selected 167th overall by the Buffalo Bills. Kendrick Law, a wide receiver out of Kentucky, went to the Lions at 168. I think the Steelers are now on the clock, or the pick might even be in by now, and the Browns are up next. We are now less than 10 picks away from the Chiefs drafting again. Absolute. Thanks again for the 5, Jacob. Nefarious. Appreciate all you guys.
And the Titans took a running back at 165, so if the Chiefs would have stayed, there's a chance they would have taken Johnson instead.
Say that one more time.
The Titans took a running back at 165, so if the Chiefs would have stayed at 168 or 169, there's a chance they would have taken Johnson instead.
Mitchell with the 2 bumps said, I was not paying attention. Who did we trade with? With the Steelers. The Chiefs moved up from 169 to 161. But because of that, they moved back from 210 to 249. So they basically gave up a 6th for a 7th. You're trading back, but because of that, you're moving up in the 5th round. You go and get a guy that you want, which is Emmett Johnson. And here we go. I'm just texting Alex real quick, but we should be good. Zach with the 5. I would love if the Chiefs next year would trade up for Jeremiah Smith. Oh, man. You're going to have to get into the top 3. Potentially, I don't know, to be honest with you. But he's going to be wide receiver 1 in that draft class. Paired with Mahomes, it's over. That's why I think KC isn't going wide receiver this draft. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if they took a wide receiver here, but yeah, we'll see here soon. Jeremiah Smith would be a lot of fun. You'd have to give up a lot of draft capital to pull that one off. But thank you for the 5, brother. Wish we would have gotten Delp. Yeah, that would have been awesome. I can't remember when Delp went, but it was definitely before the Chiefs picked. Well, it was after their 4th round pick. Okay, we're getting close. The Steelers are on the clock. The Browns are up next at 170. We need a great tight end next year's draft. Sure. I mean, once Kelsey's gone, you've got to figure something out. Like I don't know if he retires for sure after this year, but very well could, and we'll kind of find out from there. When did Bell go? Bell went... you're talking about Chris Bell? I'm trying to remember. He went like in the 3rd or the 4th. I would have to Google it, to be honest with you. Chris Bell drafted. Chris Bell was drafted 94th overall to the Dolphins. Yeah, so not far. Like, the Chiefs picked at 109 in the 4th round, and he went at 94, end of the 3rd. Okay, the Steelers, with the 169th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, are taking tight end Riley Nowakowski. Hopefully I said that right. Tight end out of Indiana. Teammates with Fernando Mendoza. I wonder if the Chiefs could be eyeing a tight end. What could you be eyeing here? You could go tight end. You could go wide receiver. You could go offensive tackle if they want somebody like Crownover or World. I mean, injuries, Royer, Trigg, they're still on the board for some tight end options. Running back's done. Oh, he did?
By the Browns. Yep. I'm going to go ahead and do it. They took... I had that before the Steelers pick.
Okay, so 170th overall, never mind. Royer is now off the board. as an option here at tight end. He went to the Browns just now. But you have a few wide receiver options. Deion Burks, I mean, that is a speedy guy. Kevin Coleman Jr. still available. I haven't seen a lot of these other names mentioned in chat, but these three. Jeff Caldwell, we've been talking a lot about him, the 6'5" guy with a 4.3 140. Dude, a 6'5" guy in the Chiefs offense, and he ran a 4.3 140 would be a lot of fun. Just a bigger bodied option. Could be a red zone guy. I mean, linebacker, I guess you can't rule that out either. Just looking at who's on the board, Deontay Lawson, Harold Perkins Jr., Lander Barton, Torian York. There's certainly a few different ways the Chiefs could go, but man, if there's an offensive playmaker, skill position guy, I would be a little intrigued to see if they could add, but we'll see here. American 1020 with the 2 big body wide receiver Caldwell. If we go wide receiver, yeah, I just talked about that. He's certainly one of the options that could go. Heck yeah. Let's see where we're at. Did we get any more picks? I mean, they're just kind of moving a little quicker now, so I want to make sure. We're at pick 171. The Chiefs are at 176, so they're picking in about 5 picks. Joe Royer, tight end out of Cincinnati, just went off the board.
And I have the Patriots
Go
pick.
ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
So for the 171st pick in the draft, the Patriots select Wake Forest cornerback Karen Prunty?
Karen
Not sure.
Karen Prunty. Okay, nice. Defensive back out of Wake Forest. I mean, his name might be Karen. I don't know. Karan? I don't know. Either way, the Patriots get a defensive back. The Saints are on the clock. The Ravens are up next. They've got back-to-back picks at 173 and 174. Then the Raiders, then the Chiefs. More like Karan. There you go. I was like, there's no way it's Karen, dude. Like, there's just no way that you would name your son Karen. Especially with the don't be a Karen thing in recent years. Like, I would just feel really bad. But yeah, Karan sounds a lot better. Let's get Caldwell. Could. Yeah, there's tight end options. There's some wide receiver options, offensive tackle options. A few different ways you could go here. Eric Rivers from Georgia Tech would be good to draft if they don't go wide receiver now. The Karens in the chat. Yeah, so KC got a running back. Yeah, Emmett Johnson out of Nebraska. That's a lot of fun, man. Again, I don't know what to expect from him year one, especially with Kenneth Walker here, but you are just making a clear emphasis of making the floor and the ceiling of the running back room as high as humanly possible. A dedicated emphasis on upgrading that room massively compared to recent years. It's the way that the league's going anyway. Like, look at a lot of the teams, man. It balances things out and just makes things more helpful for the offense as a whole. Zach with the 5. It was suggested Giants would trade Thibodeau for a late round pick. Would you trade a late round next year for him? I don't mind the idea at all. The only thing I have questions on is what does his contract look like and how many more years does he have left on his deal? You know what I mean? Like, you could trade for him, but how much money? Like, are you going to have to extend him? He's on the, he's on the club option of his deal. So it's a $14 million cap hit, and you would have to extend him to a multi-year deal. I'm just not sure that I see it with all the investments the Chiefs have recently made, but I'm not going to complain if they figured out a way to do something like that. Like, who cares? Find a way. Like, Chris Jones could be done after this year. You're going to have to shift the identity of the D-line in the next couple of years if that happens with Chris Jones, because it's kind of built around him. So if you want to be aggressive and try something like that, I wouldn't rule it out, but it would be costly. It would definitely be costly. The Chiefs are getting close here. Karan Prunty out of Wake Forest. I kind of like that. The spelling of that name's got to be a little rough because the average person reading it, I mean, just read it how it looks, Karen. but it's obviously not Karen. All right, the Saints pick is in at 172. The Ravens will be on the clock here. Is it August yet? Not yet, sadly. Caldwell could prove a big change is coming. Yeah, let's see what the next pick is for the Chiefs, and then we'll have some time to kind of process through, I think, a little bit of it, won't we? When will the Chiefs pick again?
Very into they're at 249. There's 253 picks in the draft, so or 257. I think. Here, let me look.
I'm just where the heck? Okay, here we go.
57.
Yeah, so basically they're going to have this fifth round pick rather, which is their fifth pick. No, it'd be their sixth pick, sorry, in the fifth round. And then it's not till the end of the seventh. That makes things a little interesting because I was like, oh man, the Chiefs are going to draft in the sixth, and then we're going to kind of sit there and know all the Chiefs picks. But now we kind of wait till the end of the day 3 on the draft, so that'll be kind of fun. Getting Johnson with Walker also helps RPO. Last year it was just PO because the run was not being respected, making Mahomes have to run. No, for sure, Doc. And then it's not just Mahomes have to run, it's he's throwing the ball a lot on RPOs because, yeah, would you rather throw on an RPO for 5 to 6 yards or hand it off for 2 yards? I mean, well, you choose. You choose that. It's basic math. We're getting closer here. Lorenzo Styles Jr., safety out of Ohio State. I believe that's Sonny Styles' brother, right? Pretty sure. But he went to the Saints, 172 overall. The Ravens are now either on the clock or the pick is in. It doesn't matter. They're both because they have back-to-back picks at this point in time. Doc, thanks again for the 5. Zach, appreciate you. American 1020. Will with the 2. Johnson can find any hole. LOL, great pick. You LOL'd at it. But yes, like, could that be your third down back or short yardage back even? I don't know if that means Kareem Hunt's coming back. I know some people were asking about that before the draft, but Taylor is on the Falcons. Who? Taylor who? Is that a draft pick? Do we have the pick in?
Jawan Taylor.
He signed with the Falcons? I don't remember who he signed with. Oh, yeah. He signed with the Falcons. Yes. It was like a $5 million deal. Yes. Jawan Taylor signed a 1-year deal with the Falcons pretty late in free agency. Jay said hello from Idaho. What's up? What's up? Hey, man. Love seeing Emmett get picked up as a Nebraska and Chiefs fan. So stoked. Heck yeah. I was excited about that pick. I just knew he was a quality running back for as far as like value is concerned in the later rounds. I kind of said earlier, like, I'm not sure if the Chiefs will go running back again. Not necessarily that they've gotten a running back in this year's draft, but just they made some moves in free agency, and I wondered if they would go elsewhere. But man, they got him, so let's go. Chiefs are building this team like Mahomes might be missing half the season. Justin Fields can run and hand the ball off. I mean, all reports say he's on track and on pace to hopefully start week 1, but it's still an unknown and you don't know. But regardless, even if Mahomes is cleared to play, what's the best way to take pressure off the QB? Upgrade that running back room. Yep, upgrade that running back room. You would settle for pro set. What are you talking about? So we just sticking with what we got for wide receiver? Maybe. I mean, they might draft one here. I still think you should sign a veteran in free agency after the draft. Caldwell's already 25, though. I don't know. When you're getting this late in the draft, I don't know if you got to throw some of the stuff out of the window. Like, you just got to deal with they're either older or there's something going on or they're undersized or a bit more of a role player. Place. Sorry, my dog's jumping on me, but I might take her outside, Brandon FLDB, after the Chiefs pick here. So she's definitely going to make it. She's fine for now, but we're getting closer. The Ravens pick is in at 173. Do we have that?
Nope.
Either of you guys? No? Not yet.
It's
Okay.
still just this
No.
pick is in.
Yep, no worries. Mitzel with the 5. I can't wait for all of our picks outside of the first to see a combined 30 snaps this year. I mean, I don't think that's going to happen. You need these picks. You need Peter Woods on the interior. Or you said outside of the first round? Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know, man. But appreciate
We
the
have the
5. The
pick.
leafy green with the 2. Emmett beat up on Cincy at Arrowhead this year. Heck yeah, let's go.
Pick
The
173 is in.
Yeah, I got it. Yep. Tight end Josh. No idea, dude. Cuevas. Tight end out of Alabama is with the Ravens. Did they not get another? Didn't they just get a tight end? I think they just. Am I? Look at this. Did they not get 2 tight ends? Yeah. Michael Hibner and Josh Cuevas. They also got 2 receivers. Jacoby Lane, Elijah Surratt, taking some dartboard throws here at some receiving options. Maybe he's a bit more of a blocking guy. Whoa. What the heck? I'm trying to read, dude. He's a hybrid tight end who can be utilized as a wide receiver, an H receiver, and a fullback. Moves well and is a willing blocker, so there you go. We're getting much closer to the Chiefs drafting. They're just a few picks away here. Dexter with the 5. Why do the Chiefs need a running back when they have Walker, Smith, and DeMercado, and usually the Chiefs only keep 3 running backs on the roster? There's no guaranteed, in my opinion, that Brashard Smith makes the roster. He's a 7th-round pick, so going to have to earn it. I want to see more opportunities for him this year. I'm not sitting here saying Brashard Smith will not make the roster. But if any of your top guys get hurt, the more depth you have, the better. And Mahomes coming off of the ACL, you've got a very good interior trio that want to run downhill and impose their will in the run blocking aspect of things. Like, utilize it. Take advantage of it. Run more. It's fine. So upgrade the running back room. You're going to need depth there and some longevity at the room. Remember, Imari DeMercado is on a 1-year deal. Kenneth Walker has an out after 2 years. And I'm not saying, like, you don't need to worry about that far down the road per se, but you have Kenneth Walker on a 2-year deal. You have Brashard Smith in the room, who's a 7th-round pick, a converted wide receiver with not a ton of running back experience. And then again, Imari DeMercado on a 1-year deal. So you've got to plan a little bit for now and later and just delicately balance that. The Ravens pick is in at 174. Do we know that yet? You can just shake your head yes or no because I can see both of y'all. Okay, no worries. Eric with the 20. I'm okay going defense in 2026, then focus on offense in 27. Not having an alpha pass catcher will hurt in 26. We got away with not having one thanks to Kelsey. We need 1,000 yards from a pass catcher, tight end, or wide receiver. I mean, maybe, or several guys getting 700-plus yards because the Chiefs rushed for 1,500-plus on the ground. But yeah, we'll see what ends up happening. I'm very curious to see. The pick is in for the Ravens at 174. The Raiders are up next, and then it's the Kansas City Chiefs. Thanks for the 20 bomb, Eric. Very generous of you. Dexter, appreciate you with the 5. Leafy with the 2. We got Nefarious with the 20. One thing recent Chiefs fans got to realize, we have been relying too heavily on Mahomes' magic, but having running back, dump out, and blocking backs will help out the Chiefs' O-line, blocking for right tackle and left tackle more than fans realize. Man, I am excited. Me too. I like the Emmett Johnson pick quite a bit here. 174 should be in here pretty quickly, and then the Chiefs are at 176. Getting very close here. That's fun that the Chiefs got a running back. I am typing a title for that. I think this title will work. And then we'll get ready here. Just make sure his spelling is right, Brand, but I just sent you the title for the Emmett Johnson video. And do we have that 174 pick? Oh, I got it on broadcast, actually. The Baltimore Ravens are selecting a running back out of Clemson, Adam Randall, with 174 overall. The Raiders are now on the clock. Who knows? Their pick might even be in here in the next couple of minutes. And then the Chiefs are up, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting ready to see who the Chiefs are going to be taking. With the 176th pick in the 5th round, you could go offensive tackle. You could go wide receiver, tight end. I'm not going to rule out linebacker. Maybe somebody else that I'm not thinking about as far as position groups are concerned has fallen, and the Chiefs are very high on this player and kind of zig when we think they're going to zag. Make a prediction. Okay, let's make a quick prediction here for the Chiefs. What do we want to go? Let's go. I'm going to go tight end. I don't know who. I'm going to say tight end. Again, this is just, they could easily go Deion Burks or Kevin Coleman Jr. if you wanted to go that route, or if you wanted to take Crown over or World, maybe. I don't know when they're, like, maybe you could get them even later. But let's go tight end here. Let's go either Trig or Indries. But that was Fernando Mendoza's top receiving option at Cal before transferring to Texas. Short to intermediate option at the next level, a reliable target. What about as a blocker? He's a bit hit or miss as a blocker, generally puts himself in good position. So we'll see. I'm going to go tight end, but man, you could go wide receiver, you could go offensive tackle, linebacker. Let me know what you guys think. Adam Randall, running back out of Clemson, is a Baltimore Raven at 174. The pick is in for the Raiders at 175. We're waiting to see what that is. Wide receiver, please, for the love of God. I mean, once you're getting this late, dude, I have no idea who they're going to get and what kind of a role they're going to play their rookie year. But if you get a guy with a very specific skill set, you could find ways to use him pretty quickly as rookie year. I mean, one of these burners, can you use them in the return game and as a niche role player on offense, and then obviously use in case of emergency as a depth piece in the rotation? Bennett said, Cole, we should do a public meetup at Boulevard Brewery during a preseason game. I did a meetup a few years ago during the NFL draft at Boulevard. That was a lot of fun. Do we have the Raiders pick? No? Not yet. Well, the Chiefs are on the clock, so let's go. The pick is in for the Raiders. The Chiefs are on the clock. I think for this one, I like to not see chat or who the pick is, and just I'll let one of you guys announce it to me. Unless I hear it on the broadcast. Like if we're right in line with the broadcast, I'll just announce it. Who's the best available wide receiver? Deion Burks, probably. Oh, I was like, where's my screen? Yeah, Deion Burks, Kevin Coleman Jr., or Jeff Caldwell. Like, he's a bigger bodied guy that runs a 4.31. Still inexperienced against a good competition, but a burner that has a big bodied, like, could he be a bit of a role player for you, a red zone target, just a bigger bodied guy to try to make some plays? Deion Burks is smaller, 5'10", 180, but he had a 9-point-something relative athletic score. He is a freak athlete. Kevin Coleman Jr. is another option, a smaller bodied guy, but he's got quick burst, twitchy, could upgrade the return game for you. But we'll probably find out. Maybe you guys even know who it is. But the pick is in for the Raiders, and the Chiefs are on the clock.
So for the Raiders, they took defensive back Hezekiah Masses.
Hezekiah. Yep.
Hezekiah
Masses out of California. 6'1", 180 pounds. He's got 4.46 40. Led the nation in passes defended last year with 18. Also finished with 5 interceptions. What a nice little get there for the Raiders. But the Chiefs are now on the clock. Actually, the pick is in. I'm not going to look at chat because I don't want to see the answer. I don't want to look at Twitter. I kind of want to be a little surprised with the direction that they go here. And this is the last pick for them until, what, the 7th round? Because they move back?
Yep. Near the end of the draft.
I've got the answer for Jordan Schultz.
All right, let's read it.
In the 2026 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs at pick 176 select Cincinnati wide receiver Cyrus Allen.
Okay, they went wide receiver. Cyrus Allen. I need to do a little bit of investigating on that guy, but Cyrus Allen? That is not a guy we were really looking at. But let's pull him up. 5'11", 180 pounds, so a smaller bodied guy. He had 51 catches for 674 yards and 13 touchdowns last year. I do want to see if I could find a little bit more about him, and I will do that soon, but we'll process through that together. I'll pull him up on Dane Brugler's draft guide as well. Cyrus Allen, and just kind of take a look at some of his strengths, what we're kind of looking at here, and how he could be used in the Chiefs offense or in the return game. Let's pull him up. Cyrus Allen. He's not even in the draft guide. Oh, yeah, he is. Wide receiver 27 for Brugler. 23 years old. They got a wide receiver. 23 years old. So what can we find out about this guy? He suffered a season-ending arm injury in November of 24, went back into the portal, transferred to Cincy for his senior year, led the Bearcats in targets, catches, and receiving yards in 2025. His 13 touchdown grabs tied for third most in the FBS. A dynamic athlete, Allen moves with twitch as a route runner, although some of his steps and movements can get choppy. Lack of size, but he shows outstanding body control to adjust and frame the football midair, and his drops declined every single year. But because of his below-average play strength, he can be out-physicaled both mid-route and at the catch point. He has only average lateral agility. But here's Dane's main takeaway. Allen has a draft profile. Allen gave his draft profile a boost at the Senior Bowl. And somebody said earlier, hey, watch a Senior Bowl player get added to the Chiefs here on day 3. But he shows quickness and ball skills that will stand out during training camp. 5'11", 183 pounds, ran a 4.49 40, a 1.56 10-yard split. So there you go with Cyrus Allen. Taking a bit of a flyer on that guy. And let me go here for the Chiefs. Cyrus Allen. He's a multi-time transfer. We already talked about that. Route running is one of his best attributes. Very fluid. Naturally uses tempo to set up his routes. He can also create separation from defenders with suddenness and burst out of his breaks. Displays good ball skills and is strong in space with the ball in his hands. So there you go. You got a guy who is a little bit older, a little bit undersized, but is a pretty decent route runner. Can separate. Drops decreased every single year. Led his team in receiving production last year. You're just getting a guy that you hope you can add into the room, infuse quality depth, raise the floor of that room. I'm not going to have any wild expectations for him, but there you go. Cyrus Allen is now a Kansas City Chief, back-to-back picks for the Chiefs, infusing some players into their offense. Running back Emmett Johnson out of Nebraska, wide receiver Cyrus Allen out of Cincinnati. I'm sure Travis Kelce will like that as a Bearcat alumni. And there we go. From here, what are your guys' thoughts on this pick? Would love to kind of process through that with you. There's not been a Super Bowl champ with a pass catcher with less than 800 yards in the last 20 years. Without a pass catcher with minimum of 800, no Super Bowl. Thank you, Eric, for the 5, because I think I said if several guys had 700 and something yards and the Chiefs rushed for over 1,600 yards, that would still be productive. But okay. I don't necessarily want there not to be a guy with 1,000 yards. It's probably Rice if he plays all season and is healthy, which he should. Kelsey's close to that every single year as well, which is why I think the receiving room looks funny sometimes, but he's on the last year probably of his NFL career. I think a healthy Rice can get you 1,000. Wheezy with the 2. Cyrus Allen has a PFF receiving grade of 75.2. Nefarious with the 10. Cyrus Allen, boys, we got us a Mortal Kombat character. Going to need to be battle it out for the roster. We'll see how it goes. Solid route runner is good. Yeah, he does have that to his game. That last pick was a reach and not valuable at all, in my opinion. Cyrus Allen is almost Sky Moore, but not there yet. Percy with the 10 gifted. Let's go, man. I appreciate you. Let's see. I might need to back up here. Do you think we'll get a tight end to replace Kelsey if he retires? Not right now. Julian with the 2. The Chiefs should take Burks. Big fan of you. Hey, thanks for the kind words. They did not get Burks. They got Cyrus Allen, and Kevin Coleman Jr. out of Missouri went the very next pick, 177th overall to the Miami Dolphins. So if you were wondering about Kevin Coleman, he was in range for the Chiefs. So were some of these other guys, and they kind of went a different direction. I mean, we were talking about, as far as like available wide receivers, we were talking about Burks. We were talking about Kevin Coleman and Jeff Caldwell. We kind of looked at them. Cyrus Allen was down here. So he's on the way up. Had a great year with the Bearcats. A pretty refined route runner for where you got him. Strong hands. A bit undersized again, though. 5'11", 180. I wonder if he has a little bit of return experience. I'd be curious to know that. Maybe Brand can look it up. Just Google him. Cyrus Allen, like return stats, and check like PFR for college guys. Percy with the 100 ARS. Welcome to the Chiefs. Andres Cyrus Martinez Allen. Context, an Argentinian rock singer called Andres Ciro Martinez. Nice. Let's go. Magic with the 2. NIL money is why players are going to be older. Yeah, for sure. The NIL stuff kind of changed some things. Like, especially like later round guys, they're definitely going to be older for sure. Just a bit of a change in how that's going to look. Because if you're making money in college and you're making pretty good money, some guys are just going to stay longer. The E-way, why must they always get runts and never have a big zone threat receiver? Not sure. So Matt Lane's profile on Cyrus Allen, he said he's a dynamic slot receiver, elite footwork and body control, maximizes lateral agility and quickness at the line of scrimmage or at stem versus off coverage to create separation. High quality run after catch threat, both on the move or on screens. Fluidity, acceleration, and speed, all plus. I don't know what is a plus? All pluses. I was like, what is a plus S? Pluses. So this could be, that's helpful context. Could be a slot option for you. Maybe life after Rashee Rice, don't really know, but he can play out of the slot, and run after catch ability is certainly there for Cyrus Allen coming off of a breakout year. So a pretty refined route runner. You could use him out of the slot, and that's the West Coast offense for you. Andy Reid, he wants to get guys open quickly. He wants to get the ball in their hands and have them do their thing after the catch. And there's another option for you. Whether or not you love it or hate it, I don't know what to expect from him right now. He'll be competing for a roster spot, but you could have a way to use him out of the slot starting out pretty early on. Another lack of size receiver. I don't know why does that really surprise you guys? I mean, maybe it doesn't surprise you and that's why you're frustrated, but I'm not surprised here. That's what they like to do. Did Mahomes have a wide receiver he wanted? Oh, I have no idea, Kyle. Why do you think we don't go and get a big-bodied receiver? This style of offense, man, they just don't like to throw 50-50 balls. They scheme people open. They want the ball out on time. And that's just kind of how they like to operate. Whether you love that or hate that idea, I don't know. But that's just how they operate, and you upgraded the run game, so hopefully it helps people get open a little bit more, and we'll kind of go from there. Nefarious with the 50 bomb. Holy smokes. Looking like next year will be us drafting a bigger wide receiver. There's more depth on offense from what I hear coming up next year. It'll be interesting to see if this defensive draft year plays out as deep as it appears today, but we'll see in 5 years. Nefarious, thanks so much for the 50 bomb. Holy smokes. Nafis said, Cole, I love that we're drafting defense. It's a need. Our defense needs more help, and I'm happy we got another running back. Let's freaking go Chiefs. He's not Tyreek. He's a slot Safety valve. We don't have any slots. Worthy is a small Z. Thornton is a big Z. Rice is an RPO guy who can only run slants. I mean, Rice is your slot guy. So I'm pretty sure most of his production has come out of the slot. I would have to like look that up to confirm. But Rice is definitely the slot guy. I mean, Kelsey can line up in there too. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Rice has spent a lot of time out of the slot. It seems like you're down on Rice, which I understand why fans are maybe frustrated with Rice, but I'm pretty sure a lot of his production, if I go to snaps by position, I mean, slot, they kind of use him a little bit mixed. I mean, this is what, 2025? It was weird because he was suspended and then didn't play back half of the season either because they were eliminated. But 166 snaps out of the slot, 241 out wide. In 2024, what did that look like? Oh, yeah, he barely played in 2024. 66 out of the slot, 87 out wide. So definitely used him out of the slot for sure. Jennifer with the 50 bomb as well, back to back. We probably got a couple draft picks we need to catch up on, so I will do that real quick here. But Cole Payton out of North Dakota State, quarterback. Jalen Hurts is in trouble. Just kidding. But they drafted a quarterback in the 5th round, 178th overall. The 49ers pick is in, and the Dolphins are up next. And we're getting near the end of the 5th round and about to get into the 6th, where I believe the Chiefs don't have a pick now. I believe that's the case because they traded up for Emmett Johnson, trading their 6th round pick back into the 7th. I like the Emmett Johnson pick. I am not a fan of the Allen pick, but hopefully he will prove me wrong. Good Chiefs. Yeah, we were talking about potential receivers for the Chiefs, and I don't think anybody brought up Cyrus Allen one time. So when he was drafted, I was like, all right, hold on. We might have some more thoughts on Cyrus Allen here in a bit, but I wonder what NFL Draft Buzz has to say about him, and then I'll look his name up, and we'll kind of keep going from there. Let's go Cyrus. Cyrus Allen, 4'49", 40, 5'11", 183 pounds. Smaller arms. Yeah, I mean, just a smaller bodied guy in general. He's explosive, though. That broad jump was 97th percentile. So quick off the line. Exceptional route technician. Diverse release package at the line. Gives him real answers against press corners. He's got legitimate vertical threat with 4.4 speed. Can stretch the field from the slot, averaging 16.3 yards per catch. Fearless worker over the middle of the field, can find soft spots in zone and positions his body to absorb contact through the catch point. Reliable hands, just a 2% drop rate on 69 targets in 2025. Strong after the catch instincts with 269 yards after contact in 2025 and 8 missed tackles forced, showing the ability to create with the ball in his hands. Weaknesses, obviously undersized. Contested catch situations remains a concern, winning just 20% of them in 2025. But the Chiefs don't like to throw contested catch opportunities. They want your guy open, on time, throw it to him, get that ball out quickly, and let them feast after the catch. Career catch rate of 59.9% is below what you want to see, even accounting for his deep target profile. But again, he had a breakout year last year after a season-ending injury in 2024. But he played out of the slot 92% of the time. That's where he's most comfortable and where you probably want him. So, yeah, I mean, as you research a little bit more about Cyrus Allen, this is a potential slot option. Could be for life after Rashee Rice. Played 92% out of the slot. Had a breakout year in Cincy last year. Barely dropped the ball. A lot of yards after contact. Can force some missed tackles, but just really thrives on getting open. Maybe he's going to be a quarterback-friendly option in zone for the Kansas City Chiefs. Again, I'm not going to have a lot of expectations for him as a 5th-round pick for the Chiefs, but there's another potential slot guy for Patrick Mahomes. Haul the ball in, break some tackles. He's a pretty polished route runner, and he's got that 4.4 speed. That's not like a quote-unquote 4.2 burner, but that's not always what you need. I mean, Rashee Rice ran a 4.440 or somewhere right around there too. So you're going to get a guy who's fearless over the middle of the field. He's a great route technician. He's got a diverse release package. Again, a very explosive 93rd percentile broad jump, I believe it was. 97th percentile broad jump. So he's going to be able to get off the line quick, get open. He's very good with that release package off the line of scrimmage, and the Chiefs are going to have an option there. We'll see what happens year one with him in this offense, but you've got Royals now. You've got Cyrus, Allen, Rice, Worthy, Thornton. You probably still get a guy after the draft. I don't know if that's Juwan Jennings or what, but you added Emmett Johnson to help raise the floor and the depth of the running back room. Cyrus Allen is a slot option for you, and it raises the floor of the wide receiver room, gives you another body in there. And I'm excited to see what happens after a breakout year leading the Cincinnati Bearcats in production in 2025. Pretty excited about that. All right, let's catch up on a couple of these picks real quick, and then we'll look at some super chats and kind of hang out with you guys. Let's see. Enrique Cruz Jr., offensive tackle out of Kansas. Oh, nice. Is a 49er. Jayhawk here. And then I think the pick might be in for the Dolphins at 180, and we are getting near the end of the... I don't even know what round we're in, dude. I've probably been... Yeah, 5th round. Okay, I was going to say the end of the 5th, but I was like not confident in that. The pick is in for the Dolphins. I don't know that we have it. We've got a couple super chats here. Hey, Cole, love the stream. Thanks so much, Nachi. Hope you're doing well. Pick 249 should be a tight end now, right? Unless somebody there still high on slides all the way. Also love the Emmett Johnson pick. Price made me a fan, and now I'm extremely happy. Hey, man, I hope you guys enjoyed Price. He is an insane resource of draft knowledge and even just football knowledge in general. The guy puts a lot of work into his craft, and I'm proud to call him a friend in the space and was honored to have him on for day 3 of the draft. I mean, that guy was talking about everybody. He's like, oh yeah, this guy? Yeah, I could talk about him for 3 minutes straight off the cuff. Pretty impressive stuff. Justin with the 2. His coach had Ty Hilton and said Allen is better. Nice. You're talking about Cyrus Allen's coach? Ooh. Okay, then. Yeah, as far as what the Chiefs do with their last pick, I don't know. You could go tight end. You could go offensive tackle. Could go linebacker. A couple different ways you could go.
We do have the
Can
Dolphins
you drop
pick
his
here.
link? Yeah, I can. When you say his link, what do you want? You want his Twitter? I could give you that. Yeah, here's Price. We should do like an explanation point for him. I just kind of spammed it in chat. There is his Twitter if you want to follow him. He's the lead draft analyst of Arrowhead Addict. So, very good dude, lives in Kansas City. Don't like small wide receivers? Do you like corn dogs? Said Falconer with the 2. Yeah, man, it's just the West Coast offense of Andy Reid. They don't like to do a bunch of 50-50 contested balls down the sideline. They want that guy to get open quickly, get the ball in his hands, and run after the catch. It's just Andy Reid's style of offense is not really going to change. I think the biggest wide receiver you have on the roster is who? Rashee Rice, 6 foot, 6'1". I mean, Tyquan Thornton. Let me just go. I can find this pretty quickly. Chiefs roster. If I look that up and I sort it by wide receiver or position rather, Worthy's 5'11". Thornton is 6'2". Royals is 6 foot. Rice is 6'1". Remigio 5'9". Jimmy Holiday 6'1". Jason Brownlee 6'3". But like they didn't really use some of these guys. You still have Jared Wiley in the tight end room. We can't sleep on that, I guess. I don't know what to expect from him next year. Jake Brenningstool, Noah Gray. I mean, all of the tight ends are bigger-bodied guys. I think we might have a couple more picks. With the 180th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins are taking tight end Seydou Traore. I completely butchered it. Out of Mississippi State. The Bills are on the clock now. Last pick of the 5th round. Last pick of the 5th round. Juju is still on the roster? No. Juju is a free agent. But he could be an option after the draft. Rice can do the back shoulder thing, hopefully play more outside now with Allen. That is an interesting thing to say too. Could getting a guy like Cyrus Allen to play in the slot at times allow Rice flexibility to kick outside a bit more so you have a solid slot guy? If it's not Kelsey at times in the slot, that could allow for some more diverse usage of Rashee Rice as well. Very interesting. Cyrus Allen, to me, a beast against zone, and his consistency and separation is impressive. Went under the radar. Good pick, Veach. Kelsey, no doubt, something to do with that pick. Possibly Toby. Same school, of course. Can Rice even play on the outside? Yeah. He was an outside guy in college. Contested catch guy outside in college. And I just looked at his advanced snaps. He's playing about 50-50 outside the slot. Close. He played 241 snaps out wide last year, 166 from the slot. The thing is, like, even sometimes when he's out wide, it's like bubble screens, quick passes, get in the ball and let that guy kind of feast after the catch. Because Rice is kind of like a running back with the ball in his hands, can truck people over. All right, we are getting into the 6th round here very soon. The Buffalo Bills are on the clock, the last pick of the 5th. I got to have a seat, man. Yeah. Can the Chiefs sign Debo? Yeah. They can. Should they? Probably not. Chargers are going to be on the clock, 202 pick. Let's see who we get. Oh, let's go. I'm assuming, Jai, you're a Chargers fan. What's up, man? Welcome to the stream. Well, it says the Browns are up next, so I don't know. Maybe the Chargers are after the Browns. Is that what's going on here? Did the Chargers move up? I don't even see the Chargers. What happened? Gimmick said that we need to stop freaking out about the wide receiver pick. We got a guy who is solid against man. That's what I want to know. How good is he against man coverage? I haven't really seen any of that. It looks like he's pretty good in zone coverage. Either way, if he's twitchy and quick off the line and a pretty refined route runner with several release packages out of the slot, that in theory has the recipe to quickly get open against man coverage. So yeah, if you're looking for a wide receiver that has the potential to beat man coverage a little bit, like quickly off the line, Cyrus Young might be able to give you that because of that burst and that release package and the way that they like to use their receivers in this offense, getting the ball out quickly, getting it into their hands and allowing them to feast after the catch. Debo is good. I think Debo is washed. But if you guys really want him on the Chiefs, I'm going to root for him. I mean, he's still a free agent. Had a lot of wear and tear. But, yeah, he could be an option, I guess. He still had 727 yards and 5 touchdowns last year. You could go with Debo if you want. Yeah, Jawan Jennings. I like that for sure. Okay, I think we got the Bills pick.
And we have the Browns as well. We had the Browns before the Bills.
So Zane Durant, defensive tackle out of Penn State, is being added to Buffalo. And then you're saying the Browns pick is already in?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, with the first pick of the 6th round, the Browns are picking Arkansas quarterback Taylon Green.
Another quarterback? Another quarterback? There you go. That's crazy, man. How many quarterbacks do they need? Seriously.
Their whole team is going to be quarterbacks soon.
I mean, maybe they're going to trade Dylan Gabriel or Shador Sanders or something. I don't know. I mean, you got five quarterbacks now on the roster. I mean, I know Deshaun Watson is like a huge, no idea what to do with that guy ever again. But let's see. Shoot from the right with the 5-bomb. Thank you, man. People seem to forget that there are people we can still sign after the draft. Defensive end Cam Jordan, wide receiver Juwan Jennings. Yeah, it could be anytime after the draft. Yeah, because the compensatory pick deadline is Monday. Browns are a disaster, said Nefarious with the 2. And I don't want to sit there and say, like, I'm down on Debo. Like, he's fine. But, like, I don't know. I don't know if Debo would be my first option to pick up in free agency, per se. But you know what? If they do, I'll root for the guy, and we'll look at the vision from there if that happens. We don't know how Jake Bringstool's come along. Yeah, no idea. He's an undrafted guy. We'll have to kind of just wait and see. They stashed him on IR for the year, and we'll kind of go from there. A to Z has a profile of Allen up a couple days ago. Casey Kingdom had one for him. Didn't get the invite to the combine, but people seem to love him. Let's go then. Cleveland just got a dog in Taylon Green. Watch his tape. I think he has the potential to come for QB1. Really? Okay. Is that the freak athlete guy? 6'6", 227 pounds. Combination of size, speed, and athleticism. Somebody said he could maybe translate to a different position. Extremely dynamic runner on designed runs and when escaping the pocket. The Cardinals are on the clock at 183. Yep, Skylar Bell went to the Bills. My new player to watch, Emmett Johnson. Yep. Jeff Caldwell at 249. Sure. You could go tight end there. You could go wide receiver again, offensive tackle, linebacker. Also, as much as I love the idea of Hill as a player, his off-the-field issues are worse than Rice. Yeah, I mean, I guess Tyreek could be an option as long as he gets cleared to play again. He could be an option later. Yep, Rice ran a 4.5 40. It's like 4.4 4.5. The reality is 40 speed isn't everything. It's the quick burst in Andy's offense. You kind of scheme your guys open, and then can you catch the ball and then fight through contact and get some yards after the catch, and Rice is very good at that. They like a lot of guys with the super quick burst off the line. I think Rice's 10-yard splits in a great spot. Jalen Royals. I mean, it seems like Cyrus, I don't know about his 10-yard split, if it's like elite, but he's got that 97th percentile broad jump, which is explosion. Great release package off the line. Who did the Chiefs get in round 5? They got a wide receiver. Cyrus Allen. Let me see if I can pull up the list of, I mean, this is who they got. Cyrus Allen had a breakout year with the Bearcats. 51 catches, 674 yards, 13 touchdowns. He averaged 13.2 yards per reception. Broke his arm here, so you had a down year. And then transferred to Cincinnati. He had a long of 88 yards. That's insane. He did have some carries. Not sure you're going to do that a whole bunch with him. But I thought I had a tab already. Yeah, here we go. So, Mansour Delane, Peter Woods, R. Mason Thomas, Jaden Kennedy. That was today, early, 4th-round pick. Emmett Johnson, running back out of Nebraska, was the 5th-round pick, the first 5th-round pick. And then Cyrus Allen, wide receiver out of Cincinnati, was the next one. Now the Chiefs pick near the end of the 7th round. Nefarious, back with the 20 bomb. Debo was great for 3 years. The last 3 years, he's been a distraction, a head case, drops too many balls, and ran his routes the wrong way too often in Washington. It's been hard to watch his fall from grace, pass on Debo. Yeah, I think I'm just kind of out on him too. But again, any player that the Chiefs signs, I'm going to root for. If that's the route they want to go after the draft, we could talk about it for sure. Do the Chiefs have any picks in round 6? They did, but they traded up for Emmett Johnson, and to do that, they had to trade out of the 6th and into the 7th. So we're going to be waiting a little bit here for the Chiefs' next pick. I mean, we just started the 6th round. The Cardinals, 183rd overall, took Carson Sharar, I don't know, linebacker out of Iowa. 184th overall, the Texans grabbed defensive tackle Jackie Marshall out of Baylor. The Bucks are on the clock, or maybe their pick is in, and the Giants will be up next here.
And this pick was just traded. It was the Raiders, and they traded it to the Bucks.
Oh, okay. The Bucks traded up with the Raiders?
Yep.
Maybe from 195, I would assume, to 185, so 10 spots?
Yep.
I'm trying to get a title for this. Just make sure the spelling is right on this brand, but you could save this title too for the next one. Got that for you guys. Yo, Echo with the 10. Thank you, man. I don't think the receiver issue is being overhyped. We have 3 receivers on contract next season, not including Allen. The Chiefs ignoring it until this late makes next year's draft wide receiver needy. Yeah, you have Rice on the last year. You have Worthy under contract. You have Thornton under contract. Royals under contract. Cyrus Allen under contract now. You will have to figure out what to do if Kelsey retires. You're going to need to invest just more monetarily. You need to put money into the wide receiver room to some extent. So, yeah. I mean, the board fell in a way. They got wide receiver late. But I still think the wide receiver room is in a manageable spot this year, especially if you can get a veteran wide receiver after the draft. And they upgraded the running back room massively. You had to really fix that defense because of everybody you lost. So, no, I was team draft a wide receiver as early as you can heading into the draft. They didn't. But you got a bunch of areas of needs addressed, and yes, you'll have to go into next year and probably get a wide receiver pretty early. I wouldn't even be surprised. I mean, we'll just have to wait and see how it all plays out. But if you don't extend Rice, I wouldn't be surprised if wide receiver they draft a guy in the first round. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see how it all plays out. You got time though. Echo said, I agree. I think our running back room might be the best in the NFL. I mean, they definitely massively upgraded that. So I think with that, the addition of Cyrus Allen, you have Kelsey back, the wide receivers we just talked about, and getting a vet after the draft, that's probably got you in a pretty good spot. But of course, I mean, they could still draft a guy in the 7th round wide receiver. I don't know that they'll double dip there. I have no idea. But sure, would I have liked them to get somebody earlier on? Yeah, but they got good players, and you have to kind of wait and see how everything unfolds, right? But I see the plan. I see the vision. Our running back room is going to be explosive. Yeah. Way better. Way different. Except Watson, of course. Also, I'm not a fan of Jerry Jeudy. Oh, I don't know what. You talking about the Browns? Can't wait for the season to start. We finally got juice in the running back room. I like our receivers. Hopefully we utilize Thornton better, and Mahomes shouldn't be dropping back 50-plus times. Go KC. Let's go, gamer. We might have a couple more picks off the board that I'll get into here. I already mentioned, I believe, Jackie Marshall out of Baylor, the defensive tackle, going to the Titans. Bo Sharp, tight end out of LSU, was selected 185th overall to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Giants pick is in. The Commanders are on the clock. We keeping it moving here at the beginning of the 6th round of the 2026 NFL Draft.
And pick 188 was the Seahawks. They just traded it to the Jets.
Okay, nice. Did George Pickens go to Kansas City? No. I mean, unless I missed something in the last 2 minutes. No. We still have Robert Tonyan. No, he was signed on a 1-year deal. Cole, I think we can get some solid receivers as UDFAs, said Gimmick. Oh, yeah, maybe. I mean, the chances of a UDFA just coming out of the gate being a heavy contributor is very low, but, you know, you can find some diamonds in the rough, and there are undrafted guys that find roles on teams all the time. I'm pretty sure Byron Pringle was an undrafted free agent. I mean, Nico Remigio was, and say what you want about him, he found a role on a roster. One of the best undrafted wide receivers ever was the Vikings legend Adam Thielen. I'm sure there's more Chiefs players that went undrafted that had some roles to play, specifically in the wide receiver room. But yeah, it can definitely happen for sure. So echo on the thoughts of the wide receiver room and the needs being overhyped. I think I was just slightly pushing back on the wide receiver room being horrible, A, but then B, the amount of upgrades that the Chiefs have made to the running back room is going to help the wide receiver room, the tight end room, anybody in general out there running routes. All this is going to help with a dynamic, just talented run game. Yes, do you have a guy that can just thrive against man coverage? I mean, no. But hopefully the defenses are being afraid of the Chiefs running will at least catch them looking on play action and RPOs. So I am not in the camp of like the Chiefs need to do nothing to the wide receiver room, but I'm very happy with the upgrades to the running back room. You got Cyrus Allen in the 5th. We'll see about it. I think you get a veteran after the draft as well, and then I think you're in a decent spot here. It doesn't really, like, there's still some questions in the long term in the room, but how many times have we had questions in certain position groups in the future there, and the Chiefs have kind of fixed it? We had a lot of questions this offseason about the Chiefs running back room, and they completely redid it. You can completely redo. Well, you don't need to completely redo the wide receiver room next year, but if you don't extend Rice, you have pieces. You'll have to build upon that, probably sign somebody else in free agency and get somebody else early in the draft. We'll kind of wait and see. I think we have another couple picks. We've got Bobby Jamison Travis, defensive tackle out of Auburn, going to the Giants at 186. Katron Allen is a running back out of Penn State going to the Commanders. Rushing for over 1,000 yards each of the past 2 seasons. The Jets pick is in. The Bengals are on the clock. We're keeping it moving here in the 6th round. PRB said, I agree with you. Cole Jennings could be a good addition this year if he's open to being signed here. Yeah, I do wonder how expensive he's going to be. Like, the Chiefs don't have a lot of money right now, but I would love Jennings in this offense. I think it would be a great pick. K9 needs more protection. Like O-line, maybe? Yeah, offensive. I wouldn't be surprised if you signed a veteran offensive tackle after the draft as well. Like, for the right side. Like, think about how many times the Chiefs have tried to make that approach work on the left side. Well, you have Josh Simmons. Esa Pole could be the next man up over there. Jalen Moore could still be your right tackle or your swing tackle on the left side in case some injuries hit, or for either side. Maybe you get a veteran right tackle and throw him into the mix too. Mitzel with the 2. Glad we have a real wide receiver and running backs coach this year. There's also that aspect of it too. EB back as the OC. Love the shirt. Hey, thanks, man. MadeMob.com. Code HPT Chiefs will get you 10% off. Yeah, that's all I wear is Made Mob shirts. Yeah, get a blocking tight end. That would be great. Whether you get him in the 7th round or just in free agency, or maybe you get an undrafted guy that could come in and do some blocking for you. I don't know, but that would help too. Frog said fire Veach. Okay. What happens if Simmons is unavailable at left tackle? Who's the backup? I mean, right now, Esa Pole or Jalen Moore moves back over to the left side, and you just sign a veteran offensive tackle for the right side. Hey, Cole, I'm sure you've already answered this, but how do you feel about the first 4 picks? You can tell I've been streaming all weekend because my patience is a little low. Fire Veach. Okay, dude. Sounds good, man. Good stuff. Mansour Delane, cornerback out of LSU. Peter Woods, defensive tackle out of Clemson. R. Mason Thomas, pass rusher out of Oklahoma. Jaden Kennedy, safety out of Oregon. So first 4 picks, thoughts on those? You needed to upgrade the defense pretty massively. You got your starter opposite Noel Williams in the cornerback room. Peter Woods along the interior. Pairing him up next to guys like Kairos Tonga or Chris Jones or Omar Norman Lott, rotating these guys in and out, keeping them fresh. Got a quick burst, shorter armed guy, but man, powerful, high character guy. I mean, I'm excited about him. He had a down year last year compared to the year prior, but some of that was just like the defense as a whole. It was a little bit weird. R. Mason Thomas, the speed rusher out of Oklahoma, very different compared to the prototypical Spags, longer armed, 255, 260 plus pound pass rusher that you could have all 3 downs, set the edge, stop the run, kick inside. He's predominantly going to be used more on definite passing downs. 3rd and long, just situations where they're probably dropping back to pass. But you know what? I like the idea of just mixing that up. He's got shades of Nick Bonito to his game. Jaden Kennedy he's probably your slot corner. He's got flexibility, can play inside, outside, played some safety. Yeah, he can line up at slot corner or safety, but projects best at nickel because of his size. So you got some versatile pieces on defense because you lost a lot of guys. Brian Cook, Trent McDuffie, Jalen Watson, Joshua Williams. You needed depth in the safety room as well, and he could provide some depth there. So I do like the first 4 picks on defense. You need to wait and see how it plays out, see how they do. But I'm at least intrigued by what has been done. And then you added 2 pieces on offense for the Chiefs today so far. Well, today so far has been Jaden Kennedy, and then Emmett Johnson and Cyrus Allen. But back-to-back offensive pieces for the Chiefs. Running back, wide receiver. I like Emmett Johnson's pick a lot. That's going to help raise the floor of that running back room, the depth. It gives you another guy with experience, at least compared to Brashard Smith. If there's some injuries to that room, you really did a good job upgrading that room as a whole. Cyrus Allen can be your slot guy. Great release package off the line. Run after catch ability. A bit undersized, but the Chiefs don't mind that at all on the offense. And there's plenty of wide receivers who can produce that are a little bit shorter than 6 foot. Not ultra worried about it, but we've got a couple more picks in. Inez Cooper, offensive guard out of Miami, went 188th overall to the Jets. Can you pull up the Bengals pick again? Because it's not updated on ESPN, but I know you just flashed that up. The Saints are on the clock, but the Bengals went with a guard as well. Brian Parker II. I believe that says guard. Offensive lineman out of Duke. Let's see. Derek with the 2. How do you feel about pursuing David Njoku in free agency? Yeah, he's still a free agent. That would be an intriguing tight end option. Depending on the price, he's more of a... I think he's more of a receiving tight end. But man, if he... I don't know off the top of my head like how quality he is as a run blocker. But man, if he could do that at a higher level... play against or play in line blocking against the run at a higher level than anybody else on the roster, I'm open to the idea, especially because he's definitely also a receiving threat. A little bit older. I think he's got to be close to 30. David Njoku age. He is 29. 30 in July. So yeah, the Chiefs don't have to be done adding to the roster once the draft is over. But yeah, don't mind the idea. Again, how much are these guys going to cost? That's part of it. Echo with the 5. I tweeted at you way earlier this month about biggest sleeper for the Chiefs. I said Kennedy. Statistically a top 3 corner this class. Called it. Let's go, dude. Shoot, any upgrades you can get to the secondary after all the losses you had, and then trying to keep Chamari Connor out of the slot. I am for it. I am with it. Let's go. Celebrate. Is Njoku still a free agent? I think he is. I'm pretty sure. I think he's still a free agent. Am I wrong? Yeah, he's still a free agent. I'm pretty sure. Okay. Saints are on the clock. Well, the Saints pick is in. The Jags are up at 191. Brandon,
That means the
FLDB,
Jags
do you guys
traded.
want to hold down the stream for a minute? I just need to walk for a second. If you when you're ready, just let me know. I just need to get up and move. How long have we been live? 4.5 hours? Yeah, feeling it a little.
Too long.
Never too long, man. It's the draft. We're hanging out.
No, it's good. Yeah, I'm just dropping some SB stuff here.
Yeah, no worries. Gas pains? No. I'm just need to walk. I need to move a little bit, man. I mean, you got to think I've been standing here Thursday night, Friday night, then making content all night until 3, 4 in the morning, and then doing it all over again. So I just need to walk. I want to see some sunlight and just wake up. Might even get a little bit more coffee. Do the Chiefs have any picks left? Yeah, they have a 7th round pick here in a bit. Juliana, what up? Hey, Cole. I'm sure you already talked about it, but what is your opinion on the biggest hole on the roster left? Biggest remaining hole on the roster, maybe right tackle, but that could be Jalen Moore. I don't know if there's any major glaring wide receiver. I think a wide receiver 3. It just depends. I don't like labeling wide receiver 1, 2, 3. It's just looking at roles. I do think after the draft, you probably need to add an offensive tackle, a defensive end, a wide receiver, just veteran guys, maybe a blocking tight end. What do you guys think the biggest hole on the roster is right now? I don't see any glaring needs. You've addressed most of them. Where's your biggest concern right now? Oh, linebacker. Yeah, linebacker is something I thought they might address in this draft because you lost Leo Chanel. You've got Tranquil. Bassa is around. You have Nick Bolton. Yeah, linebacker could be a need. The only thing that really matters, Mahomes recovers and is the same guy going forward. I have confidence that he'll still be playing at a very high level after this injury. I mean, you're not going to be able to run around like a lunatic forever. As quarterbacks age anyway, they have to adapt their play style a little bit. And massively upgrading the running back room should help with that. Safety, let your dog out. I do need to do. I'm going to take my dog with me, yeah. I'll take my dog with me. Just take 5 minutes. Yeah, what else on the roster? What was our salary cap before the draft? Not much. They don't have a lot of money to mess around with. You might have to restructure somebody in some capacity. My Air Force buddy went to high school with Tranquil. That's cool, Joseph. Stephon Diggs is still a free agent. Yeah, he's dealing with some off-the-field stuff, though. I didn't realize how long we've been on here. Yeah, 4.5 hours so far. I mean, we'll go through the entirety of the 7th round. Yep. Chiefs running back room got to be the most upgraded room in the NFL. From last year to this year, I think it's completely overhauled. I agree with you. How do you think Emmett Johnson will fit in the running back room with us already having DeMercado? That's a great question. I don't fully know, but he is depth, experienced depth. Could be a short yardage option with his vision or the ability to force missed tackles. He's not a burner, but he's solid with the ball in his hands, doesn't fumble, can catch passes out of the backfield as well. I think he just raises the floor of that room, and maybe he's not used very much from the jump here, but they found the value too good to pass up. They traded up to go and get him, and I would be curious to know how you guys think he could be used. You know, that's one thing about this channel is it's a conversation with you guys and what you think too, because I'm just a fan like you guys, so we can hash it out and chat about it. Great to be a part of the crew. Let's go, Absolute. I'm glad to have you guys here. We have 2,000 people in here. 50,000 people have stopped in to view the stream so far today. Always honored to, I mean, it's pretty crazy. If I think about the numbers, it could kind of stress me out. I don't actually show those numbers when I stream. I have it hidden just because I don't care if there's 5 people in here or 15,000. I want to do as great of a job as possible. It's not about the numbers. It's not about all that. But sometimes if the numbers get up there, I'm like, oh my gosh, okay. It's a little nerve-wracking to think about. We've been doing this long enough now. It's fine. But, you know, sometimes numbers, it's like a vanity metric. So sub count, vanity metric. I feel the same as I was when I started this channel. I don't feel the same in the sense of like knowledge of the game and my ability to speak on camera. I kind of know a little bit more what I'm doing now compared to 4 years ago. But I just don't feel like the same dude in the sense of I'm just a fan like you guys and trying to create content and have fun doing it. And I think that's how you, I'll get to some of these draft picks in a second, but it's just like, you got to keep that mindset. Stay hungry, stay humble, attack each day, giving it your best. You've never arrived. You've never made it. If I stop making content tomorrow, you can't ride off of any past quote unquote success. So you're only as good as your last at bat, and we got to keep swinging, man. We got to keep swinging. Let's go. I think we've missed a few picks here. Saints 190. Barian Brown, wide receiver out of LSU. Josh Cameron, wide receiver out of Bailey, went to the Jags. So back-to-back wide receivers at 190 and 191. Offensive tackle J.C. Davis. What do you think J.C. stands for? I'm so tired. I was just going to be like, Jesus? No, I'm just playing. J.C. Davis, offensive tackle out of Illinois with the Giants. The Giants are on the clock again. Then the Titans are up, followed by the Raiders. James Conner. Next Chiefs pick, kicker, Mastuzawa out of Hawaii. Man, they really want to get me with these names. You know, if you wanted to bring in some kicking competition with Butker, like an undrafted guy, I would not be opposed. I still think Butker wins the kicking competition. You're paying him a lot of money. You can't really get out from underneath that contract this year. Jack Kelly out of BYU. I think we've been talking about him in chat here today. He is a New York Giant. You should make a video about the best moments on this channel ever. That'd be kind of fun. It'd be a good like members video. It wouldn't do anything in the algorithm, but just like an accomplishment, not like a boastful way, but just like a top moments on the channel over the last 4 years. That would be kind of fun. Who do we get last? They got wide receiver Cyrus Allen. Yo, Greg Coleman in the house with the 100 bomb. Said Cole, FLDB, Brand, thank you for all the content, man. HBTC has come a long way. I don't chime in as much these days, but know that I'm here always. Let's freaking go. Greg, let's go, man. The legend himself in chat with the 100 bomb. Elizabeth Reed dropped by yesterday or 2 days ago with a 200 bomb. We got some of the OGs in here. Obviously, that's never expected, but man, I really appreciate you guys. Pharaoh said, trust the process. If this year's draft is a bust, then we can have that conversation. In Beach, we trust. And yeah, when it comes to draft classes, you need to give them a couple years anyway. Yeah. Cole, you need energy dude wipes? Energy dude? I might get some caffeine. I mean, I feel pretty good. But yeah, I was glad Price was here to help a little bit earlier. Cole, do you think Bossa will be able to take the step up in the linebacker room to fill the gap left from Leo? I feel like they're two different style of linebackers because Bossa's a coverage linebacker. He's a safety turned linebacker. Leo Chanel was like pound for pound the strongest man on the roster. Could use him to stop the run. You could have him rush off the edge, blitz with him. I mean, I'm not saying he couldn't play out there in 3 linebacker sets and be the third, but a little bit different style players, I guess is really what I'm getting at. Pat Coogan out of Indiana, center, goes 194th overall to the Tennessee Titans. The Raiders, either their pick is in or they're on the clock, and then the Patriots will be up next. Despite drafting quarterback Taylon Green today, the Browns say they have no plans to trade quarterback Dylan Gabriel. How many quarterbacks do they want? The Browns are insane, man. Do you think Patrick is going to retire with the Chiefs? No idea. I would like to say yeah, but even some of the greats, as they play a long time, they move on. I mean, Aaron Rodgers has played with a couple different teams. Tom Brady played with a different team near the end of his career. I mean, you could do that with so many different quarterbacks over the years. So I would hope it's able to happen, but I have no idea. And you know what? If the Chiefs decide years from now to go in a different direction for whatever reason that would be, and Mahomes wants to keep playing, like, dude, I'm going to root for him every day, no matter what team he's on. I'll always be a Chiefs fan, but if that ever happened, and I don't really like to talk about it, it kind of makes me sad, but if years from now, if that happened, I'll be the biggest fan and cheer him on unless he's playing the Chiefs. But hopefully he's able to retire a Chief, but who knows, man? Who knows? L7 Hydra with the 2. What do you think we are doing at linebacker? Well, I mean, you have Nick Bolton, you have Leo Chanel, Cooper McDonald, Jeffrey Bossa. You have I think you have like Jack Cochran, Cole Christensen. You might need to get another guy. Maybe they get a linebacker in the 7th. I don't know. You could get another undrafted guy. And Jeanette with the 5. Cole, you should do a video on your Chief touchdown moments. I enjoy them. They put laughter in my heart. That's actually a fun idea. Like during the live play-by-plays, like some of the craziest moments. That's a lot of fun. We do not have Leo. Yeah, did I say Leo Chanel? If I did, I'm just slap happy tired. No, Leo Chanel is with the Commanders. So you have Nick Bolton, Drew Tranquil, Jeffrey Bossa, Cooper McDonald, Cole Christensen, Jack Cochran. Like, you've got guys. You've got your couple of starters for sure in Bolton and Tranquil. To be determined on Bossa. Cooper McDonald could do a little bit too. When are you going to release your 53-man roster prediction? I'll probably do my first one this week, this upcoming week. I feel like every year after the draft, we do our first one. Greg with the 5, he'll retire a Chief. No other player has invested that much into their city. Yeah, true. I'm just saying I'm not going to be definitive one way or another because, man, if he plays for another 10, 12 years, like, who really knows? But I think the odds are he retires a Chief, but we'll see. Like, Kelsey played for the Chiefs his entire career, and that's the best way to go about it if you can make that happen. You bring me a smile. Thank you. Let's go Niners. Okay, let me check in on... I was just reading a comment. I wasn't cheering for the Niners. I just read a comment. It did kind of sound like I was just randomly rooting for the Niners, though. Malik Benson, wide receiver out of Oregon, just went to the Raiders. 6 foot, 189 pounds, 4.37 40. Can scream down the field. Brings value as a return man, including 1 punt return for a touchdown in 2025. So there you go for the Raiders. I think the Patriots pick is in. The Eagles are on the clock. Then the Patriots are back up next.
The Eagles are actually trading pick 197 away.
Okay.
To the Los Angeles Rams in exchange for pick 207, 251, and 252.
Have you dropped that video already?
I'm about to.
When you do that, I just might have you and FLDB chat for a bit. Just let me know.
Oh, the SB one is dropped. The EJ one is ready to be dropped.
Oh, we'll drop that too then.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and do that. I mean, back to back is fine, and then I'll have you jump on here. If you weren't a YouTuber, what would you want to be? Said Justin. This sounds corny, but nothing else. I mean, it's always what I've wanted to do, is just create content for a living. Like, I just love this stuff. But I was a videographer by trade before that, so I was being creative. I made music before that. I mean, that wasn't ever for a living, but I've just always been in that vein of, like, being creative, being able to express myself. Obviously, like, on a channel like this, it's not extremely creative, but I've been able to carve out a role and make a full-time living off of making content, and that's a lot of fun to me. So yeah, I don't know what else I would want to be doing right now if I wasn't doing this, just because I feel like I am living out my dream. I know that sounds corny, but I literally wake up every single day just extremely excited to talk about the team that I grew up watching and rooting for, the Kansas City Chiefs, born in Kansas City, still live in the area. So yeah, I feel like I'm living the dream here, but I mean, content creation of some sort, videography, photography. I'm just always kind of I'm left-handed. So it's just like, I like being creative and not super artistic per se, but yeah. Well, Greg, thanks again for the 5 bomb. I think I read most of your comment before it got deleted. Your wisdom comes from the beard. I don't know about all that. I mean, I will say this, like, have I learned a lot about in-depth stuff about the NFL and just following the Chiefs at a much greater level than I ever did before running this channel? Yeah. I mean, but that I've just sometimes will consume NFL content for 10 hours a day. I mean, even at night, I fall asleep to NFL podcasts, but I'm just kind of wired in a weird way where I just want to always be doing something. I want to always be learning and consuming. I'm sure Kelsey will be extremely happy to have a player from Cincy. Yeah, I think so. Do we not have this pick? Oh, here we go. Oh, offensive tackle off the board here. 196 overall. The New England Patriots are taking Demetrius Crownover, offensive tackle out of Texas A&M. The beard knows all. Nah. Cole, do you know the names of any more of the more noticeable names left? I mean, I can look. The answer is probably no when we're this far into the draft. What's up, Cole? It's Grayson. You're on my mom's name. Yo, what up, Grayson? How are you, brother? Do I not have a 6th? No, because they traded up to get Emmett Johnson in the 5th, and they traded their 6th round pick. They swapped it with the 7th with the Steelers. So the Chiefs had a 6th, no longer do, but they're picking in the 7th. How about those Chiefs? Let's go, Chad. Real ones know Cole has bars. He's low-key fire. Man, I haven't made music in like 6 or 7 years, but I have been itching to make some music again. Not Chiefs music, nothing like that. Just I've been itching. In my free time, I beatbox. Like, I just love hip hop. I love art. Yeah, if I'm not doing football stuff, I'm just watching. I'm watching rap, hip hop, battle rap, beatboxing, anything like that. I really enjoy that stuff. And if you don't like rap, it's totally fine. But that is what I like in my free time. We got the Rams on the clock at 197. The Vikings up next at 198. Hydra, thanks for the kind words, man. Do I play any instruments? No. So I'm not that cool. So when I say I used to make music, I rapped. Like, if you just really want to know, I rhymed, freestyled, used to do shows, stuff like that. Watching from Sweden with Brian with the 100 SEK. Come on now, all the way from Sweden. Love it. Rams traded up, yes. Cole, are you an MJ fan? And if so, are you watching the movie? Oh, Michael Jackson? Or Michael Jordan? I mean, it's one of the two. It's got to be Michael Jackson, because doesn't he have a movie coming out? I think he does. I mean, I don't dislike the guy. I didn't really listen to a lot. I mean, he's like the king of pop, or I don't know what you want to call him.
Yeah, his nephew is playing him in the movie.
Oh, okay. Will I watch that movie? I mean, I don't know. I don't watch a lot of movies, to be honest with you, but any pioneer in the space, man, it's like much respect. I mean, I respect all art. Heather with the 100 bomb. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Cole, and your amazing team for streaming the entire draft. Love your channel. All you do. So kind. Can't wait for the season. Love the Emmett Johnson pick as a Huskers fan as well. Will always follow HBTC. Chiefs for life. Red beard rules. Go Chiefs. Dude, you know somebody is an OG if they refer to me as red beard or make beard jokes, because we used to do that on the channel a lot. But like, I stopped introducing myself. I stopped asking for subs, likes. I stopped trolling for the most part. I'll troll on live streams, but I don't know. Just try to give you guys info. I try to shoot straight, get you as much value as I possibly can in as short amount of time as possible. I give my thoughts, weave those in, but I appreciate you guys. Luke with the 5. With the adds to this 2026 team, how does the style and dynamics change on offense and defense? Do you feel better about 26 than you did last year? Luke, thanks for the 5. I will answer that in a second. CJ Daniels, though, wide receiver out of Miami, just went to the Rams, 197th overall. What is up with their logo, by the way? Why is their logo all blue?
That's their alternate logo because their main logo is all yellow, and yellow on white doesn't work.
I
So
forgot they
have an-
changed their logo.
So they have an alternate for all blue for white backgrounds.
I was trying to do this. What's up, Death Star?
Yo, what's up? This Vikings pick came from the Patriots. Traded it away.
Damond Claiborne, running back out of Wake Forest, was just selected 198th overall by the Minnesota Vikings. That just popped up on ESPN's draft guide. Xander with the 5. Oh, I saw the Michael biopic last night. Had a blast. If you really enjoy MJ's music, you'll have a ton of fun for 2 hours. Also has great performances. Oh, nice, dude. Let's go. Okay, so let me try to answer this. Luke said, with the adds to the team, how does the style and dynamics change on offense and defense? So I think the core is going to be the same. You still have Spags. You still have Andy Reid. The change at OC doesn't really change how the offense is going to run. But I will say the signs are pointing to them leaning more heavily on the run. Will they be a run-first team? I don't know if you'll ever truly get to that. But can you be more balanced? The Chiefs have always been about top 5 in pass play percentage, bottom 5 in run play percentage. That's every year in the Patrick Mahomes era, whether you've had Kareem Hunt in the fold or not. They are not a run-first team, probably never will be. But what if you go from top 5 passing, bottom 5 running to even just top 10 passing, bottom 10 running? Like you're just decreasing the amount of pass plays by 10% and increasing the amount of run plays by a little bit too. More emphasis on the run game for sure. Can you do more under center? I don't know. We'll see. But that's something I would like to see. As far as defense goes, I don't know if there's like a big change in philosophy here, but things will look different because the D-line is in a much different, better spot for sure than it has been in a little while. Karl Loftus, Chris Jones, Omar Norman-Lott coming off the ACL, we'll see, but you got Peter Woods, you got Kyrus Tonga, you have the speed rusher, R. Mason Thomas. Like, that's different. That's showing a willingness to change and adapt a little bit here for Spags as far as like who he's bringing in and how you can get after the passer. I think the core of these schemes and how they're going to operate this year is going to be very similar, but you'll see some wrinkles. Andy Reid has spent a long time this offseason evaluating things. He will make some changes, but he already said there's not going to be wholesale changes coming, but upgraded the position coaches, changed the OC, massively upgraded the running back room. It's signifying changes coming to the offense. If you could get a blocking tight end, that would help even more in the run game. And then the defense, I mean, you just need to be better on third down, and you need to be not bottom 8 in sacks. If you could be middle of the pack in sacks even, and middle of the pack on third downs, do you know how much that's going to help this team? It's going to help a ton. Thanks for covering the draft, said Riley with the 5. You are one of the most underrated Chiefs NFL YouTubers. Let's go Chiefs. Dude, thanks for the kind words and the gas, man. Come on. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, you know, we're just out here trying our best. But sometimes looking like, because if you just look across all socials, I mean, we're reaching over 10 million people a month, probably across all socials, depending on if it's football season or where you're at in the off season. And that is kind of insane to just think about. 10 million? That's a lot of people, dude. Like, that's hilarious. Extremely grateful. Very humbled by that. Okay, we have a couple more picks off the board. 199th overall. The Seahawks are getting a wide receiver, Emmanuel Henderson Jr. out of Kansas. KU, 6'1", 185, 4.44 40. Not the best at changing directions. Can make difficult catches outside his body frame, but he did drop 4 passes in 2025. From there, the Miami Dolphins selected DJ Campbell out of Texas, an offensive guard, 6'3", 313 pounds, a lot of experience, 43 starts, strong base, play better with hand placement. But there you go. That is for the Dolphins, who are really building. Still, I mean, they ate $99 million to move on from Tua Tagovailoa. You traded away Waddle. Like this, you released Tyreek Hill. Like, that team is going to look way different. You've got a bunch of Packers guys over there. I think the GM Isn't it the GM and the head coach came over from the Packers? I'm almost positive over there with the Dolphins. Speaking of the Packers, their pick is in. The Chargers are on the clock at 2:02. Riley, thanks again for the 5-bomb and the membership. Acid said getting drunk. That's what you're doing right now? I guess it is Saturday. After the stream ends, I'll probably go study. Oh, there you go. When do we have some new merch coming out? I mean, most of the merch that I wear is from Made Mob, but they will bring a lot when the football season gets closer. Brand, we have titles for both of those shorts, don't we?
Yeah. EJ's dropped. You got me the other one.
Both of them are dropped?
The EJ one is. Alex is cutting up or editing the newest one.
What's that one? The last draft pick that you made?
Cyrus Allen. Yeah.
Okay. I'm retired. Newly retired. Oh, nice. Nice. Cole, do you like the NBA? Okay, so I'm kind of boring, guys. Outside of Chiefs, NFL, I don't watch anything else other than UFC. I grew up training in martial arts. I trained in Taekwondo for 12 years. So I do like fighting, the fighting art a lot. It's like that creative, another like martial arts. It's just always trying to do something like that. But yeah, I'll watch UFC on Saturday nights. Outside of that, I don't watch college ball, really. I don't watch NBA, don't watch MLB, don't watch soccer. So kind of boring. I know, like, you would think I would just consume all sports all the time, but I don't know. I mean, during the football season, I don't know how people keep up with NFL and college, to be honest with you. There's a lot going on there. My ears are kind of hurting. It's because I've had my in-ears in for 5 hours. Damani Jackson, cornerback out of Alabama, just went 201st overall to the Green Bay Packers. I won't be able to hear you, Brand or FLDB, for a minute. I just needed to give my ears a break. His beard is red from the blood of his enemies he destroyed. What is happening? I've definitely had people, like, comments on social media. They're like, why do you dye your beard? That's so ridiculous. I'm like, dude, this is just my beard color. What are we talking about? They're like, well, your beard color doesn't match your eyebrows. I can't help that. What do you want me to do? I can't help that. What hairstyle did you have before you were bald? Just short hair. I mean, in middle school, I had like it was like really popular to have like the mop hair that kind of curled out. But yeah, I just refuse to be the guy that, no offense if you do this, but I refuse to be the guy rocking the cul-de-sac up here. Like we ain't doing that. So started thinning out up there a little bit, and I was like, yeah, I'm just going bald. Been doing that since like 2017. It's okay, Cole. You don't have eyebrows? I don't? What is happening? I live near you and have a studio? Wait, what do you mean? What kind of studio? What kind of studio? Javon? What kind of studio are we talking about? Okay, we got another pick in. Logan Taylor, offensive lineman out of Boston College, is going to the Chargers, who always seem to just need O-line help, depth. Their interior was not great last year. So take multiple swings along the interior. Great frame for an NFL guard prospect. Primarily lined up at right guard, but also took 211 snaps at left tackle, so a little bit of versatility there for the Chargers. That's crazy, especially since redbeards are like that are pretty common. I don't know if I don't know why that people think I'm dyeing my beard. I don't know. They kind of needed O-line interior starters, but backups will do, I guess. Are you talking about the Chargers? I mean, I'm going to assume, like, I'm not going to claim to know. I mean, let's go to the Chargers. I mean, why not? AFC West team. Let's look at them real quick. How's their draft been? They got Akeem Mesidor, Jake Slaughter, Brennan Thompson. I mean, they've definitely invested in the O-line. Second round pick was a center. I bet he has some flex, a little bit, I would assume. Slaughter's versatility allows him to climb to the second level. Maybe he is primarily a center, but still, interior. Travis Burke is an offensive tackle. I mean, they've taken? What am I saying, dude? They've taken multiple swings at O-line here. A wide receiver. Akeem Mesidor. I mean, that's a great get for them. What have the Raiders done? The Jags pick is in, by the way. They just selected wide receiver C.J. Williams. Out of Stanford, 203rd overall. Yo, ALMC Pike. I'm sure there's an actual... I'm sure I could have actually said something, ALMC Pike, but Pike said, I'm one of your first subscribers. You're sincere, never obnoxious, have a great presence on air. Keep being you. Hey, thanks, man. I think I've adapted over the years. I used to troll a lot more and just clown around and dunk on people just for fun. But it's like, I don't know. I mean, that's still fun from time to time, but I would just rather not engage with the trolls as much and just hang out with the people who are sincere. Again, there's going to be trolls. Like, you can't hide from it, but I appreciate the kind words. Thank you. Cole, what grade would you give the Chiefs draft? I might need to think about it. But I mean, I think I'm at like a B. B, somewhere around there. Like, I don't think it was bad. I think it was solid. It's a little bit like to be determined with some of these guys. They've deviated from the norm and like the types of players that they drafted. So I think there's upside there to have that grade be even higher. What do you guys think so far? What would you grade the Chiefs draft? It's hard for me. Like, draft grades are funny because it's like, how do you really know? But I like the draft. Yeah, it wasn't a bad draft, and I think that you need time. You just need time to really know. So I said, what grade would you give the Patriots? I don't know. Let's see who they got. Well, they're also probably trading for A.J. Brown, but you got Caleb Lomu, Gabe Akis. Did I say Jabe? Dude, I'm slap happy, dude. Gabe Akis. You got Raridon, tight end, cornerback. You got Crownover at OT. I mean, they already made it. How far did they make it? They made it to the Super Bowl and beat the Broncos, got to the Super Bowl. I mean, this, with the talent that they do have already, you don't have Diggs, but you're probably trading for A.J. Brown. Pull it up. What are we talking about, Alex? Dude, Alex found a photo of me as a kid. Here we go. Here's what I looked like back in the day, dude. Look at that. I don't know what kind of face that is, but that's a Priest Holmes hat, dude. Priest Holmes hat. We got the Chief shirt on. I don't even know where I am. But see, I had hair. You can see the sideburns. People are like, that's not you. Yes, it is. Promise. I promise. Okay, let's get back to these picks here. We had back-to-back wide receivers. C.J. Williams out of Stanford went to the Jags at 203, 204. Wide receiver out of Boston College, Lewis Bond, is with the Texans. That proves you dye your beard. It's not red in the photo. AI. Do I like baseball? I don't dislike baseball, but I do not watch it. You kind of look like you're in hell. Whoa. Yeah, it's like a dark room. I don't know where this is. I'm like really looking at this photo. Where am I? It's not hell, I promise. It's not that. I don't know where that is. Can't remember. You were so cute. Well, thank you, Terry. I have this nice lady who keeps DMing me on social media and commenting on my YouTube videos. She's an older lady. I don't know how old exactly. Over 60. She keeps saying, you're handsome, but need to trim your beard. I'm like, listen. Let me have something, please. I don't have hair on top of my head. Let me have a beard. Please, man. I'm a Viking. I don't know. Don't know about that. A defensive tackle just went off the board. Skylar Gill Howard out of Texas Tech. 205th overall to the Lions. The Chargers are on the clock. The Eagles are up next. Brand, are we in a good spot or nah?
Yeah, if you want to take a quick break.
Dude, Matt just said you look like my imaginary son. Dude, on that note, I'm going to take a break. I'm just kidding. I'm just going to go take my dog out, fill up on the water, and then go from there. Let me do this, though. I want to add you to the right.
We got you. We're here.
All right,
everyone.
I'll be right back, guys. I'll have my in-ears in, but yeah, just feel free to announce those picks. I'll be back in 5-ish minutes or so.
You
I
got
need to
it.
take the
good.
dog out, get some water. I might get some caffeine, too.
Your ma says hi, Cole. Well, on behalf of Cole, hi.
My ma. That's who.
Cole discussed it with Price Carter. No new updates. What is that about?
Not sure.
Oh, the Mike Pennell thing. Yeah, no updates.
Oh.
Just a brief mention earlier.
FLDB got an upgrade. I'm at Cole's house, actually, in his podcast room.
Yeah, which we are at the moment calling the Death Star,
Death Star.
which is pretty cool.
Have I heard this song called Defining DeRuse? I have listened to some of his music, yes. Do we have this pick yet? Not yet.
Not yet. Chargers still on the clock.
Well, since the
Philadelphia
pick
up
is in.
next.
But I'm not sure what it is yet.
Yeah, today's
Nice.
gone pretty good. Emmett Johnson in particular. Everything I'm seeing on Twitter and socials is people love the pick. Hopefully you guys do too.
I think it's going to be great. Just having depth there is really important. And just think the more running backs that you have that are versatile and can actually run the ball, see their gaps, do what they need to do, will grind the defense down.
Oh, absolutely. And now you have options. I think that's 4 running backs theoretically at the moment to take to camp, see who wins out number 2. Obviously, Kenneth Walker, you're expecting to just run in and be RB1.
Is Delane our best pick in the draft? I would say yes, because he's the top corner.
Which one of you two would win in an arm wrestle? I don't know.
Probably Brand.
FLDB and I both spend our entire days pretty much working at a computer. So,
Yeah,
you know,
it's-
50-50.
it'd be more likely we have a typing contest. All right, we
All
have
right,
the
we
pick.
have the pick. Go for it.
So the Chargers at pick 206 have selected Oregon offensive guard Alex Harkey.
Are we brothers? No, we are not brothers. We live quite a big distance away. I'm in Southern California.
And I'm normally in
FLDB is
Minnesota, but
Yeah, normally.
I'm visiting families and just came down for the draft. So I'm at Cole's house. So again, the Chargers take another lineman, 6'6", 308 pounds, and he lined up at right tackle for the Ducks throughout 2025, but he projects best at guard at the next level. So they are really, I think, last year with all the offensive line injuries, they're just like, we need to stock up on linemen.
Henry Zoli, do we still have the 210th pick? We do not. We actually packaged it in a trade up, swapped it with, I believe it's 249.
Yep.
And that was when we moved up to get Emmett Johnson.
There's our picks that we've done. You can see 6 through 249, and we've had all of our other picks. And yeah, 249 is up next. 257 is the last pick of the draft, so we're at the end. Apparently, there's chickens in the backyard, and Casey was just chasing them.
KFC.
The neighbors have chickens.
Let's see here. Any news on the Eagles? Not yet.
So the pick is in, so we at least had that. We don't know what it is yet. Who can hold the most weight with their beard? FLDB or Cole? Cole's beard is
Cool.
way more refined. Mine is just, it's kind of stagnant. It doesn't grow very much.
Yeah, the next Chief pick, round 7, 249. We got a ways to go. We are just over halfway through round 6 here.
We're on pick 207. So we have, what's that, 42 picks left?
Anyone have a guess for the last pick of the draft this year? Our pick? I'm not sure. It's probably just depth at a position of moderate need. You know, maybe they take a tackle. You know, Andy Reid loves to say you can never have too many offensive linemen. So I could certainly see us taking, even if it's a guard at depth and just a body for camp, I could see that.
And that far back in the draft, you're just picking best need. That's what all these teams are doing. They're doing best need at this point with all these players. If Cole had to like another team, who would it be?
That's a good question. I'm not going to pretend to presume that I would know that answer or that he would want to pick anyone.
We have to pick for the Eagles. So it's another lineman. The Eagles have selected Micah Morris from Georgia. He is a guard. 6'5", 334. Wide body with excellent strength, using strong hands to deliver a forceful pop on contact. He needs to be more consistent with hand placement and pad level to sustain blocks.
He has a Viking beard, so maybe Minnesota. Maybe. We do have editor Troy, a Vikings fan who's currently making some Vikings content behind the scenes. Skull, baby, that's right.
What does FLDB stand for? That is my initials of my name. My first name is Franklin, and I just have that.
Falcons are up next. Washington Commanders are on deck here to pick next.
Is Trigg still available? Let's look. Is that Michael Trigg or Mark Trigg Jr.? Both of them are available.
Are we all good still?
Yeah.
All right. Bro,
Yeah, we doing good.
on camera. I'll show you later. Oh, man.
See. Pika 07, what did I miss for the Chiefs? I was sadly working when they were drafting. Our first pick earlier today was Emmett Johnson the first pick today?
Let me look. We picked.
No.
Round 4 was Jaden Kennedy.
That's right. Picked a cornerback, Jaden Kennedy, kind of a slot corner. We traded up later on, swapping some picks to move up to grab Emmett Johnson, running back, which was a great move, most people think. And then shortly after that, we went wide receiver Cyrus Allen.
And you have to look and think that the coaching staff and the scouts, they all have a lot more detail than we do, so they know who they're going to pick. There were more wide receivers above, but for scheme, especially if they want to run a lot of RPOs, I think it's a good fit picking Allen. Cole is still out. I don't know. He might be heading back down now.
Yeah, he's just taking a quick stretch, walking the dog, grabbing some
We have the
water.
Falcons pick. And it is Antonio Thompson, a defensive tackle out of Washington. There is no details on this person, only the name.
Is wide receiver Deion Burks still on the board? Yes, Deion Burks is still there. He's currently the best player available for wide receivers currently, according to ESPN.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of wide receivers being taken before Burks. I mean, we were talking about Burks back when we took Allen, and then Keon Coleman came out the next pick.
Yeah, he is ESPN's number 2 overall best player still available.
Caldwell is also. So the fact they weren't taken that quickly just shows, again, there's something that's causing these teams to not take those players. And we don't know because they do all the scouting and talking behind the scenes. Do we take tight end with 7th rounder? Possibly.
You certainly could. Maybe
It really is a wild card. In the 7th round, again, you're not going to be taking anybody that you might find a gem. It's just really hard with the talent at this point.
Mostly we're looking for good blocking tight end, so that's probably a good place to pick one up in the 7th round.
All right, we have the pick for the Commanders. And it is Matt Golban, who is a center, Michigan State. He was with Wake Forest for 4 years before going to Michigan State. His punch is strong, but not always accurate. And his hand placement can cause him to lose some blocks. The Steelers are now on the clock. What picks is the Chiefs? The Chiefs. Here's their picks. And we've had prior picks. Our next and only pick they have left is 249.
We've got 7 more picks before we reach the end of round 6 and move on to the final round.
And the Steelers are on the clock. Let's see how their draft has gone so far. They have had quite a few picks, and they got 3 picks left, 210, 224, and 230. And their pick is in you're 3 years clean and sober. Awesome. Keep it up. You got it.
Heck yeah, man. Love to see that. Grats.
You're a Chiefs fan, and the Chiefs honestly have had a good draft so far. I think it's been really productive. Defense was a bigger need than offense. Offense was more coaching related. You can tell by all the coaches they replaced. in all the position groups.
Still waiting for the Steelers pick here. Not
Yep.
seeing anything. For those of you who have been kind of watching the draft through all the days so far, curious to see which team you guys think has kind of performed the best. Who do you think is kind of picking the steals, top grades? Browns?
The Browns. Let's see. What are they? Here, let's. Cleveland Browns. Let's look at what they've done so far. So, they've had a lot of high value picks. 9, 24, 39.
So we got Browns, Jets, Eagles, Giants. Eagles' name always seems to be up there every year.
Philadelphia Eagles. Look at them. They haven't
When
had
are we
many
up
picks,
next?
but
Smoking Pot, 7th round, 249. So we got a ways away.
basically a whole nother round to go. We like Eric Bieniemy as long as he doesn't shut down our offense as soon as they get a small lead and get us beat. I think that's more Andy than Bieniemy. I think Bieniemy is going to be just a positive. It just the way he handles the locker room and makes sure everybody's accountable. That's what our team needs, and we didn't have that. We got complacent, I think, after the 2 Super Bowl wins.
Certainly. It looks like we might have a trade. New England is reportedly back on the clock.
Well, the Steelers just took... So we do have the Steelers pick. It's Gabriel Rubio, defensive lineman from Notre Dame. And then... I see the Ravens on the clock. Is it not updated yet?
It is possible that they just know the answer before we've seen it here, and they're already moving on to New England.
Well, New England is next.
Okay, yeah, no trade. Just they're a little ahead of announcing New England before we've even seen the Ravens.
Okay, so we do have the Ravens. I see it here.
There we
So
go.
okay, it's our first position player. They have taken punter Ryan Eckley out of Michigan State.
What do we think of Caden Curry? Truth be told, I'm not a big college football player, so I'm not entirely certain, not qualified enough to really answer that.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I don't watch much college football either. I do watch Mizzou, but just occasionally. Who's my favorite player all time? Growing up, it was
Ooh.
Priest Holmes. I know it's just who I grew up watching. And it was just fun watching that team go through and then just fail. It was so fun watching. We see. The pick is in for the Patriots.
And we also have a trade following that. Buffalo is sending pick 213 to the Bears in exchange for pick 241 and 239.
Okay, let's get that. So the Bills and the Bears.
Maybe it's just
So-
me, but I feel like the Bills have traded more than anyone in this entire draft, and most of
what
it
were-
backwards.
What were the other picks for the Bears?
241 and 239.
Those were the Bears' last 2 picks of the draft. Here we go. And then we have the Patriots player. It's a linebacker out of TCU. Namdi Obiazor? Really not sure.
I'm certainly not going to attempt to butcher that myself. So
Let's see. I can see here how many trades the Bills have done. Seven. Looks like 7. They've had 7 trades so far this draft.
who have the Bills drafted so far? In round 2, it looks like they drafted T.J. Parker, defensive end. Round 3, Davison Igbinosun, who's someone I know Cole was super interested in. Kind of pre-draft, we covered him a little bit. Round 4, Jude Bowery, offensive tackle. They picked up wide receiver Skylar Bell, linebacker Caleb Elarms Orr, Jalen Kilgore, safety, and Zane Durant, defensive tackle.
Cole just headed back downstairs, I believe. I heard the door.
There we go. He should be back here any moment. We've got a ways to go before the Chiefs are up, so we're just kind of getting through this here as quickly as we can.
The Bears are running low on the clock, but the pick is in for the Bears. And after this pick, there's 3 left of the 6th round.
Yes, Cole is coming back. He's just kind of stretching, getting some water.
It's been a long day. We've been live since 11 a.m. And it is now 4:20.
Yeah, it's been a long few days. We've covered night 1. We covered last night, night 2. At it bright and early today for day 3. Full coverage.
You know, some of these draft picks sitting at home undrafted, it's not always the worst thing, because with college and being able to get paid, sometimes certain players will choose to try and stay in college rather than move and get picked in a later round where they would make less money from the NFL team. What are your thoughts about the pick time frame change this year? I think it was a positive. It was 10 minutes is a lot of time in the first round to make a
Absolutely.
pick. And moving it down to 8 really made teams more aggressive, and it's just more chaotic, and they shouldn't really need that much time anyway.
Yeah, I think it kind of puts a little extra pressure on making picks. And then just from content creation standpoint here, it certainly made, I think, our lives a little easier that we got to making that a little sooner.
All right, we have the pick for the Bears. And from Georgia Tech, Jordan Vandenberg.
Oh, man.
Defensive tackle.
I'm back. We had
Welcome
an entertaining time.
Chickens.
Yo, I got a video for you guys. Okay, so no chicken was harmed in the making of this video, but I definitely went outside to take Casey out, and there were chickens in our backyard. The neighbors clipped the wings of their chickens immediately after this, so it wouldn't happen again, but I let Casey chase some chickens. It's never happened before. And I got terrified that she was going to attack one. She didn't, but that's why I got kind of concerned. I kept calling her back. But anyway, I got a 1-minute video for you guys. Oh my goodness. All right, here we go. Here we go. Okay, I need to be able to... How do you guys hear this? I need you guys to... Could you guys hear that? I don't think so. Hold on, let me see. How do I play sound? Nah, we need the sound. Hold on, I'm going to have to figure that out. We have no sound. I don't know why. Let me try this again. I don't know why we can't hear the sound. Why? I really must, I'm going to have to figure that answer out. It was doing that when I tried to screen share earlier and play some system audio. You guys couldn't hear the sound, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it was, I'll see if I can figure it out, but oh my gosh, man. My dog was just chasing these chickens around the yard. I can't figure out why you can't hear the sound, though. It's going to annoy me. Typically, I can just drag a video in, and it'll play sound. I'll try one more time. If not, I'll give you some commentary. What happens if I add it as an overlay? Will that do it? Oh.
Casey, go get him. Go get him.
I don't know how to... How do we make it bigger? Pause.
Casey, go get...
Dude, come on. This is important. Okay, here we go. All right, you guys can hear that. I know you can. All right. Here we go.
Casey, go get him. Go get him. Casey, come. Casey,
I got scared.
Casey. Casey, come.
Look at this.
Casey. Casey, come. Casey, come here. Come here. Come here.
It's not funny, but it is funny. She didn't hurt the chickens. What I thought...
Oh my God.
Okay, so what I thought would happen is she would run out there and chase the chickens, and they would just fly over the fence. I guess they can fly over, but they don't know how to fly back. Like, I don't know. Chickens are that stupid. Anyway, she came back up and nothing else happened, but it was an insane... Like, I just went up for a break real quick, and there were chickens in the backyard, so I was like, what would happen if... Yeah, I took her out to pee, because she had to pee, so she did go pee. But, dude, that was one of the funniest moments that has happened in quite some time. Oh, that was incredible, dude. Anyway, we're getting to the end of the 6th round here. And no chickens were harmed, but I definitely thought that they would just like fly over. Like I thought she would just scare them and they would fly back over to the neighbor's yard. No, that one chicken flew into the fence and then I felt really bad. I was like, we're traumatizing these chickens, man. I'm so sorry. No chickens were harmed. They got all back over the fence and it's fine. That was insane though. Okay, I don't know what picks you have read, but Jordan Vandenberg, defensive tackle of Georgia Tech, is with the Bears at 213. Caden Curry, edge out of Ohio State, went 214th overall to the Colts. Harold Perkins Jr., linebacker out of LSU, is with the Falcons. The Packers are on the clock.
There's a trade. Yeah.
Okay.
Seattle is sending 216 to the Packers in exchange for 236 and 255.
So Seattle's on the clock?
No, they traded out.
Oh, they traded out. Okay, okay. Yeah, I know. I felt bad for the chickens, but then I was like, I kept calling her back because I was like, is she going to try to attack him? But she didn't, dude. She could have got him, but didn't know what to do. She's like, what do I do? Oh my gosh, that was funny. That was crazy. Packers are on the clock. We got one more round left. After this pick from the Packers, we're going to head into the 7th round. I don't know. We got 41 more picks, ladies and gentlemen. Does the 7th round time decrease? Does that make sense?
Yes.
It
I
does.
think it goes to 4 minutes from 5. So it should move even faster.
Yeah, that's correct.
Man, that was crazy, dude. Deion Burke still available. Yeah, we could look at some of the best players still. Selection made. Kicker. Trey Smack. Oh, what a name. Trey Smack in the house. A place kicker out of Florida. Taken 216th overall by the Packers. All right. Oh, man. So, the Chiefs are picking in 33 picks. We got a round to go. 4 minutes a pick now. I probably need to catch up on some super chats maybe a little bit, but I think we're actually pretty good there. Jay with the 5 said because we all live underground, but I don't know the context of the 5 bomb, but appreciate it. We all live underground. Yeah, I had to go outside and get some sunlight for a second, but it ended up being a hilarious chicken chasing experience. That was crazy. Random question, but will you replace that Pacheco jersey behind you? Yeah, I do think I need to update this wall. We got Kelsey, Bolton, Neil Smith, Pacheco. Is that a Okoye? Yeah, Okoye and Chris Jones. We might need to update a couple of them. You said we had no sound. I thought we had no sound. You're the best, Cole. Kathy, thank you. We love watching your handsome face. Well, that could be debatable, but love listening to your calm, informative, intelligent commentary. We check every day for new content. Don't ever stop being you. Kathy, thanks so much for the kind words. I really appreciate it. Yeah, trying to keep the content outputting as much as we possibly can. We'll have another short, I think, here soon that will drop reacting to the wide receiver pick. Is that close-ish? Brand?
It should
maybe.
be. Yeah.
And then what do we have? Is that the last one? We'll be all caught up.
Yeah. And we
I
just
think
have
we could
pick
then do the
249.
reaction. We could then do the reaction to the 7th round pick while Alex
Yeah.
works on that. I'll take a quick break and then we'll come back out with a long form video tonight. All right, you guys are too kind. Appreciate y'all. All right, we probably have more picks. Let me get up. We could also look some of the best available and see where the Chiefs could go here soon. I don't want to get too close into it, the best available, because there's still 32 picks away, but Jaden Williams, offensive tackle out of Ole Miss, just went 217th overall to the Cardinals. I need to send y'all the chicken video in the group text. Group text. I'm going to send it to y'all. All right. The Cowboys are on the clock. Well, actually, their pick is in, I believe. All right. Pick is in for the Cowboys. Saints are on the clock. The Bills are after that, then the Bengals. Just joined. What's up, John? Who was the last pick for the Chiefs? That was wide receiver something Cyrus. My brain is
Cyrus
complete.
Allen.
Thanks. It's like my brain is dead, dude. But today they got Jaden Kennedy, safety out of Oregon, really defensive back. He's going to play some slot. He got safety flexibility too. Can play on the outside a little even if you have to. He's a bit undersized, which is why they think at 5'10", 180 he'll stick in the slot. Emmett Johnson, running back out of Nebraska. They traded up for him, which is a lot of fun. And then Cyrus Allen, wide receiver out of Cincinnati. Had a career year. He's a slot guy. You could use him out of the slot. What does that mean for Rice? Not much. I mean, we'll see. He's a 5th-round pick, so we'll have to just kind of wait that one out. But he could be used out of the slot at times. Rice could kick out wide. Like, you could have them both on the field at the same time. Pretty refined route runner. Nice release package off the line. But yeah, a bit undersized, 5'11", 180. So we'll have to kind of just wait that one out. But yeah, those are the picks that happened today. These 3 right here, and they still have a 7th-round pick remaining. Let's get back to some of these picks here, though. So wide receiver Anthony Smith out of East Carolina just went 218th overall to the Cowboys. 6'3", 190 pounds. So there's that. 100 or over 1,000 yards last year. Vertical threat primarily, but there you go. Tall guy, bit of a burner. The Saints pick is in. The Buffalo Bills are on the clock, and we keeping it moving. Some people are really high on Cyrus Allen, so maybe. Yeah, I also saw a couple of things when I went upstairs to kind of take a break for a second. Let me see if I can find it. Cincinnati wide receiver Cyrus Allen was unanimously the best route runner at the Senior Bowl. Oh, that was nasty. Nice. But heck yeah, we'll take that. Some kind of unexpected picks. But we're going to take that to the bank. Let me go back to here. Go here. Bam. The Saints pick is in. I don't see it yet, unless you guys do. Oh, what? It just popped up. Woo! With the 219th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints are selecting TJ Hall, cornerback, Iowa. 6'1", 190 pounds, started 11 games in 25, leading the team in PBUs. Top speed is not great, basically a 4.6. Which will be the biggest test at the next level. But he makes up for it with scrappy mentality at cornerback or nickelback. I was gonna say CB or nickel, but there you go. The Bills are on the clock. The Cincinnati Bengals are up next. Cyrus Allen is really quick, runs good routes, good hands too. Love that, Cody. Do I like the WWE? No, not really, but did I watch it growing up? Absolutely. Rock, Stone Cold Steve Austin, Undertaker, Kane, Triple H, X-Pac, Generation X, like all that. Yeah, I grew up watching that. I feel like that was peak WWE. It was still WWF then, but Eagles front office, fire. Said 11-inch boy. It's crazy, dude. I don't know what that name means. I'm scared. Cole, we need to sign Casey. Yeah, sign her. She could be a defensive back or something. Where are we at here? Bills on the clock. Bengals up next. Dude, FLDB is a machine. You haven't taken a break yet. Do you need to?
I mean, I went and I ate a piece of pizza during the last round at some point.
You did?
Yeah, I just ate it cold. I didn't even microwave it.
You need water or something, dude?
I got water.
All right. Can we sign the chickens? They were pretty elusive. That was pretty good. Pretty good against man coverage. That one chicken, though, that flew into the fence, I felt so bad. I was like, oh. I was like, all right, Casey, get up here. Oh, my goodness. Just got off work. Who did the Chiefs sign during the late rounds? I think didn't we have that pulled up somewhere? Here's what they got. Jaden Kennedy, a safety, who's really a versatile defensive back that'll probably play in the slot. Running back Emmett Johnson out of Nebraska. They traded up to go and get him, which is a lot of fun. 5.8 yards per carry and 15 total touchdowns. Can catch out of the backfield. I mean, geez. That's a lot of fun. And then wide receiver Cyrus Allen out of Cincinnati. Arguably the best route runner at the Senior Bowl. Had a breakout season with the Bearcats last year. Leading them in basically all receiving production. All right. The Buffalo Bills selected their pick here at number 220. Toriano Pride Jr., cornerback out of Missouri. 5'10", 185 pounds, was the fastest cornerback at the combine, running the 40-yard dash he ran a 4.3240. The speed shows up on film, but he found himself in trail position quite often. But dang, that's a fast corner, man. Gonna bet on some upside there from him. The Bengals pick is in at 221. The Lions are next up on the clock. Cole, we need to get DT Bennard. He's a hidden gem. Yeah, here in the next... I don't know. I guess we could do it now. Who are some of the best players available that you would be interested in that the Chiefs could potentially take? There's Xavier Harris. Deion Burks is still available. We were talking about him in the 4th round. Again, I have no idea when he's slated to go, but he's just available. I don't know if he'll still be available in 25 picks or whatever. 30 picks. Deontay Lawson, linebacker. You've got some tight ends still available here. Jeff Caldwell is still available. Michael Trigg. I mean, a lot of these guys we were talking about with the Chiefs' last pick, still here. Isaiah World, Crownover, or whatever that other offensive tackle's name was. Sorry, he's gone. There's definitely some guys. Logan Fano, is he related to Spencer? Maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, there's some guys still available here, depending on, I mean, they could go OT. You could go linebacker. I don't know what else. Tight end could be an option. Burks is still on the board. Yeah, he is. Grew up in Dodge City. We have a Redbeard coffee, said Anthony with the 2. Really? Redbeard coffee. I should try that. They're brothers. Okay, that's what I mean, that's what I wondered, Tommy. I was like, they got to be related. Same name. Do you know what jersey you're going to replace 10 behind you? No. What jersey should I get? Kenneth Walker? Maybe just running back for running back change here? Get Kenneth Walker? Should we draft a kicker? No. I don't think so. Not when you have the second highest paid kicker in the NFL on your roster. I mean, I guess you could, but if you're going to bring in a kicker for competition, just grab an undrafted guy or a veteran. Why is Pacheco leaving? Yeah, he signed with the Lions. Yeah, he's on a 1-year deal, I think, with the Detroit Lions. Jeff Caldwell was the number 1 athletic wide receiver at the combine, but no production, so let's give it a shot. Yeah, I think when we were looking at him, that was the question, is can he produce at the NFL level? Like, you're wondering if he's going to be able to translate. Still inexperienced against good competition. He only had 1 season at the FBS level. I mean, he was teammates with the Chiefs draft pick today with Cyrus Allen. Oh, we've had a tight end go off the board. Jack Indries, hope I said that name right, but tight end out of Texas, just went 221st overall to the Bengals. The Lions pick is in. The Commanders are on the clock. This draft looking a little Mahomey. Like, goated? Good? Cooper Kupp didn't have any at the top level. Probably not going to get Cooper Kupp in the 7th round. Hey, you never know. You always are searching for that diamond in the rough. Who does everyone think had the worst draft so far? I'm not even sure, to be honest with you. Is Garrett Lamar still available? Maybe. I haven't seen that name. Have you guys? Has he gone? I don't know. There's been so many draft picks. Where the heck are we? What am I looking at? Okay, there we go. Commanders on the clock. That pick from the Lions is Tyree West, pass rusher out of Tennessee, 6'3", 290 pounds. I mean, we're getting to the part in the draft where there's no write-ups on people. Not for everybody. Cole, don't you think we should go for linebacker? Yeah, you definitely could go linebacker, offensive tackle, blocking tight end. There's a few different routes you could go there. Should we sign Caden Prinkscorn after the draft? I mean, if they don't get a guy in the 7th, I do think you should try to sign some guy that can block after the draft. Yes. That would be nice. Yo, Jonah with the 10 bomb. Just want to support what you do, even if I don't always agree with you. We both share the love of KC. By the way, I have a Red Beard's barbershop nearby. I hope we take Eli, Hindenreich with our last pick, by the way. Ooh, let's go, man. Thank you so much for the 10 bomb. And yeah, nobody always has to agree with me. That's part of the fun of being a fan. I mean, I try to be pretty fair in my takes. Try to present both sides of the argument of what people are saying, but yeah, I will not always be about 1,000. Is he a running back? I mean, I kind of hope they don't take another running back unless there's a specific reason why you would want another running back added. Just looking at the needs on the roster, I would prefer a dart throw at a different position group, probably. But maybe there's another reason. I mean, he's a dual threat guy. Maybe he's more of a receiver. He just had 941 yards last year. What is this guy? What kind of production is this, dude? Look at this. 400 rushing yards, 3 touchdowns. Or 500 rushing yards, 3 touchdowns. 1,000 receiving yards, 6 touchdowns. What is this guy? He's a punt return. He can return punts a little bit. Bro. Okay. This guy can do a little bit of everything, it looks like. Jonah, thanks again, man, for the 10 bomb and the kind words. Let's go. Brendo with the 20 for all the work you and your mods do. Have been in here off and on all 3 days. Enjoyed all. Nice board setup, FLDB. FLDB with the board setup. Love. Let's go, man. Nice nice setup, by the way, dude. That looks cool.
Yeah, the Death Star is great.
That's the battle station. Brenda, thanks so much for the 20. Let's get into a couple of these draft picks. It's been a second here, so okay, so since we've last talked, a quarterback went off the board to the Commanders. The Steelers are on the clock. The Titans are up next. I don't even know how to say this. Ethan Kaliakmanis. Probably butchered it, but there you go. Quarterback to the Commanders for some depth. Steelers up next. Titans, Bengals. Here we go. Who has all the Chiefs drafted so far? I'm going to just pull it up here. Probably won't diagnose them all because we've talked about it a lot, but Mansour Delane, defensive tackle Peter Woods, pass rusher R. Mason Thomas, safety Jaden Kennedy. It's a defensive back. Running back Emmett Johnson, wide receiver Cyrus Allen. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. Let's get back to right here. We still need an edge player, and I believe Cam Jordan will be a Chief when it's all said and done. Yeah, Greg. Could get a veteran pass rusher, could get a veteran wide receiver, a veteran offensive tackle. There's a few different vets. Hopefully they try to get. It's got to be pretty cheap. Cole, what do you think of Jared Wiley? I don't know. You know, he tore his ACL late in his rookie year. Didn't really do much last year. So year 3 is a big year for him because I try to hold reservations on a draft pick until after year 3. But I am hoping for some sort of a bounce back year from him. I don't know what that's going to look like because he's not really a blocking tight end either. And you're probably going to want Travis Kelce out there quite a bit. So if they get a blocking tight end and you're running 12 personnel and you want to pound the rock a bit more, does Jared Wiley see the field all that much? Does Noah Gray? I don't know. I think the tight end room is in an interesting place. It's probably Gray and Kelce out there most of the time, but maybe they'll add, and we'll kind of wait and see. How can we possibly afford Jordan? Bro, the salary cap is not real. I mean, he's not going to be that expensive. He's still a free agent. So you might have to restructure a contract or two, like a slight lever pull. But yeah, if the Chiefs need to get something done, they'll make some moves. Maybe they won't sign a veteran defensive end, but I still think they would be in a good place to do so. Wiley was pretty good in college, but we've yet to see much in the NFL. Yeah, that late ACL tear definitely affected him. Is Cyrus Allen any good? Slot guy, quick burst, nice run after the catch, pretty refined route tree, all things considered. Like pretty smooth route runner. Obviously, we'll have to see how it translates at the NFL level. Yeah, Cam Jordan. That's who some Chiefs fans think could be a realistic possibility to sign after the draft. Is anything happening with Snead? No, just still a free agent. When do we pick next? Yeah, let me go back to this. Because the Steelers, 224th overall selected safety, Robert Spears Jennings out of Oklahoma. The Titans pick is in. The Bengals are on the clock. Missed round 6. Did we make a move? No. They traded up in round 5, and then their 6th round pick turned into a 7th. Cole, how do you say that name? UAR? Your Bernard ran a 4.63 40. He's 6'4", 306 pounds, and rep 31 and vert 31, but the downside is it's his first time playing a contact sport. First time, how long did he play college football? Yeah, you could draft a tight end with the last pick. Is Burks taken yet? No. He's still here. He's still here right now. The Titans pick is in. Bengals up next. Jonah with the 10. Another note, I was upset last night because I was team downs all the way, but honestly, after reflection, big ups to Veach for trusting Spags and the rest of the staff, showing good respect for them. Yeah, for sure, man. There's always picks that you want or you're really high on that you hope the Chiefs can get. But the thing about the draft, man, it is almost like the lottery. We don't truly know who's on their board, and if they're on their board, we don't truly know how they are graded, ranked, all of that. So we can really hope that the Chiefs take a player, and sometimes it happens, but a lot of times it does not. Favorite player of all time, Derek Thomas. Derek Thomas. This guy. DT, 5'8". Thanks for the back-to-back 10 bombs, Jonah. Brenda with the 20. Thanks for the mods holding it down. Everybody being here in chat. We've had about 57,000 people stop through today, which is awesome, man. Tight end Jaron Kanak out of Oklahoma. 225th overall to the Tennessee Titans. 6'2", 234 pounds. Spent his career at Oklahoma. First 3 seasons coming at linebacker before switching to tight end in 2025. Interesting. It's an interesting transition. 3 years at linebacker and then tight end. Hopefully he can read defenses like a G, just from playing so much defense. That's interesting. You're the man, Cole. Presentation's unmatched. Red pill, let's go. Thank you, man. I am definitely trying to push through here, be as upbeat as I can. We're going on 6 hours on this stream, but it's totally fine. Just pressing through and trying to keep the energy up. Yeah, Taylor Green on the Chiefs, that would have been fun. Sadiq is the fastest tight end this year. Yes. When is the next pick? Soon-ish. The Bengals are on the clock. The Panthers are up next. So 226, 227. The Chiefs pick. Oh my gosh, when do they pick? 249. We're about 20 picks off. 20, 22 picks off. Loved watching Derek Thomas and Neil Smith tear up opposing quarterbacks. Heck yeah. What position do you think the Chiefs will end with? Usability, your guess is as good as mine, because once you get into the 7th round near the end of the draft, you are sometimes just taking somebody that you would have maybe wanted to sign as a UDFA, but if you draft them, they have to, they have to end up with you, whereas if they're a UDFA, you could get outbid by another team. So sometimes it's just like flyers that you're taking on somebody. It could be a position that we do not expect at all, because again, you could just be like, we kind of like this guy. What if we get him in here and see if he could make the roster? Just kind of see what happens. Now, I'm not saying they're going to take something completely unnecessary like quarterback. We'll have to wait and see. Could be linebacker, offensive tackle, tight end, maybe another defensive position. It's really tough to know. Yep, the entire draft is a gamble. Rest afterwards, Cole. Get some jack stack. That would be nice. Yeah, afterwards we're gonna pop out another long form video tonight. Thankfully, it should be an earlier night than previous nights. Like night 1, I went to bed at 4:30. Last night, maybe 3:30. I think Brand and Alex and maybe even Troy were all up later than that. Tonight, till 4.
Yeah.
For you, or were you up at 2?
Well, for you, it was like 2:30 here.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Tonight will be a little earlier, and then we'll be back tomorrow. What's your favorite barbecue spot? Probably Joe's, but I don't know that I really care. Or meaning, like, I don't know that I really discriminate. And just any KC barbecue, I'm down. Q39's good. Jack Stack. I like Gates. What else? LC's, Big T's. I'm sure there's others that I'm forgetting right now. Q39 is the best, but expensive. They have a Q39 coming to Lee Summit, and I'm really excited about that. Barbara, Cole, you and the team are the best. Hey, shout out these guys right here. Shout out FLDB. Shout out Brand. And the mods holding it down. Troy and Alex are editing away right now. You said Troy, his Viking stuff was kind of popping off on some of the socials. That's fun.
Oh, dude. Heck yeah. Killing it.
Like it was getting like 20-something thousand?
20 plus each for the last 3.
That's really awesome
on TV.
because he's got like just like a couple hundred followers maybe or something. That's really cool.
Yep.
Something
dropped
like
one
that.
already. About to drop a second one.
Heck yeah. We could get Daquan Wright. He would be molded. He could be molded to be a really good blocking tight end. I wanted Ephesians Prysock for the Chiefs. Yeah, he went off the board. The Bengals pick has been in for like a year. Are we in a simulation? Did we glitch out?
I don't know. There's a 4-minute timer, so it's been 2 picks worth at this point. I don't know.
Have you been to 1587 Canadian? Yeah, Canadian. Canada. Canadian. I thought I was saying Canadian wrong, dude. I don't know why. Canadian fan here. Your videos are so appreciated. Hey, thank you so much, Katie. Sorry, I was not trying to be funny. I think I'm living in half of a dreamlike state. And I was like, what am I saying there? I have not been to 1587 yet, but I should probably take my wife there one day. When is the Chiefs' next pick? They pick it like 240 something. 249 here. 249 here, and we are at 226. Roughly 20 picks. close to it. Your camera's not working? Nice try, dude. Nice try, dude. Okay, Landon Robinson, 226 overall. That's a defensive tackle out of Navy. Goes to the Bengals. 6 foot, 287 pounds. Don't know anything else. He is the 38th ranked defensive tackle. Luke with the 5. Thanks, man. Hey, Cole, thanks for all the streams. Do you think they will give Brashard Smith a shot this year? Do you think he is a bust? Yeah, I'm not going to say bust on anybody that's a 7th round pick. Like, I'm not going to label that guy a bust, or you got to give any draft pick more than a year, probably even more than 2 years. But do I think they'll give Brashard Smith a shot this year? Well, with all the additions they've made to the running back room, I don't know. Brashard Smith could find himself on the outside looking in, but I still think he has a role that could be played on this team this year. Niche gadget guy on offense, jet sweeps, create some mismatches out of the backfield as a converted receiver, maybe even used as a kick and punt returner. Yeah, definitely still a role there, but I just don't know. Yeah, 7th round pick can't really be a bust. Yeah, it's kind of one of those things where if you take a flyer on a 7th round guy, he could have went undrafted and signed elsewhere, and you just wanted to take a little bit of a flyer and see what happens. So, not giving up on Brashard Smith yet, that's for sure. 227th overall, Jackson Kuwach. Linebacker out of Miami is with the Panthers. There you go. The Jets are on the clock now. The Raiders are next. Cole Bernard in the draft because of upside, not production. It's a possibility. Like in the 7th round, anything is possible. How many picks do the Bills have left? I can tell you. Could go to the Bills here. The Bills have 2 picks left. 723, 725. I mean, I think they're close. Yeah, they're right here. They're right here. Boom. Coming up in the next, 10, 12 picks. Jets on the clock. Raiders up next. Let's go. Think your phone glitched out, Matrix, because all of a sudden the screen went black. I could hear you but couldn't see it. Oh, that's okay. I thought it was just some kid trolling, to be honest with you. Nah, you're good. How many picks do the Chiefs have left? 1. 7th round pick and about 20 picks. VJ Payne. That's a Wildcat. Safety out of Kansas State. Just got drafted by the New York Jets, 228th overall. Plenty of experience, starting 42 games over the past 2 years. VJ Payne with the Jets. Raiders on the clock. Steelers up next. What do you think about our later picks? How old am I? Old enough to be your dad. I don't know, just getting 35. I mean, it's crazy. My when I was born, my mom, I think my mom was 17. Yeah, my mom was 17 when I was born. So if I would have had a kid at that age, I could have had, I'm 35, 14, 15-year-old by now. That would be nuts. Yeah, 35. He said, bro, what? He's like, you're that old? All right, we got the next pick. With the 229th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Oakland Raiders select defensive tackle out of NC State, Brandon Cleveland. He should have went to the Browns. That would have just been funny. Brandon Cleveland goes to Cleveland. It was like meant to be. He said, yo, Unk. Yeah, man, 35. 35. You're definitely my favorite soul snatcher. Oh, man. We got ginger jokes. What's up, Gramps? All right, you guys got to relax. Listen to me. 35 is not old. You'll be 35 one day. You're going to be aching a little bit. But you're not going to be old. Trust me. All right, the Steelers pick is in. The Falcons are on the clock. We're keeping it moving. You have 2 ginger grandsons? Long live the gingers. We don't have souls, but it's fine. You turned 35 on April 10th? Oh, what's up, Josh? I turned 35 on April 12th. We were right there. You're 35 right now, said Wingus. Dude, long live the mid-30s. All right, let's talk about something else. Reap said 35 is not old, but dang do I feel old. All right, let's see. The Steelers are picking right now. They are selecting. Oh, they got a running back. That's the, is this like the Swiss Army fullback guy? Eli Heidenreich? Oh, no, this is the guy we were just talking about. Somebody in chat was just talking about him. He did display good vision to finding running lanes when he got the ball on the edge. He didn't run much between the tackles, though, but there you go. He's a Steeler. The Falcons on the clock. The Rams are up next. Any hidden gem wide receiver that you saw? Well, if you just kind of look at best available and what's there, I mean, Deion Burks, Jeff Caldwell. I mean, we've kind of been talking about Deion Burks for a little while. 5'10", 180, but this man is a machine. Ran like a 4.2 something 40. Good awareness along the boundary. But yeah, I don't know. You could take a flyer on somebody like that, but maybe a tight end. Could you get Michael Trigg? We've been talking about him for a while. If he's still available, maybe the Chiefs try to get Trigg. We've been talking about him since the beginning of the day. Lil Cam, 5'1" in the house with the 11 months hashtag proud Jin Zunk status, and we're only getting older. Bro, time flies. 35, my daughter will be 10 soon. I'm just like, what even happened? What even happened with the time? You turn 90 tomorrow? All right, let's relax. You are not 89 years old. If you are, hats off to you. How do you feel about the Rams' new logo? I don't like it as much, but maybe it's helpful for like merch printing and stuff, because I don't know why else you went with the one color. Just hope we can't pronounce the name. Yeah, for me, you want to hear me pronounce it? It very well could happen. Kyron Lacey is going to get Mr. Irrelevant. You think so? You kind of like the monochrome thing? You like that more than it was? Does he have off the field concerns with Trigg? You said personal concerns? Why? (6'4", 240). What's the issues with Trigg? The pick should be in here very soon for the Falcons. Wait. Why are we talking about Kyron Lacey? I'm like, that name sounds familiar, but I'm like, why are we talking about him being the last pick in the draft? Where did he, I know he passed away, but where did he actually get drafted? When was he drafted? He wasn't a 7th round pick, was he? Or was he a UDFA? I'm trying to remember. It might have just been a poor taste of a joke. Where was he drafted? Maybe he went undrafted. I don't remember. Maybe he... Did he not make it to the NFL? I thought he was, I thought he got signed. Maybe not. Either way, hope that wasn't a poor taste of a joke. I'm too tired to catch all the references here. Chiefs did us dirty, making us wait 40 more picks. Well, they traded up for Emmett Johnson. The Falcons pick is in. The Rams are on the clock. I feel like the Falcons pick has been in for an hour. He died before the draft. He wasn't drafted. He was supposed to be drafted. Unfortunate. A super sad situation because I remember it. Not great. Pat who? Pat Mahomes. Deion Burks for KC. I think, isn't he? Yeah, he's still available. He is. We'll see what ends up happening here. Falcons had the best overall draft. Avion Terrell, Zachariah Branch, Kendall Daniels, Ontario Thompson. You think they had the best draft? I think you're trolling. They didn't even have a first-round pick. All right, 231st overall. The Atlanta Falcons select Ethan Anyanwa, offensive tackle out of Ohio State. Hopefully I was right, dude. Please be right. The Rams are on the clock. The Jags are up next. The Chiefs pick in roughly 15 or 18 picks. So we're right around that range. All right, now. Onion Ball. Yeah, I definitely pronounced his name wrong. There's no way I got that one correct. There's no way. We can still draft Brian Thomas Jr. Sounds good. Is he available? All right, the Rams again on the clock. Jacksonville up next. Anyanwa. I was trying to be a little dramatic, but I still probably got the pronunciation wrong. Who took McCoy? The Raiders did. Pick 1 of the 4th round to start the day. I don't know the answer to that. Daniel said any 1st or 2nd round picks taking a cut in salary due to NIL. I don't think so. Is that a potential thing that could happen? I'm not super familiar with that. Tungsten, you're the same way? Let's go. All right, the pick is in for the Rams at 232. Jags on the clock. We're getting really close here.
I know the Patriots pick.
You know the pick 3 picks from now?
Yep.
Yeah, just leave it, I guess.
Jordan Schultz, man.
What grade would you give the Chiefs? I think like a B. I don't really know how to... I feel like it's a solid draft, but I don't know how you can go, this is an F draft or this is an A+ draft without seeing them play football. I mean, so much of it is like scheme dependent. Can you develop certain players that are drafted a little later? One player drafted with one team could have balled out where they just struggle on another team again because of scheme or maybe where they're at in the pecking order. But I mean, what I've seen, they've addressed clear areas of needs. They've drafted some players that were a bit surprising, but not like in a bad way. B+, got to ding them a little for the Delane trade up, said Falconer. Yeah, what do you guys give the draft grade? They did a whole walk to the podium for Eli. I didn't even. Oh, they did? Nice. Good. That's what slowed it down, maybe. Yeah, I'm not watching the broadcast,
Possibly.
which could be why. It's on in my ears. Tim Keenan III, defensive tackle out of Alabama, is now a Los Angeles Ram. 5-year player with a stocky frame. 30.5-inch arms. That's like Bane arm length. Bane looks so mad to be selected 15th overall. Did you guys see? He just like walked by the hat thing and just took it off. He didn't even stop. And you know how you can normally look in the mirror and there's a camera behind it and they like put it on. Dude, he just walked by. He snatched the hat off and put it on as he was walking out to the stage. He was whoa, hello. He was possibly not happy about going 15th overall. But you know what? Use it as motivation, brother. That's all you can really do. A-, A+ if Woods looks like what people thought he was at the end of 2024. Yep, Buck's got a dog in Bane. I wouldn't want to block him. He's all about football, not how he looks according to people. I thought he was mad. Carmilla said, been watching you since early 2024. Possibly hope we get an offensive tackle or a tight end. Let's go. Shout outs to you. An OT or a tight end. Let's go. I think either of those are realistic possibilities. Speaking of players getting drafted, the Jags pick is in, and it is Washington pass rusher Zach Durfee. 233rd overall. The Patriots, 234th overall, drafted a quarterback. Oh, Drake May is done. That was quick. Baron Morton out of Texas Tech. The next Patrick Mahomes. No, I'm just playing. But yeah, some depth piece here. 71 touchdowns? Oh, that's not in the season. I was like, dude. No. 18-4 as a starter at Texas Tech. I was like, hold on a second, man. The Vikings pick is in at 235. Seahawks are up next. What's the Chiefs' last pick after the trade? Well, they're at 249. So we're getting close. They're right here. Yep, Vikings are up. Emmett Johnson is not new to playing at Arrowhead. True. He was probably mad to go to the Bucs. He wanted to be a Chief. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if he just really thought he was going to go top 10. And if you look at the money lost between like being drafted at 6th overall to 15th, I mean, that's probably millions of dollars per year. I don't know the exact amount. I don't know if that's why. But he definitely walked by and just grabbed that hat. Didn't even look at it in the mirror, just threw it on. It really feels like Burks is too good a value to pass up at this point. Why does nobody want him? It's a really good question. I don't know. I don't know the answer. Gavin Gerhardt, center out of Cincinnati, is now a Viking. And now, with the 236th pick, the Seahawks select Andre Fuller, cornerback out of Toledo. These picks are kind of flying now. The Colts are on the clock, or their pick might be in, and the Dolphins are next up. Then the Bills got a couple here. Yeah, I don't know where Deion Burks was like slated to go. Like, I don't know what he's wide receiver 17. Michael Trigg is still available. Colts pick is in. Dolphins up next. People were predicting Burks in the 3rd round. Well, we are now in the 7th. I just woke up. Can you give me a short walkthrough on what has happened so far? Like for who? Like in general? There's been like 100-something picks, but if you got a certain team or if you're a Chiefs fan, just let me know and we could look at that. They could grab Trigg. It's an option. Trig, Burks, or World? All in on Trig, said Wedlow. Give us a tight end. People are clamoring for it. Eli celebrating like he's literally in front of the podcast. I'm not even watching, so I don't know. As an OU fan, Burks is a great wide receiver, just didn't do great last year because he didn't fit our scheme as well. They're on the Colts now. Yeah, Colts right here. Colts pick is in. The Dolphins are up next. Cole, do you know Spencer Fano had a little brother named Logan who plays defensive end at Utah as well? I did not, but he's... We've... Are you talking here? Logan? I learned that like 30 minutes ago, maybe. I mean, what happened so far in rounds 4 or 7 for the Chiefs? Okay, got you. That makes it a little easier than like you potentially asking to recap rounds 4, 5, 6, and then 7 so far. But yeah, today they got Jaden Kennedy, safety out of Oregon. He's really, I think, going to be your slot corner, your nickelback. Play some special teams. Emmett Johnson, running back out of Nebraska. They traded up for him to go and get him, which is awesome. Cyrus Allen, wide receiver out of Cincinnati, is next. Did we drop that one, Brand? Nice. And now we're waiting on the last pick for the Chiefs here in the 7th round, because when they traded up for Emmett Johnson, they gave up their 6th, but they swapped it out for a 7th later on to move up. The Colts pick is in. We'll see what ends up happening here. No more Connor playing slot corner. That is the hope, Wingus. The hope is between Kader Kohu, who they signed from the Miami Dolphins in free agency. He's coming off the torn ACL. But between that and the pick of Kennedy? Dude, I don't know. I need to see the name. Kennedy. Sorry, dude. My brain is mush right now. But yeah, hopefully one of those two are going to keep Connor out of the slot. Seth McGowan, running back out of Kentucky. McGowan, 6 foot, 223 pounds. Frame is NFL ready, has some explosive ability. Great twitch when he splits defenders through running lanes. What's the negative? He shows a willingness to take on blitzers as a blocker in the pass game, but his technique needs to improve at the next level. Not a huge threat as a receiver. All right. Well, who is he with? The Colts. There we go. The Dolphins pick is in. The Bills are on the clock. Here we go. You're totally lost seeing these selections. Lost in the sense of like, I don't know who these guys are. Yeah, you're getting to the end. You're getting to the end of the draft. You're not going to see a lot of names that are known. He was arrested for armed robbery? Who? Who was arrested for armed robbery? Are you talking about this guy? Who was arrested for armed robbery? He was, Deion Burks was arrested in June of 2024 for maybe driving under the influence. That was back in 2024. But who was arrested for armed robbery? Max Llewellyn, defensive end out of Iowa, just got selected 238th overall to the Miami Dolphins. Bills, pick is in. Jags on the clock. PRB said, now that is a Chiefs wide receiver. Oh, man. Oh, man. Seth McGowan was arrested for armed robbery? Really? Oh, my gosh. That's actually insane. We're talking about somebody getting a DUI. He said, now that is the Chiefs receiver. I'm just like, oh. I can't even push back. I'm just like, yeah. Troll away on that. What position do you think they'll take with the last pick? Defensive end? Or no, sorry. Tight end. offensive tackle. I mean, at this point, you're at the very end of the 7th. It could be anything. Oh, here we go. N8 gave us the numbers in pay. $40 million at pick 6, $22 million at pick 15. So when I was talking about Reuben Bain Jr. possibly being upset that he fell, not just because he fell out of the top 10 as like a pride thing, but man, if you go number 6, you get $40 million. You go 15th, you get $22 million. That's almost cut in half. Either way, a lot of money, right? But there is a big difference there. So the Chiefs are paying $40 million to Delane then. What even is that divided by 4? Is that 8 million? 8, 16, 24, 32? No, it's 10. Bro, that's how you know I'm tired. I can't do 40 divided by 4. That's 10 million a year. Good God. Oh. All right, let's move on, dude. All right, we got a punter off the board. The Bills got Tommy Doman, punter out of Florida, 239th overall. They said, come on, Cole. Yeah, I know. Roast me. It's fine. I mean, when I tell you I'm running on fumes, I'm running on fumes. Linebacker Parker Hughes out of Middle Tennessee just got selected 240th overall by the Jags. The Bills' next pick is in. The Seattle Seahawks are on the clock. We're keeping it moving. I literally said, what's 40 million divided by 4 years? I don't know why. Wow, dude. I need to go back to school. No Cole vacation. Let's start easy. 1 + 1 equals... It just depends. Okay, it's 2026. Answers are fluid. I'm just playing. 2, dude. If this draft is too heavy, and then no great talent in the later rounds, then how are the UDFAs going to rate much lower? I don't know. By the time you're getting to the undrafted guys, you're betting on potential upside. They're either inexperienced, old, or coming off of injuries, character concerns, and some of this just they're decent players, but maybe won't translate to the NFL level. They'll get camp invites, probably getting signed to the 90-man roster, quite a bit of them, but might not stick. Tuning in from tomorrow. Big Chief Down Under, all the way from Australia, crushing it as usual, Cole. Loved Price's insights too. Yours in the AA coverage has been elite. Home stretch, man. You got this. Yeah, let's go. Let's lock in. Yeah, having Price on here was awesome. That guy, I need to ask him how many hours he studied the draft. It's had to have been hundreds. Gotta be hundreds of hours. There's going to be some great UDFAs out there soon, said JPAP with the 2. Heck yeah, let's go. When do they sign UDFAs? Is it today?
I think it's tomorrow.
I hope it's tomorrow so we don't have to talk about 80 players. I feel like undrafted free agents get signed immediately after. Undrafted free agents sign with NFL teams immediately following the conclusion of the final round of the draft, usually beginning within minutes of the last pick.
Yeah, I've seen Beach pick up some after, so it's immediate.
Yeah, we're gonna have 80 players to talk about. Yeah, he did 100 prospects in 100 days. Yep. Do the Chiefs have any comp picks? Yeah. I feel like they've had I thought they had one.
Yeah,
At least one.
it was the 5th rounder.
Yeah. Twisted. No one I'd rather watch the draft with. You are the best. Let's go. Twisted Taurus in the house. Thanks so much for the kind words. Glad you guys are here. It's been a lot of fun. We've been live for 6.5 hours. Twitter World is linking the cheetah to the Chiefs. Will he be ready to roll this year? Maybe. He needs another surgery unless he already got it. Then on top of that, we need to see if he can get fully cleared to play football again. If so, Wouldn't rule it out, that's for sure. Much love, Ashley. Noah said impressed. Shoot, I'm just hanging out with you guys. Appreciate you guys being here. We got a couple more picks, though, that have gone off the board worth mentioning. We already talked about Parker Hughes going to the Jags. We have Armaj Reed Adams, offensive guard out of Texas A&M, going 241st overall to the Buffalo Bills. Devin Eastern was next. Defensive tackle out of Minnesota, 242nd overall to the Seahawks. The Houston Texans pick is in. The Vikings are up next, but what am I missing here? Did they trade up? Because it says the Eagles are up at 244.
There must have been a trade. Let me look.
We've got all defensive players so far? No. The last two picks have been offense. Running back Emmett Johnson out of Nebraska. And then wide receiver Cyrus Allen out of Cincinnati. Trading up in the 7th is kind of crazy. Yeah, I don't know if you have a couple 7ths and you just want to burn one to move up and get a guy you really like, because, again, all 7th-round picks are flyers anyway, for the most part. You can go up and get a guy that you're a little higher on in the rankings, your grading system.
Or that pick was just wrong. That could be too. There could have been a trade at some point, and I didn't update it.
All good, man. What about the right tackle situation? Said anyone? No, said Amy Jones. Amy Jones, geez, Louise. Well, thanks for the 2. Chiefs right tackle. I mean, I think, at this point, you've got to sign a veteran. Like on a cheap deal just to compete with Jalen Moore. And it very well just could be Jalen Moore. He's getting paid $12 million. Get over there on the right side and let's play some football. You know? Broncos still have almost half of their draft picks still to come. What? 1 pick, 2 pick, 3 picks. Oh my gosh, they do have 3 picks. That's crazy. Yeah, the right tackle situation didn't really get answered, but they clearly weren't that concerned about it. A, B, the top offensive tackle talent was gone by the mid-20s, and they picked at 29 and already gave up 2 picks to move up for Delane. So you're not moving up from 29 as well. The Broncos get Mr. Irrelevant. Yep. Right here, last pick in the draft. Been watching for years. Love the hustle. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Let's go. Will Kelsey retire after this season no matter the results? I put the odds on him retiring after this year pretty high. No idea. He could come back. Do I like avocado toast or burnt toast? That's a crazy question. Definitely go avocado. We don't burn the toast. Twin Mr. Irrelevance. Yeah, that's crazy. The Broncos are the last 2 picks. All right, linebacker Aiden Fisher out of Indiana was just scooped up, selected by the Texans at 243rd overall, 243. All Broncos are irrelevant. I mean, they made it to the conference championship this year. Won the West, 1 seed in the AFC. Love from Germany. Let's go, Caleb. That's awesome, man. I think we make it to at least a championship. If we make it to at least a championship, he retires. We'll definitely see. Cole, kind of crazy. Every AFC West quarterback has had significant injuries last year. What happened with Herbert? He had a significant injury? I know Bo Nix broke a bone in his foot.
His left
What happened
hand,
to Herbert?
I think he couldn't use his left hand almost a whole year.
He had the fracture in his non-throwing hand. Sorry, when I think of significant injuries, I'm thinking of like you're on IR or can't play. I mean, Herbert's a dog. Don't get me wrong. He fractured his non-throwing hand and played through that, and he was the most hit quarterback again in the NFL.
I'm pretty sure he had a high ankle sprain too.
Probably. He's always banged up because he's always getting leveled. I think I already talked about Aiden Fisher. The Eagles pick is in. The Patriots are up next. Tonight's video is going to be a beast. I'm just kind of thinking about it. Cole, why do you think we drafted a running back after getting Walker and DeMercado? You are raising the floor of the depth in the running back room and just going into the season with a completely revamped running back room with Mahomes coming off of the ACL. You want to change a little bit of how you operate on offense and just assert dominance as best as you can, your will in the run game. And what better way to do that than have depth, have a change of pace back. Maybe he could be your short yardage guy. It's really tough to know, but just the more depth, the better. The higher the floor, the better. The higher the ceiling, the better. Kenneth Walker gives you the ceiling. I think getting in Emmett Johnson raises your floor. Really helps with the depth. Ooh, nice name, safety. Cole. Ooh, Wisniewski out of Texas Tech just got drafted by the Eagles, 244th overall. We are getting closer to the Chiefs picking. I mean, we are just 5 picks away. You better
We're
take a
talking
nap
about
before
Herbert.
another long form. Nah, it's too late. I can't nap at 5:30 p.m.
They're talking about Herbert getting hit a lot. They took 4 offensive linemen in this draft.
Oh, yeah. And then they're getting their tackles back. Remember, Rashawn Slater went down. I think he tore his patella tendon in training camp. And then Joe Alt sprained his ankle. I think he was placed on IR, then re-injured it worse when he came back and was on, I think he was then placed on season-ending IR, or he hurt it initially, missed some games, came back, and then was placed on IR. Either way, the O-line got jacked, and then the interior wasn't great. So you got to upgrade that. Hey, Cole, what round do top kickers get drafted? Is it the realm of possibility that the Chiefs draft a kicker to maybe replace Butker? I think that possibility is pretty low. I mean, these days you're taking kickers in like the 6th, the 7th, and then as a UDFA. There have been kickers drafted earlier, but in this economy, I would have to look it up. I feel like they're mostly 6th, maybe 7th, and undrafted guys. Yo, Echo with the 5. What's up, man? Hey, Cole, love the grind. Quick question. I'm starting a football pod channel with a friend. There is an this is an alt Sano promo. Best advice you can give. Start today and just aim to get 1% better every day. Just keep firing, keep shooting. Study what the big guys do, how you can learn from what they do, but then study other successful podcasts and multiple niches, and then study football, which you probably do. So to start today, audio is king. Get a good mic. It could be a USB mic, but get good audio. It means like that's the most important thing, even over video. All right, Jam Miller, running back out of Alabama, is a Patriot, and we are 4 picks away from the Chiefs here. Getting very close. But Echo, thanks so much for the 5-bomb, man. Hopefully that was a couple things to help you. Who are we taking? Well, Deion Burks is available. Deontay Lawson. I don't know. Michael Trigg. Isaiah World. There's several guys still here. It's probably going to be somebody we haven't even talked about all day. Right? Who do you guys think? Some generic advice? Okay. Thanks for the 2. What running backs will make the team? All of them. Kenneth Walker, DeMercado, Emmett Johnson, and I think you could roll with a 4th, maybe. Probably all of them. I would think. All right, Broncos. Pick is in. Patriots up next. I don't think Kareem Hunt needs to get added at this point. I could be wrong. I don't know if they go wide receiver, but I really want Jeff Caldwell. Do you have any insight on why Deion Burks isn't off the board yet? Feel like he's a very athletic receiver. I do not. I don't know. Isaiah World or Trig. You'd love a big body possession receiver. What happens to Brashard Smith? I think he still has a decent chance of making the roster. I guess we'll see. Jayhawk with the 5. With these picks, how do you think the Chiefs' defense is now, and how do they rank in the AFC? I don't really know, man. I mean, the defense is in a decent spot, but you lost a lot of people last year. I think the D-line is better. The secondary is in a decent spot, but to be determined. I like Noel Williams. We'll see about some of their draft picks. Obviously, I like Delane. He'll come out and start. We don't know about Kader Kohu. We'll see about Christian Fulton, how he looks out there. Alohi Gilman, how he fits year 1 in the system. You then, again, drafted a couple guys day 3. Miles Scott, safety out of Illinois, just went 246th overall to the Denver Broncos. The Chiefs are picking in 3 picks, ladies and gentlemen. Last pick of the draft for the Chiefs. Burks dropped for injury history. How bad is his injury history? Is it worth taking a flyer on in the 7th round? Get something good. Calling it now. Chiefs going to go wild with UDFAs. They'll definitely sign. I mean, you got to fill out the 90-man roster, so they're going to be making a bunch of moves here. Concussions? Yeah, I don't like multiple concussions. All right, the Browns are on the clock because the Patriots just drafted an edge rusher from Boston College, Quintavious Hutchins. The Chiefs are almost up here. The Browns pick is in, and the Chiefs are up next. Give me a good D3 wide receiver and Tyron Montgomery. Chiefs going Allen Herron. What do we mean by a flyer exactly? So if you just take a flyer on somebody, it's basically... Oh, I just realized you can't even see my face. Hey, guys. It just really means it's a low risk, no idea if he's going to make the roster kind of a move. You're just... Like, there's no promise. You're just taking a chance on a guy, essentially. The actual meaning of take a flyer, take a big risk, make a speculative investment, or try something with an uncertain outcome. So I'm talking about that one. You're taking a flyer on a guy, it's an uncertain outcome, what's going to happen. But the Browns pick is in, the Chiefs are on the clock then. Jayhawk with the 5. With these picks, how do you think the Chiefs' defense is now, and how do they rank? Oh, I already read that. Yeah, I don't know, man. Thank you for the 5. I don't know how they're going to rank in the AFC. It's just so much turnover on defense that I really do not know. I'm optimistic, and I'm very intrigued to see how it plays out, but it's just a lot of turnover. We'll see. I anticipate some growing pains early on in the season. How many picks are there after the Chiefs? Not much. The Chiefs are at 249, and it goes to 257. What would you grade our draft? A to F? Like a B. Cole, are you still concerned about the cornerback room or no? It's definitely in a better spot. Noel Williams, Christian Fulton, you've got Mansour Delane. You drafted the nickelback earlier today, Jaden Kennedy. No, I feel like it's in an okay spot. If you want to add a veteran corner, I guess you could do that after the draft, but I think they're in an okay spot. Chief Sean with the 5. Burks was Steve Smith's number 4. And honestly, my boy who is injured from TCU, Eric McAllister, is rated as high as first round until he injured his foot post-bowl. Oh my goodness. The pick is in for the Chiefs because the Browns picked who? I don't see them. Okay, with the 248th pick of the 2026 NFL Draft. The Browns are selecting tight end Carson Ryan out of BYU. The Chiefs are up, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see where they go. We'll let Brand or somebody. I always like one of these guys reading it out loud. I won't look at chat either during the time, but the Chiefs pick is in. The Ravens are up next. Could go tight end, could go offensive tackle, linebacker, or it's the 7th round near the end. It could be another corner. It could be another defensive lineman, could be another receiver. I mean, I feel like they could go any direction right now, this late in the draft. Do we know? You guys been looking? We're getting close. We're getting very close, ladies and gentlemen, with the 249th pick here. Last pick of the draft for the Chiefs. The pick is in. Might react to it in real time here. I see the pick is in on the broadcast. Let's see if we see it on the broadcast before we see it elsewhere. Oh, we're gonna react to it live right here. Pick is in. Here we go. With the 249th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Garrett Nussmeier, quarterback. What? All right. They took a quarterback. What? All right. You know, I have no idea. Like, you have, let me just think about this for a second. You have Justin Fields. You definitely need another quarterback during OTAs. That's really cool to get drafted. I have no idea. Like, the Chiefs typically just take 2 quarterbacks on the roster. So is this the next, like, kind of practice squad guy? I'm not really sure. That was definitely, that's why I said 7th round pick could go any direction. That LSU quarterback Garrett Nussmeier. Sure. 4,000 passing yards, 29 passing touchdowns, 2nd in the SEC. That was 2024 stats. I just want to look up the Chiefs roster. I definitely wasn't expecting that one. But if you look at, let me see what we got going on here. They have Justin Fields, obviously Mahomes, Chris Oladokun, Jake Haener. With Mahomes out and dealing with the injury, you definitely need more quarterbacks than normal. But to take a draft pick on a guy, maybe you think that has the potential chance of being your backup of the future? Like, I am not sure, dude. I am really not sure. Highlight of the day, I guess. What the hell? What? I mean, that's fine. Why do we spend draft capital on a practice squad quarterback? I have no idea. I don't know. Okay. Quarterback. There you go. I mean, welcome to the Chiefs. No. I'm so confused, dude. Is he something else now? Who is this guy? Because what am I reading here? What is this? Why did he call him a linebacker? Nah. Definitely a quarterback. Fields is a rental bro. It's a cheap backup, but they don't normally keep 3 quarterbacks on the roster. Yeah, you very well could keep 3 QBs on the roster with Mahomes coming off injury. But okay, the Chiefs just drafted a quarterback. Well, let's look him up. Let's just look him up and see. We got the pick in for the Eagles. Let's at least look at his profile and all right, I'm looking this up. All right, Garrett Nussmeier is QB3 in this draft class for Dane Brugler. Oh, I'm on the wrong tab. 24 years old. He's an aggressive competitor who can throw you into or out of games. Into or out of games? That's funny. But his arm talent and command are foundational traits that generally translate well to the quarterback. He projects as a high-level backup and spot starter. You know, if the Chiefs wanted to roll with 3 quarterbacks on their initial 53 when they haven't typically because Mahomes coming off of the injury, I get it to an extent. If they're just like, hey, we really want this guy, maybe he could develop and have a bit of a future as well with the team as your backup. I mean, a backup quarterback on a 7th round pick, if you could develop him, it's so much cheaper. I think I'm explaining myself into this pick as to why. A quarterback is pretty surprising. 6'1", 203 pounds. Quarterback 3 on Dane Brugler's draft guide. He came from a balanced RPO-based offense, so he's already got familiarity with the type of offense to a certain extent of how the Chiefs like to operate their offense. He backed up Jaden Daniels for 2 seasons. And again, with Mahomes coming off of the injury, working back from the injury, you probably roll with 3 quarterbacks on the initial 53 when you haven't typically done that in the past. And maybe if he stays on the roster all year, maybe that guy has enough upside to develop into a quality backup for you, and it's very cheap. Like a rookie on a 7th round rookie, what you're going to be paying him is pretty cheap, all things considered. And the Chiefs have been paying $2-3-ish million a year for backup, so it could save you some money a little bit here, a little bit there. Also gives you another guy to work in the offseason with Mahomes working back from injury. So there you go. There's a couple reasons why I think they took a quarterback. Percy with the 100 ARS. Welcome to Kansas City. Garrett the German. Nussmeier. I gave him the nickname because his last name sounds German to me. Typical with the 5. Garrett, he was good at LSU, struggled and played through injuries last year. He could be a backup or a trade piece if he develops well. Nussmeier isn't all that bad. Y'all chill. Oh, I think I was just surprised that it was a quarterback. I don't necessarily dislike the guy. Just a little surprising. But I kind of processed through it with you guys. Yeah, they're probably, I mean, it makes sense. They're carrying another quarterback. But again, it's a 7th round pick. It doesn't necessarily, how many times does a 7th round pick not make the roster? It's not like a guarantee either. Is Oladokin Hainer done now? I mean, possibly. I don't know what to make of that. All Chiefs fans hate on every pick. I mean, this one was kind of like a what? But hey, maybe it's QB3 in this draft class for Dane Brugler, according to Dane Brugler, and they got a quarterback. Yeah, let me get through the rest of these picks because there have been several more picks since the Chiefs. Carson Ryan, tight end out of BYU, went to the Browns. Garrett Nussmeier, quarterback, went to the Chiefs. Rayshon Benny, defensive tackle out of Michigan, went to the Ravens. I don't know how to say this name, but this is the guy that somebody in chat's been talking about quite a bit. Yar Bernard out of Nigeria was drafted by the Eagles. They're taking another flyer on a guy that has potential upside that hasn't played a ton of football. Because like Jordan Mailata, he was a rugby guy, right? And he turned out to be a pretty good left tackle. Vibes. But boom, there we go. Yeah, that was definitely a curveball. When I said to expect basically anything with that last pick, I did not bring up quarterback, but there you go. Chiefs should have taken Trigg and have him develop. You could still get some of these guys as UDFAs. It seems like some of these players we've been talking about for a while are going to potentially go undrafted. Keyshawn James, newbie, edge out of New Mexico. Just went 252nd overall to the Eagles. Shout out to the first Caucasian player in the draft. Let's go. Well, he definitely is not the first white guy. Are you saying for the Chiefs? I mean, maybe. I would have to go look and think about it. But Garrett Nussmeier, 6'2", 203 pounds out of LSU. Extremely productive as a passer in 24. Had a drop-off in 25 as he dealt with an injury the majority of the season. He threw 12 INTs in 2024, which that can get him in trouble. That got him in trouble because he's very confident with his arm talent. He can get... Where are we going here? Nussmeier can get in a rhythm, routinely hitting receivers in stride, but then will put the ball at risk by taking a chance on some unnecessary downfield shots. Good feel for pocket pressure, keeps his eyes downfield as he escapes. Nussmeier can make off-platform throws while on the move with good accuracy. If he can't get back to his pre-injury form and limit his turnovers, if he can get back to his pre-injury form and limit his turnovers, he has a chance to be a productive QB at the next level. Matt Miller's pro comp is Andy Dalton. You know what? Sweet. Let's just say best case scenario. He turns out to be the Chiefs' backup quarterback for the next 4 years. And if he needs to come in and play, awesome. He won't be QB2 this year. That's Justin Fields. Or, nah, there's no way they trade Fields. There's no way they trade Fields and have a rookie 7th-round pick backing up Mahomes as he's working back from injury. So I don't think so. I think it's extra insurance. That's kind of where I'm at with it. All right, let's look at the next few picks here. All right, Rayshon Binney, defensive tackle out of Michigan, went 250th overall to the Ravens. Back-to-back Eagles picks. Yar Bernard, I think I've said his name wrong every single time. Keyshawn James, newbie out of New Mexico. Back-to-back defensive players. Baltimore Ravens pick is in. We just have a few more picks left in the draft, ladies and gentlemen. We tried to develop Oladokin, and we saw him get a shot last year, so this is just the next project since he didn't work out. All good. KC with the 5. I think the reason why I was surprised, I mean, maybe they were just so high on this guy. Again, it's like when you get to the 7th round at the end, you're basically saying, hey, we would have invited this guy or offered this guy a contract as an undrafted free agent, but we might get outbid. So you draft him, and they're on your roster. There's no bidding war. There's no potentially losing out on this guy. And you're at the end of the 7th round. You traded up for your running back that moved your 6th round pick to the end of the 7th. You took a flyer on a quarterback. I don't know that it would. I think this is the most surprising position they could have drafted, but outside of like a kicker or a punter, I guess. But yeah, I'm with it. Evan Biernston, offensive guard out of Northwestern, just went 253rd overall to the Baltimore Ravens. How to pronounce? It's O-R? O-R. O-R. Is that right? The Indianapolis Colts pick is in. The Seahawks are on the clock. We got just a few picks left here. Hunt is not on the roster? No. Nussmeier's going to get better under Mahomes, and they can trade him away for a QB-needy team. There you go. All right. How are you saying it before? Is correct. Uar. Okay. There we go. I was saying it right. Let's go. Okay. Deion Burks. Boom. He gone. Deion Burks out of Oklahoma. The wide receiver, the speedy wideout, just got taken by the Indianapolis Colts. 254th overall. Broncos are on the clock because the pick is in for the Seahawks. We're getting very close here. Ba-da-bam-bam. Here's another thing. Solves the revolving door of backup quarterback. Best case scenario, he's trade bait down the line. Worst case scenario, he's a 7th round backup for the practice squad. But here's the thing with with any guy that doesn't make the roster, I think they have to clear waivers, which is part of the reason why I asked when the Chiefs drafted a quarterback. Yeah, if waived, he'd have to clear waivers. Yeah, I think they could roll with 3 QBs.
And if Mahomes doesn't start week 1, Justin Fields will need a backup.
True. Yeah, if he clears waivers, all right. We got a couple more picks left that I want to get to. Michael Dansby, cornerback out of Arizona, just got drafted by the Seahawks, and the Broncos are next up. Back-to-back picks to end this draft. Bro is still going. Yeah, we're here. We got 2 more picks. We've been streaming for 7 hours. That's a hilarious time. Gonna miss you, Kareem. Yeah, I don't know if Kareem Hunt is gonna get here or not. Not with all the running backs now. You wonder if I'm tired of live streaming? I'm not necessarily tired of hanging out, but I am just tired. I'm tired in general. Chiefs roster is much improved, a lot younger, more athletic. They definitely got a bunch of speed. The Chiefs didn't draft any O-line players, contrary to all the mock drafts. Yeah, I thought later they might take a flyer on an offensive tackle, but now I'm kind of like, maybe you bring in a veteran. Maybe you bring in a veteran OT to compete with Jalen Moore, like a cheap deal. You don't have to go crazy. But here's the thing. Maybe they're high enough on Esapole. They believe he could switch from the left to the right. Like, there's just Wanya Morris, maybe he works back from the knee injury and he's fine. There's just a bunch of unknowns there that the Chiefs are more privy to, and we'll have to trust the process here and then see. Yeah, Pole was he was fine at left tackle. I mean, he was going through some growing pains, right? He's just never played right tackle before. Came out this draft a better team. I mean, that was the hope, right? And I mean, you got some impact players. You got some impact players. Broncos pick is in, and they've got another one. Last 2 picks of the draft. Let's go. We've made it. Why QB? Yeah, great question. I mean, Mahomes is working back from an injury, so you've got another guy that can help during OTAs. You also have a guy that could end up making the roster as your QB3. I think they can even go, they can have an emergency 3rd quarterback now on the roster too. I'll have to look up that rule because it's a little bit, I don't know if I think it takes a spot on the 53. I'll have to look up the emergency 3rd QB rule. They added this a couple years ago, but the Chiefs have just typically rolled with 2 quarterbacks. I mean, I could probably just Google emergency 3rd QB rule NFL. It allows a team to dress a third quarterback on game day without using one of the 48 active roster spots, provided they're on the 53. So, the emergency QB can only enter if the top 2 active quarterbacks are injured or disqualified. If a top 2 quarterback is cleared to return, the emergency quarterback must sit. So, it still would take up a roster spot. I just couldn't remember exactly what that rule was. But there you go. All right, we got a pick in for the Broncos. A tight end, Dallin Bentley out of Utah, was the second to last pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. And ladies and gentlemen, we are on the very last pick after over 15 hours of streaming. Not today, but total. We are on the last pick of the draft. Last pick. The Broncos are on the clock. That'd be kind of weird to have back-to-back last picks. You're like, well, what do we do with this? Can we trade back into 2027? Just kidding. Just kidding. VIDS trading back in? Nah, we done. Yep, Mr. Irrelevant time. Brock Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant. Turned out to be a pretty good draft pick. Hopefully it doesn't end up happening for the Broncos. They get just an insanely talented last pick. Yep, Trig is going undrafted. A lot of these guys we've been talking about are going undrafted, really aside from who got drafted shortly after. Deion Burks got drafted by the Colts. My wife's bringing Chipotle. Okay, last pick in. Almost in. And the last pick is in. Yeah, I'm so excited to eat Chipotle, actually. Cole, who do you think we go far as after free agents now that the draft is over? Hopefully you get a blocking tight end, grab an offensive tackle, let's grab I don't know, let's get a linebacker. Yep, Caldwell did not get drafted. The pick is in for the Broncos, the last pick of the draft. What is your draft grade for the Chiefs? I give them a B. Yeah, I'm going to go B. I mean, it's really hard to know. People who are draft junkies that study tape on everybody and have much weightier opinions on certain prospects they'll be more critical one way or another, but I need to see how it plays out. I'll give like a B though. Feel good about that. All right, the pick is in. Wait. Yeah, the pick is in. All right, the final pick of the draft. Here we go. C for you, A minus. What will we do about their wide receivers? Well, they got one, but maybe draft or sign a veteran. Mr. Irrelevant. Red Murdoch. We've been talking about him. Linebacker out of Buffalo. The last pick, 17 forced fumbles. Wow. 17 forced fumbles in his career. That is insane. That is unreal. Well, there you go. That is the last pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, and with that, it is over. The Chiefs drafted Mansour Delane, 6th overall. Defensive tackle Peter Woods out of Clemson, 29th overall. Pass rusher, speed rusher. R. Mason Thomas out of Oklahoma, 40th overall. And then I'm not going to know him from here. But safety, Jaden Kennedy out of Oregon, was in the 4th round. They traded up for running back Emmett Johnson out of Nebraska in the 5th. They then got wide receiver Cyrus Allen out of Cincinnati. And they got a quarterback, Garrett Nussmeier out of LSU with their last pick in the draft. That one was definitely unexpected, but I think we've reasoned out the why with Mahomes coming off the injury, possibly needing to roll with 3 quarterbacks on the initial 53-man roster. And somebody pointed out earlier, you saw what you had in Chris Oladokun. Like, I don't really think you, respectfully as possible, you want him out there in a real game with the game on the line. So maybe you're just trying to go a different direction here and just see what you can do as far as developing a cheap quarterback on a super cheap rookie deal as a 7th round pick. It's not going to be expensive, so we'll kind of see. Raiders killed this offseason. McCoy would be still at the draft. Yeah, they got him in the 4th. Emmett Johnson will be a Hall of Famer. Sounds good to me. How do you guys feel about the draft overall? Let me know. Cole, do you think the Chiefs feel Jalen Rose is better than what little they let us see of him? I have no idea. I mean, if you barely play, how can we really know? So all we can do is hope and root for that player and hope that they take a step up, 2nd year. Cole looks rode off. Rode off? I don't know what that means. I'm absolutely exhausted. I don't know. I feel like I'm having trouble stringing together sentences. I need to go for a walk.
There's already been 3 quarterbacks signed by other teams in UDFA.
That was fast.
Probably more of a reason why they took that quarterback.
All right. Yeah, he was QB3. He was QB3 on Brugler's board. So we'll see. But man, that is the draft. The conclusion of the 2026 NFL draft happened. We streamed round 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And now it's 6 p.m. and we've got a bunch of stuff to talk about with the Chiefs. They made a bunch of moves today. They're going to be signing some undrafted free agents. Thanks to the mods for holding it down. Thanks to FLDB and Brand for holding it down. Alex and Troy been doing their thing with the editing. There's a lot going on. The mods, I mean, a lot of people put in a lot of time here, and I really just appreciate everybody hanging out. Thanks for the gifteds, the super chats, and just choosing to be here. Like, a lot of different people were streaming this draft. A lot of different people, or you could have just watched the broadcast, and maybe you were kind of side by side. I don't know. But the fact that you were here means a lot to me. We did it again. This is the 3rd or 4th draft now that we've covered like this, and it's always exhausting, but it's a blast. So I appreciate each and every one of y'all. Going to get off and make some content. So until next time, let's go. Let's freaking go.